Well, well, well. It is time to talk Cowboys for them people who like to stay up after midnight. Are y'all ready? Let's continue where we left off today. Let's go. Yeah.
Here we go.
I see you, Poopy D. Let's go. Boy, I almost did it again, but I'm ready to go. When I got my coffee. Let's go. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And as you come into this live stream, please hit that like button, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video or go live. And if you see that HYPE button, hit that also so we can push these videos out into the YouTube algorithm. And if you haven't become a channel member or subscriber yet, please do. We have a lot of great things coming up this season. All right. How's everybody doing tonight? Whether it be 101,000, we gonna talk Cowboys after dark. And we didn't even get a chance to even go over our format from our show from the day. We got straight to Jadeveon Clowney. We talked a whole bunch of defense. And I think we're gonna be talking defense some more tomorrow. But we're gonna pick back up where we were with the shoddy press conference that we didn't listen to. Some of y'all have probably already listened to it, but we're going to have some fun with it because we're going to analyze it, and we may throw in a couple of more things from 105.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Cowboys After Dark. It's almost anything goes. So it's going to be the shoddy presser again, the Stephen Jones interview, the Jerry postgame show that I haven't seen. I'm very interested to see. Dak Prescott, Brandon Aubrey. Hey, man, when the kicker gets a postgame press conference, boy, everybody need to tune in. We'll look at the other video about Jadeveon Clowney, but I think Jadeveon Clowney is going to be great for the Cowboys. And like I said, anything else that we want to discuss, we'll be discussing tonight. Why? Because it is Cowboys After Dark. Let's go. Oh, man, it's after dark. Let's go. Let's get this roll call in. Let's get it. Poopy D. Douglas Harrison. What's going on, my people? He said from Jackson Ward in Richmond. Yes, sir. What's going on? My man Poopy D up in here after dark. Poopy D. Boy, my mom used to tell me, ain't a whole lot open after dark. You know what I'm talking about? But the Cowboys, we talking Cowboys tonight, so it's safe tonight. Nevertheless, Poopy D got me laughing. He said G's still in the bed. He said he's still in the bed. Then he said he set that snooze button. He set that snooze button. He finally got up. Yes, sir. Ron Hanna said, I said the same thing to G. Got work in the morning. Hey, man, I'm telling you, I almost went out. Ron Hanna, what's going on? He said VA got some people in Richmond and Roanoke, if I'm saying it, excuse me. Lord Nova, welcome to Cowboys After Dark tonight. Ron Hanna, he said, Brother Poopy, make it your business to get your Trill Burger, man. You welcome in advance. Yes, sir, man. I've been hearing this Trill Burger is crazy. All right, let's get this thing. Derek G up in here, he said, I believe our battle-tested Cowboys to make a Super Bowl run. Man, they're getting battle-tested right now. LaQueen, my sister from the beginning, what's going on? She said, I had surgery today. Hold on, let's pray. Praying for LaQueen to have a speedy recovery. God bless you, Queen. Good to see you. You've been here from the beginning. I appreciate you. Brandy, she always say, hey, my loves. What's going on, Brandy? Good to see you tonight. Marlon Dillard, what up with you? Lee Times is back up in here. What up, Lee? Good to see you late night. What's going on? I already knew my girl Lisa Worley was going to be here. Lisa Worley, what's going on? Good to see you up in here tonight. All right. And then we got Super 2. Let's go. He said, smoke ready, Paloma on deck. Let's go. Let's go. Appreciate y'all, and we'll just greet others as they come in tonight. But hey, if it's 10 or 10,000, we talking Cowboys tonight. And so let's get into this thing. Big Moss Dog, I see you up in here. What's going on? Marlon Dillard up in here. Big Moss Dog, what up? Good to see you tonight. All right, we're going to get this thing going. We're going to go back to where we were today. We did not get a chance to listen to the Brian Schottenheimer press conference. I haven't even heard it myself, so I want to hear it. We'll check it out, and we'll do a little bit of analyzing on some things that he's saying, and we're going to keep going tonight. Why not? And we're going to fit in anything else y'all want to talk about. We talked defense today. I had to go along with y'all on the chat. Y'all want to talk defense, so we got a little off, but I knew I was doing Cowboys After Dark, so I knew I'd better come back in and get the rest of it in tonight. So let's get on in here. We are going to listen to Brian Schottenheimer. I'm very interested to hear what he has to say. I mean, you know, I know he was excited yesterday. We saw some of the locker room celebrations, but I want to hear now kind of like, what is it like now that he's kind of, I'm sure he's watched some film, and so now I'm sure he has a lot more feedback to give everybody so that we can kind of see what's going on. What up, Brandon Green? Good to see you. Brandon Green said bad news on BB. We'll be okay. That dude, Brock Hoffman, is an absolute dog. That's why I am so glad that we signed Brock Hoffman. I'm telling y'all, we got Brock Hoffman for half a box of Cracker Jacks with no prize inside. But I'm telling you this, after this year, you watch what I tell you about Brock Hoffman. If the Cowboys don't, somebody else is. Brock Hoffman going to get a big payday. Brock Hoffman is the type of dude you want on your team. I'm telling you, he is a dog. He is an absolute dog. Lisa Worley, she said, I missed out on my jersey. All of us did, Lisa Worley. Cowboys shocked all of us. Robert Silvers, what up with you? Good to see you tonight. We talking Cowboys After Dark. And again, we're going to see what Brian Schottenheimer has to say after he's watched a little bit of film tonight. So let's get to that our first section. Brian Schottenheimer. Y'all get your coffee. You can drink while the video is on like I'm about to do. Let's roll it.
You said after the there was a lot to correct, so after watching the film and talking to your coaches, was it as much as you thought?
Yeah, there was. We had a great team meeting, kind of got started, and I told the guys, hey, look, you know, this is called coaching. It's not criticism. Overall, you know, Cal, we need
what's going on?
We need to start faster, you know, to defer. We wanted the defense to go out there and set the tempo, and you know, end up being 18 plays later. Now they did a hell of a job. They kept them to a field goal. That was awesome. But you know, then offensively we started slow. You know,
Brian, don't do it again, bro. Your offense right now is your strength. You let your let your offense set the pace. Let your offense go out there and get up 7-0 on a team like the New York Giants. So you're not playing from behind.
2 3 and outs, and what I told the guys is that's kind of the way practice went this week. You know, I was very honest with them. I said Wednesday we kind of started slow and figured it out, and Thursday the same thing. Friday I almost started practice over because it was just a little lethargic, if you will, and they answered the call, so I didn't have to. But you know, that was probably the first thing that jumped out. I think the penalties. You know, most of the penalties were things which we didn't.
All right, so we got 2 birthdays out here. We got a birthday for Marlon. Happy birthday, Marlon. And we got a birthday for Brandy too. Brandy, it's your birthday too? Happy birthday if it's your birthday too, Brandy. Happy birthday to y'all.
Do in Philadelphia. Sloppy hands, things like that. Those need to be cleaned up. Those are self-inflicted wounds that are going to get you beat, and we don't want to do that. The explosive plays on defense, way too high. You know, there's a number of things we got to clean up in that regard. And so,
yeah.
But I do feel like this. When you win games, you can almost be harder on the guys. And our process is always the same. We're not too high, not too low. But it's good to be able to make corrections when you find a way to win and you show the competitive stamina, the fight, and the will to win that our guys showed last night. It's easier to make those corrections.
See, this is one of the reasons. Let me give y'all my rhyme to reason. This is one of the reasons why Don't ever say you don't deserve to win a game. Don't ever say a team didn't deserve to win a game just because they didn't necessarily win it in the right way, just because they made a lot of mistakes, just because they gave up big plays, just because things didn't go the right way. Because let me tell you, Jadeveon Clowney hit this on the head. This is why you deserve to win a game. This is why the Cowboys deserve to win the game yesterday. In all of the sloppiness, in all of the big plays given up, in everything that we saw yesterday, you know what I didn't see? I didn't see quit. I didn't see give up. I didn't see bad body language. I didn't see nobody pointing fingers. I didn't see nobody losing. I didn't see nobody with the attitude of, we can't win. With everything they had going wrong, they said the one thing we have is each other. That's why I don't agree with people when they say the Cowboys didn't deserve to win. They deserve to win. And the reason why they deserve to win, because to me, it's obvious they wanted it more than the New York Giants. They wanted it more than the New York Giants. And even if they didn't, they played like they did. The Cowboys wanted that game. They wanted that game. And I'm telling you, man, sometimes even when you're making mistakes, as long as your team can keep it together and you can get out of somewhere with a victory based on just pure will, man, you better celebrate. This is one of those things even in our own lives. Even in our own lives. Sometimes things aren't going quite the way that we want them to. Sometimes we've made a mistake in our life. We've done something wrong. We've said something wrong. And then things around us kind of get a little bit shaky. And what happens to a lot of people is when they are going through something, they don't go through something. They stop. They stop and let what they're going through overtake them, and they don't get through it. The whole goal of going through something is to get through something. And when you get through something, especially when you got that camaraderie, that brotherhood, that sisterhood, that family, you deserve to win. No, the Cowboys deserve to win. Sometimes against all odds, you make it. You deserve it. You deserve to win. Don't ever say you don't deserve something if you made it through it. If you made it through it, then you deserve it. You don't deserve it when you quit. Then you don't deserve it. If the Cowboys would have quit, they didn't deserve it. But the Cowboys, the effort they kept on giving, the energy they kept on giving, they said, no, we're making mistakes, but we still want to win this game. Just because you make mistakes don't mean you don't deserve to win. It's not what you do when you make a mistake. I said it on Sunday, and I keep saying it. I told my sons, it's not what you do. It's not the mistake you make. It's what you do after the mistake. You have to keep on fighting. And the Cowboys, the reason why I'm still so excited for this team, they kept on fighting. We haven't seen that type of fight from this team. I'm telling you, they were clawing and fighting and scratching to still get this win because the Cowboys were basically saying, man, we're not losing at home. We're not losing. No, we're not losing at home. We're going to keep on. We're going to keep on. We're going to keep on. And they kept on and they won. That's why I say when people say the Cowboys, you can't sell. You obviously, sometimes people don't understand what victory is. Let me tell you something. Victory isn't you doing everything right. That's what people think victory is. Victory isn't doing everything right. Victory is still fighting when things aren't going right. When you didn't do everything right, that you can correct your course and you can keep on going and you can finish it. Because I'm telling us now, ain't none of us going to heaven without a mistake. That don't mean for you to be out there making mistakes, but I am saying that there are times that sometimes we just make a mistake. Maybe there's something that we didn't understand. Maybe there was something that we didn't know, and we make a mistake. Yeah, but we repent and we keep on going. And so the Cowboys, man, they did a great job. I love the fight that they had. I loved it. And that's why they won the game.
Always preached that we're going to have a lot of energy at practice, physical. And you said lethargic. Does that surprise you in your group, or is that just, hey, this is football, these things will happen from time to time?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not our DNA. It's not what we do very often. And again, like I said, I don't want you to take it that it was a terrible start, but it wasn't the way we have normally done it. And once challenged, they answer the call.
Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys. Before I ask you about.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments too. Lee Time, he said, that's right, G, they showed fight. Ron Hanna said facts. Last year team would have lost that game. Yes, sir. Danny, Dallas Cowboys, Lakers, let's go. What's going on, Danny? He said, G, practice makes perfect. Yes. Dolores Betty Boop, what's going on, Dolores, tonight? She said, preach, G, I'm telling us. Stephen Miller in the crib, I see you. Welcome to the congregation. Yeah. You got to fight, man. As long as you keep fighting, you deserve it. Ron Hanna said, I felt that way at first, but remembering how we used to lose those games in the past, I have to admire it. The fight in them, to me, it builds character. Man, these people, these men believe what Shotty told them. They believe what Shotty told them. They believe in themselves. They know they can do better. But just because you can do better don't mean you don't keep fighting. You keep on fighting. Boy, hey, Poobie D. Lisa Worley, you see what Poobie D said? He said Tolbert caught a key fourth down. Yeah. Them boys were battling. Lost in Translation said, no way we are losing to the Giants on the home opener. He said the Giants gave us our first loss when we opened Jerry World. They said not today. Them boys fight. They fought. Marlon Dillard, he said, Wanye Thomas, he said start Wanye Thomas and place Wilson to the bench. Like G say, we don't need two run defensive safeties out there. Somebody's got to play the pass. Yes, sir. And like Poobie D, I like the language Poobie D used. Poobie D said that Donovan Wilson and Malik Hooker are in the box safeties. They are. I mean, the Cowboys might really need to start considering a rotation with the safeties. Okay, you want to play all four of them? And you know the bad thing is? The Cowboys voted Donovan Wilson as a captain. The question is, will they be willing to say, Donovan, you're not doing it, and let Marquise Bell and Wanye Thomas get some time in there? If it was me, I would start some type of rotation. Yeah, hey, Mr. Ray's. I think that's Mr. Rasinigan. If I'm wrong, correct. Well, I'm hoping it's Mr. Rasinigan. What's going on, Mr. Rasinigan? You're right. The defense is going to be better when Overshown gets back. It's going to be better. It'll definitely be better for sure. Michael Tyree said, gee, Chargers defense looks good, but they are beatable. I think we can compete with all four teams in the AFC West. Oh, yeah, no doubt. I'm just telling you, man, the Raiders aren't good. The Raiders are in a rebuild mode. And I'm not even sure if Geno Smith is a part of the rebuild. I mean, I think Geno Smith is a good quarterback, but there were people even putting Geno Smith over Dak Prescott, which is ridiculous. Geno missed a couple of throws tonight. More than a couple of throws tonight. Yeah, the Chargers are absolutely beatable. And I think the Raiders, you would think the Raiders with some of the firepower they got would have been able to beat them, but didn't happen. And that's why I keep telling people, man, all these premier edge rushers, man, keep on believing in these guys. They ain't winning nothing. You ain't winning nothing long term with them dudes. Brandon said, gonna take a few games to get it together. Defense is very confused, blowing assignments. Offense still isn't firing on all 8 cylinders. I agree with you. And I think too, Brandon, and still put up 40. Just wait till we get it together. And also too, Brandon, let me tell you what I think is going on too. We want to win so bad. But I want us to think about what the Cowboys have just endured. We have literally faced two of the best defensive lines in football. I don't think people understand that. We have literally went toe-to-toe 2 weeks in a row with two of the best defensive lines, not in the NFC, in the NFL. The New York Giants may very well have the best defensive line in the NFL. I'm telling you, people were already talking about how great their defensive line is. They're going to be a problem in the next year or two. I think they're going to be a problem once they finally decide to get rid of doggone Brian Daboll. But they're going to be a problem. They have the best defensive line in football. And when you think about the Philadelphia Eagles, we didn't even play them with Jalen Carter this time. And they are still one of the best defensive lines in football. The Philadelphia Eagles is a downright gritty, dirty, nasty team. I know we don't like them, but look how they're winning. The quarterback isn't even throwing for barely $150. And they're beating teams. Now with us, it was self-sabotage. What was the Kansas City Chiefs' excuse? Man, I'm telling us, we got to understand. We have played two very talented teams. And we're 1-1. I think that is very good. And we're going to play the Chicago Bears. Watch how much better we are. Sometimes, man, we got to step back. Sometimes we have to step back and say, hold on a second. Is this a trend or is it who we played? Pressure, burst pipes, or create diamonds. Guess what? We created diamonds this week because the Giants put immense pressure on Dak Prescott. Immense pressure. And Dak Prescott rose to the occasion. Man, I'm telling you, some of the throws, I'm telling you, man, Dak Prescott is in a mode of, I don't give a doggone who you are and who we're playing. I will throw any pass I want to. Man, they keep showing these passes that Dak Prescott is throwing, and they are insane. Dak Prescott is completing insane passes. Dak's in a different mode right now. And the Cowboys, again, they played two of the toughest defensive lines you could play. And we almost won one, and we won one. Man, when you play those kinds of fronts, everybody else after that, they're going to seem a lot easier. We're better than we think. I think we're better than we know. We just haven't seen everybody. We just haven't got the right combination yet because, let's think on it. Our offense nor defense played in the preseason. We're still trying to get the connection now between Dak Prescott and George Pickens in the regular season. See, practice is one thing. Regular season is another thing. So I think we're going to need one more, maybe two more games. I think we're going to need maybe one more, maybe two more games. The Chicago Bears game, we're going to once again try to get that thing right. We're going to try to get George Pickens more, I'm pretty sure, more looks, more targets. I'll tell you where I am happy, though. There are two things that travel well. Defense and running games. And I got to give it to Javonte Williams. That man runs hard. That man runs hard. I'm hoping this week we get Jaden Blue because I think we need that pop. And Miles Sanders is not the pop that we're looking for. I want to get Jaden Blue paired with Javonte Williams. But I'm telling us, man, I got to get Javonte Williams his props. He is running the rock, and it's going to travel to Chicago. That power run game that we're slowly developing with Javonte Williams, that's going to be opened up even more. once we can get this wide receiver crew on point, hey, it's going to be great. The Cowboys haven't even reached their potential yet. I think that they're still trying to figure out, not only are they trying to figure out putting Pickens inside of this game plan, the Cowboys are also trying to figure out the third wide receiver. You know, what is that third wide receiver going to do? Kevontae Turpin, we did get good news. At least I think we did. Kevontae Turpin, I don't think it's any kind of damage or anything. He hurt his neck. But I'd already said the game before, I was concerned about them playing Kevontae Turpin as a traditional number 3 receiver. I don't think that's what they should be doing. I really think they should be treating him as strictly a gadget guy. I don't think he needs to be getting 15 touches a game, 10 touches a game. I think you say there are 8 plays that we are going to get this dude in space, well-designed plays to where we can clear it out, get this dude in space, and let it be a foot race. But trying to play him out of the backfield, trying to play him on crossing routes for a short yardage, I don't need Kevontae Turpin for that. I'd rather be using Jalen Tolbert and Jonathan Mingo for that, even Ryan Flanoy. But when it comes to Tolbert, I'm clearing it out. I'm clearing it out, and it's going to be maybe screens. Maybe it'll be something quick and out. Maybe it'll be something where somebody rubs. I get him in a rub route. I'm going to get him a way to get him in space so that his main asset can be put on display. Speed. Speed kills. That's where you have to use Kevontae Turpin. We don't really need him, at least in my estimation. I just think they're using him a little too traditionally, and I don't think we need to do that. Yeah, I'm with you, Michael Tyree. I'm with you. Yeah, the season actually starts on the 28th. And I'm telling you, I believe we're beating Green Bay. I believe we are beating Green Bay. We're going to have some things more together, I think, by the time we see Green Bay. I believe we're beating Green Bay. In Dallas, I think we're going to beat them. Poobie D said, I hope this game humbles us. Poobie D, I really think, too, talking about humbling, you know, maybe there was a little bit of the Cowboys thinking, it's the Giants, 13 games. You know, Dak's owned these boys. He's beat them 13 games. Surely we'll beat them this one. Man, somebody forgot to tell the Giants. Ron Hanna said, man, this has let me believe there's some politics going on with certain players. I think so, too, and positions, because Stevie Wonder can see we're getting toasted. We have to put the best players on the field. I mean, what got me thinking this is Maurice Leofow. I think Maurice Leofow this week again didn't play but 14 snaps. I'm questioning that. I'm questioning Marquise Bell only playing on special teams. Wanye Thomas not getting more time. Man, tell me anything you want to about this dude with Jaden Blue. Jaden Blue with the doggone playbook. But, man, you got to get this dude out here, man. I'm telling us, I don't care if it's as simple as run to the right. Man, you got to get this dude out of here. We need to see what he is, because we need to see if we need to pair somebody else with Javonte Williams before it's too late. As Tekka said, Jack Sanborn starting over Maurice Leofow the last 2 games is all favoritism by Eberflus. Yeah, I think that, you know, with Eberflus, I think what we're seeing is some of the players who have played with him before, they're benefiting. But I also think that I'm hoping the Cowboys are smart enough to realize one of the reasons why these guys played with him before is because they were not good enough to start. Sanborn again. Now, a lot of people talking about how good Sanborn is. Sanborn, he might just need a little bit more seasoning. But some of these players, man, I don't know, man. The Cowboys, I think they'll get it together. I think they got one more game. They're going to try to evaluate some things in real time. But I think by the time we play Green Bay September 28th, I think the Cowboys are going to try to put the best thing that they have on the field, because it's the only way you're beating Green Bay. The only way they're beating Green Bay, they got to put the best thing they have out there on the field. Tell it like it is said only Dak can play the Eagles and Giants D-line with a 32nd ranked protection to come out of it the second highest graded passer through 2 weeks. I saw that. Tell it like it is. I saw that. Yeah, Dak been balling, man. Dak been balling. Absolutely balling. All right, let's listen to some more Shotty on this thing.
Clowney, one administrative thing. The interception by Dak, it looked like it hit the ground. Was that supposed to be automatically reviewed? Could you review it? What was that?
Yeah. Any turnover, they're supposed to review.
It did hit the ground.
And I asked, and then again started moving on to the next thing. So, usually the league's done a great job with the replay assist. But
it hit the ground.
That's one you would have loved to, get potentially turned back.
So it hit the ground from what you saw.
From what I saw, yeah.
Yeah, it hit the ground.
Clowney's here. Can you just talk about the need for him and how the courtship went over the weekend, so to speak?
Yeah, well, we just are in the business of adding good football players, and he's a damn good football player. Guy that we've all seen play at a high level for a long time, and the reason we brought him in was to figure out where he was from a conditioning standpoint, where he was mentally. I think he checked all those boxes for us. He's hungry. He has missed it. He really has. I know you guys got a chance to visit with him a few minutes ago, but anytime we can add good football players, we want to do it. This guy's a good football player. He's not here just to be a pass rusher. He's here to play defense and to affect the game and to stop the run and to, affect the quarterback by moving him off the spot. And he knows how to play football. So it'd be exciting to see him out there on the practice field on Wednesday.
Yeah. I like a couple of comments. I like what Tell It Like It Is said. Tell It Like It Is. He said Devontae Smith can do it. Turpin can do it too if he want to. Yeah, but I'm struggling. Tell It Like It Is. I just think that Turpin is just a different type of talent. But I tell you this, he's a very tough dude. Now, I'm not saying he's not tough. Because if, I was telling my wife this a couple of weeks ago. When you're Turpin size and you make it to this level, people don't understand that's a different level of toughness, man. Man, that's a different level of toughness. Turpin is a tough dude. So is Devontae Smith. Devontae Smith is a very tough dude. But I think you got to be very careful about the durability of those type of players. And you want to keep them out of harm's way as much as possible. And I think the Cowboys, they're really... I just don't think they're taking advantage of his strength as much. I think they're trying to take advantage of his speed, but I don't think they're taking advantage of him as much. Tell it like it is. I just think he's not. I'm struggling with them playing him like that traditional third. I am. Because I know they're saying he's a mismatch on the nickelbacks on other teams, and I can get with that, but what just happened to him is what I was afraid of. Man, you pile up on a little dude like that, I don't care how tough he is, something gonna break. Something gonna break or something gonna strain. When he comes back, I hope the Cowboys just do a better job of, okay, let's get this guy in space. Ron Bowski makes a great comment too. He said the run game can be physical, but at this level, when you're forced to sub out a wide receiver because he won't block, telling the opposing defense it's going to be a run, you'll never be a successful run team. Yeah. I'm with you. I'm with you on that too. I know what you're saying. Yeah. Because even when Jonathan Mingo gets back, the Cowboys will have to be very careful putting in Jonathan Mingo when you're going to run the ball. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm not sure how long Turpin is going to be back. I just know the X-rays were negative. We know Cooper Beebe will be out 6 to 8 weeks, but Turpin announced last night that the X-rays were good, so he's probably just got a little strain. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's out there this week. He's a tough dude. I'm just telling you. What up, church? Turpin's a tough dude. Straight up, he's a tough dude. I just don't want the Cowboys getting him too wrapped up. I would like to see him getting him in space rather than getting him in scrums. Ron Hanna said, I would try Leo Fowl. Seemed like he has the most lateral quickness at linebacker. Man, let me tell you something. I saw something tonight from the Los Angeles Chargers that just gave me, it was like, to watch them spy out Geno Smith. Eberflus gonna have to make some changes to me. The Los Angeles Chargers were spying out Geno Smith. You don't have to spy him on every play. Spy him on third and longs. They need to use Maurice Leofau's quickness to spy out these quarterbacks on third and longs. Because I'm telling you now, Caleb Williams, that joker, hey, second, he's one of the worst, if not the worst, second half quarterback in the league. But if you give that joker some time to run, or you give him some space to run, Caleb Williams will kill you. He's either deadly accurate or deadly inaccurate, but he can run the ball. The Cowboys I think they need to spy him out. Bam Bam, he said, "What up, G? What up, Bam Bam?" He said, "I think we are great offensively." Yeah. But if we don't do something about Wilson and the linebackers, Caleb will have a day like Russell. Yeah, I think his will be a little bit. I don't think he ain't gonna throw it like Russell. But one of the problems with him is that joker can run. Caleb Williams can run. So the Cowboys going to have to keep him in check. Tell it like it is. He said, Blue going to look like Genty not knowing that book, but I would give him some runs. Straight up. Me too. Me too. Turgay, you'll watch what I tell you. Michael Parsons is going to be determined to get his hands on Dak Prescott. I'm not sure if Michael Parsons has ever liked Dak Prescott. I'm not sure if Dak Prescott has ever been in love with Michael Parsons. Michael Parsons is going to do everything he can do to get his hands on Dak Prescott. But I have a funny feeling the Cowboys' offensive line are going to be determined to not let him touch Dak Prescott. And I think the Cowboys also are going to use some of his, his adrenaline, his drive to get at Dak Prescott. I think they're going to use him like an old towel. You watch what I tell you. These guys have played against him in practice. They played against Michael Parsons at practice. They know what to expect. I think the Cowboys will be fine against Michael Parsons. I think the Cowboys are going to beat the Green Bay Packers. I do. I think they're going to beat them. Straight up, I think they're going to beat them. Yeah, tell it like it is. He tough. That little joker is tough, man. That's what I was telling my wife. I said, shoot. You don't make it to this level being that small unless you are tough. Yeah, he got hurt on the return. Yeah, I realized that. Yeah, it was a weird tackle. But yeah, that boy Lee Time said, yeah, Turpin can't block. Yep. Ron Hanna said, y'all don't worry about MP. He was here for 4 years. If anybody know his strengths and weaknesses, it's us, and he will get exposed. Yeah, I think the Cowboys are going to deal with him. Yeah, I think they're going to deal with him. And you think about Terrence Steele. I'm sorry, I read one of the comments. I'm getting ready to say something. Lee Time said sand brick. He didn't call him sandboard. He called him sand brick. He said sand brick looks stiff. Terrence Steele. Terrence Steele struggles with the bull rush type of rushers. I think he'll be able to deal with Parsons though. It's going to be a good game, but I think they're going to get ready for the Green Bay Packers through the Chicago game. So I think he'll be ready to go. Big Rombowski said a lot of teams are using their backup running back with speed on kickoff returns with these new rules. Blue would be perfect there. Yeah. We'll see. Chase, what's wrong with Flus playing zone coverage? We have man coverage corner. Yeah, and our safeties don't get deep enough in coverage. I think that's a telltale sign that I don't think Trayvon Diggs is all the way back. Tell it like it is. So they're going to be blowing up Michael with them cutback blocks. Hey, let me tell you. Tell it like it is. Some people just don't really understand. I think they're going to be going after Michael Parsons as much as he's going after them. But you know what? Tell it like it is. You know what I think people are underestimating? Let me tell you what I love about Kenny Clark. He hasn't said a word about Green Bay. Anybody notice that? Kenny Clark ain't said a word about Green Bay, but I picked up something that he said. He said it was good to be wanted when he came to Dallas. I keep laughing at how people are worried about Michael Parsons. Green Bay ought to be worried about Kenny Clark. Green Bay ought to be worried about Kenny Clark. I'm telling y'all right now, Kenny Clark is going to make it his business to wreck the Green Bay Packers. He will make it his business to wreck them boys. I guarantee you. And I trust that he knows Matt LaFleur's offense better than Michael Parsons knows Eberflus's defense. I'm telling us, Kenny Clark gonna wreck them boys. He gonna wreck them. He is going to wreck them boys. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. Ron Hanna said, G teams are seeing what can happen to you if you don't spot quarterbacks, and it's something that Eberflus refuses to do, and Caleb can run, and the Bears will have some design runs. Man, let me tell you something. If I know Ben Johnson, okay, we've got 2 weeks of tape. I don't know, unless they got something else they haven't showed us. We got 2 weeks of tape now. Anybody who has watched the Cowboys for 2 weeks, there are two things they know that they can do to our defense unless we make a change. The quarterback can sit in the pocket and escape out the pocket, and there's nothing left there to get him. And the seam routes, because our safety play is suspect, if we want to call it suspect, the seam routes will also be there for you if you can throw it deep. I'm pretty sure Ben Johnson is, I'm pretty sure he's, you don't have to be a rocket scientist. Just look at what Dayball did. But I think the problem that's going to be for every team this year that faces the Cowboys, guys, I'm going to just keep it 100 with us. I don't think there's going to be a team that's going to be able to stop the Cowboys offense. I don't think there's a team in the NFL that can truly stop the Cowboys offense. They're loaded. Not only are they loaded, it's the way that Dak Prescott is playing the quarterback position right now. Dak Prescott is throwing passes that I'm sure that even the defenders are looking at going, he actually threw this? Or they're looking up and the ball is whizzing right over their head. By the time they respond, it's too late. The way Dak is playing the quarterback position and the weapons the Cowboys have, I'm telling y'all, man, the Cowboys are tough out. For any offense, at any given play, you have got to dedicate 2 defenders to either Pickens or 2 defenders to CeeDee Lamb. And when we can finally get when we finally get Jake Ferguson to start catching the ball, Jake Ferguson to me still ain't catching like he got an extension. We got to get Jake Ferguson to catch the doggone ball. Javonte Williams is running like a doggone demon. Kevontae Turpin, I'm sure he'll be back by the time we play the Green Bay Packers. But and of course he'll be on down the line. But guys, I'm telling us, the Cowboys' offense is a nightmare. Let me put it to you like this: if the Eagles didn't stop the Cowboys, if the Giants didn't stop the Cowboys with those 2 defensive lines, what chance does any line has that's less than those 2? Cowboys' offense is a problem. They are a problem. There will not be many teams that's going to stop us from scoring. Let me tell you something. If they stop us from scoring, boy, them jokers about that, they're going to have the game of their life. The Cowboys' offense is a problem. And even if you stop it, but how long can you keep it? How long can you contain it? It's not a problem. Maybe you stop them a quarter. Maybe you stop them 2. How do you stop them 4 quarters? The Philadelphia Eagles didn't stop us 2 quarters. We stopped ourselves with dumb drops and a fumble. We stopped ourselves. We are a tough out for any team on defense. We are a tough out. I don't think there's an answer for the Cowboys on offense. I don't think there's an answer. Dak Prescott is eating pressure right now. See, this is what I tell people about pressure. Don't tell me the pressure. Tell me the result of the pressure. Because Dak Prescott is eating pressure now. Quarterbacks like Dak Prescott, Patrick Mahomes, I don't know. He in recovery right now because I don't think he's still recovered from the Philadelphia Eagles. I think the last game they played here just last Sunday, I think he was having flashbacks. But Dak Prescott is eating pressure right now. So the Cowboys, boy, they're tough out. They are tough out. Lulu 18, he says, like when my ex calls me and tells me she wants me. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Feels nice. I'm telling us, Kenny Clark. Everybody keep talking about, oh, Michael, he come to Dallas and he gonna do this. Wait till Green Bay come to Dallas. Shoot, I won't be surprised this is the best game. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the best game Kenny Clark have all season. I won't be surprised Kenny Clark get 2 sacks, 5, 6, 7 tackles, strip sack, fumble, or calls a turnover. Shoot, watch Kenny Clark. He been real quiet about this issue, but I think this dude Kenny Clark is very mad about the. I don't think he's mad that he's gone. I think he's mad by the fact that they got him gone. Kenny Clark laid it on the line for them boys. You watch what I tell you.
He said he could play this week. Is that any chance, he could get on the field with not having training camp?
Yeah, I wouldn't bet against Jadeveon, but we don't have to make that decision now. We're certainly going to do what we think is in the best interest of the team, and
that's code for he playing this weekend.
What's in the best interest of the team is he might be active and he might not.
Kenny, stop playing Brian Schottenheimer. I know you don't want to play your hand right now. Jadeveon Clowney. Chicago Bears, prepare for Jadeveon Clowney chasing Caleb Williams. Prepare for it.
Brian Todd Archer with ESPN. Cooper Beebe status. Can you update us there?
Yeah, sounds like it's going to be 6 to 8 weeks.
Yep.
He's got a foot that he's dealing with.
Ankle sprain.
Again, disappointed for him, but again, very pleased that we got a guy like Brock Hoffman that can step in, and Brock ended up playing some important minutes, into overtime and against a damn good front. I thought Brock did really, really well, and so Beebs will do whatever he can to get back, but it looks like it's going to be that 6 to 8 week period.
Hey guys, don't y'all worry about Brock Hoffman. See, Brock Hoffman now, he came in just kind of, hey, get out there. Let him get a week of practice. I'm telling y'all, Brock Hoffman is the right type of player you want on your team. The Cowboys are so blessed and fortunate to have this dude playing as a backup, because anytime somebody gets hurt on the line, Brock can fill in. We them boys, yeah, man, can't stop the offense this year. The way Dak throwing the ball, we them boys, boy, I don't think there's a team out there that can stop us. Not offensively. Ron Hanna, I'm telling you. Ron Hanna said, man, he said, I never looked at that angle, G. Kenny Clark will have a chip on his shoulder. Don't let him get a shot at Jordan Love. Ron Hanna. Kenny Clark, to me, is very dangerous. Kenny Clark is a dangerous individual. What makes Kenny Clark so dangerous to me is that he don't do a lot of talking. He one of them dudes that lets it all build up for the game, and then he unleashes. This dude, Kenny Clark, man, I love the fact the Cowboys got this dude. He a problem. You watch what I tell you. He ain't gonna say a whole lot when it's Green Bay week. He's not gonna say a whole lot. You watch what I tell you. He ain't gonna say a whole lot. But when the whistle blow, he gonna do a whole lot. See, based up in this thing, what's going on? He said, gee, I was the one saying we'd be a team that heavily relies on the offense. Yes, sir. As opposed to being a team that relied heavily on our defense in previous years. Yep, for sure. Our offense right now is our strength. And really, see, based to just be honest, I don't care how good our defense would be. This offense we have this year, and it's not even hitting where it will be hitting. Boy, this offense is crazy with the way Dak Prescott. Lee Time said Dak is killing double team coverage. Risky, but doing it well. Man, Dak is putting everybody on notice. Dak putting everybody on notice. I bet you teams are looking at the film on Dak Prescott just losing their breath like, oh, he threw that? Yeah, he threw that. Yeah, he threw that. So you better keep your head on a swivel because Dak Prescott ain't playing. Dak Prescott is trying to claim that MVP. But let me tell you something. Lamar Jackson is having a heck of a season already. Tell it like it is. He had about 80 yards, and it's still just week 2. Yeah, you talking about Javonte? Tell me who you talking about. Yeah, Church Ferg to me starting to feel himself. He needs to do a little bit better out there on the field. Yeah, Cowboys offense is the best in the NFL. I believe it, Coyote. And I'd already said, I said it before the first game. I believe the Cowboys defense, the Cowboys offense, before it's all said and done, top 5. Won't shock me if it's top 3. Judging out the Giants game, I think we're going to struggle with the Bears. It's going to be a hard-fought game, T-Base. There's no doubt about it. But the Bears, they don't have the line like the doggone Giants. They don't have that kind of line. But I'm very confident because I do think that Eberflus is going to. Eberflus knows some of those players over there. He was with them for 2 years, and I think he actually. One thing I will say too, he knows Caleb Williams. Man, I'm telling you, if Ben Johnson got his way, Caleb Williams wouldn't be the quarterback there. I don't believe he would be. Caleb Williams is a basket case. He got some issues in his head, man. I'm telling you. I will not be surprised if the Cowboys just I won't be surprised if the Cowboys wear the Bears out. I won't. I'm just telling us the Cowboys offensively are going to be a hard out. They're going to be a hard out for a lot of teams. And I think the Giants, I'm telling you, I don't think the defense will be as bad the next time we play a team. We'll see what Eberflus does. But I'm telling you, man, Eberflus has been a little bit stubborn to me. Because I don't understand why does he insist on trying to rush 4 when he don't have the personnel to do that rush 4, drop 7 type of defense. He literally needs to start blitzing more. He needs to pick and choose his spots because if not, he's going to continue to get torched.
When Hoffman went in, everybody talked about his mindset or play style, I guess. What can that bring to your group up front?
Well, I'll be honest with you, Todd. I mean, Brock does that even without playing. I mean, at practice, he does it. On game day from the sideline, he does it. So when he's out there, it's just maybe more noticeable for everybody else. But the intensity the guy plays with, the trash that he talks is kind of fun and cool. He gets underneath the defenders, gets in their heads a little bit.
Yeah, Hoffman
but yeah, his play style is just he's wired the right way, man. And our guys love it. But he's definitely one of the leaders in that room. The guys respect him. He's the first guy out there. He's the last guy to leave. He helps orchestrate a lot of the post-practice stuff that we do. And, it's just great to have a guy like that when something like this happens that you can look to.
Cowboys are blessed to have Brock Hoffman, guys. I'm telling you. Brock Hoffman is a monster. He is the type of dude you want on your team. And I'm telling you right now, he can start on a lot of teams. Hoffman can play multiple positions on the offensive line. Brock Hoffman, the way the Cowboys offensive line is situated right now, I don't see him being, I don't see the Cowboys being able to retain him. But when it is time for his contract, and I think it was only a 1-year contract this year, I'm telling you, Brock Hoffman's starting somewhere. He can play the game. He's got a monster attitude.
John Machado with The Athletic. What was last night like for you? Were you getting a chance to hang out with the family? How did you celebrate?
Yeah, I did. Just kind of hung out with the family and spent some time. And I would have thought that my wife would have had a nice meal, but we got some pizza.
Yeah, church.
Imagine that. We just got some pizza and had a couple shotties. The lemons were flowing strong because I wasn't the only one drinking shotties. But no, it was great. Game ended. Got a chance to go up and see them in the box. And my daughter was in town from college. It was great to see her. My kids were there. And again, I think I told you guys last night, my mom broke her arm. So I guess during the press conference, my wife, Jemmy, she thought to actually Zoom my mom in. And so my mom appreciated all the nice things I said about her. She's actually got to have surgery on Friday. So prayers up for her. But, it was I was tired. I really was. I was tired. And so I think I was in bed by 10:30. I'm not as young as I used to be.
And then I was going to ask, what is your concern level on the back end of your defense? Obviously, giving up too many big plays in the passing game to Russell. Yeah,
again, it was not the standard, and I think there's a lot of things we can clean up. I think that's what I'm excited about, is that this is not a multiple week thing. Like, this is something that we think we can correct. I felt like, it was a lot of different pieces, a lot of different parts that did those. It wasn't one person. It wasn't, one type of coverage. When you're going to be multiple the way we are, we have to communicate better. I didn't think our communication was to the standard that it needs to be. I thought the crowd noise was actually great, which is what we want, and that's what we expect from the Cowboy fans. But there's a lot of things to tighten up. Anytime you give up 7 explosive passes, and Russ played incredibly well, but there was a lot of things that we can tighten up, and I think that was what was so good about the meetings today is we don't shy away from those things. We point those things out, and defense is hard, man. All 11 guys have to be doing the same thing, and when it doesn't happen, you open up yourself to big plays, and Russ is the type of quarterback, I feel like I'm a little bit, maybe made it prophetic, but he's the best deep ball thrower I've ever been around, and he got us some. So, but we found a way to win the game, which is great. We're going to make the corrections, and we have to, because giving up those type of plays, you're not going to win many games, and we were very fortunate to find a way to win.
Nick Harris forward.
So it's this issue that he keeps talking about being multiple. And I've noticed that people keep saying that the defense looks confused. Maybe this is why the defense looks confused. Maybe this is why. Maybe you're trying to get them to do too much. And even trying to get them to do some things that they can't do. Now, the Eberflus defense is supposed to be simple. That's what I studied. That's what I read about the Eberflus defense. It's supposed to be simple. But these players actually look confused. They look very confused. The linebackers don't seem to know. They don't seem to know their assignments on a given play. The safeties, it was like they didn't get back far enough until the last drive that the New York Giants had. We finally got, I think, was that Donovan Wilson back there? We finally got him back there to make a big play. Maybe they're making it too complicated for him. I don't know. But I really do think they need to start really thinking about what do they have and what they can and can't do, and let the defense start playing the defense to its strengths. And I'm telling you, I just don't think this defense, I don't think the guys we have are built for zone defense. I just don't think they're built for it. I think that's one of the things they are struggling with bad. I think they're struggling with the zone defense. I think they're a lot more used to man-to-man. They're struggling. And, man, when you think about, he played 100% zone against the Eagles, 97% zone against the Chicago Bears. I just think maybe he needs to change it up and make it even more simple. He talks about these multiples, but I don't know. I don't know, man. I just think they're struggling with this. Yeah, we're going to start talking about Chicago, Church. We'll be talking about Chicago as early as tomorrow. We'll be talking about Chicago. I'm sure most people will move on to Chicago by tomorrow. Yeah, we'll be talking about Chicago. I'm saying tomorrow. We'll be talking about Chicago later on today at 4:30 p.m. Yeah, we'll be talking about Chicago. Chicago going to be a tough out. This is another test for Brian Schottenheimer. That's why I say, man, this is like this coaching staff really does. It's going to take them a year, I believe, to get fully acclimated, because next year they won't be trying to implement this and try this with these players and this and this. They'll understand a lot more what they have, especially with the core players. But this is a brand new coaching staff. They're still trying to figure it out too. So I think the Cowboys are going to be great, though, going forward. And again, this is another week. You got a big game coming up against Green Bay. I can tell you now, I bet you the anticipation for this Green Bay game is bananas. It's got to be. It's bananas. So now Brian Schottenheimer has to do something else. He had to coach as a brand new coach after coming off playing the world champion Eagles. He had to get them up for a team that I'm pretty sure they thought they were going to beat. Only for that team to come out scratching and clawing and punching. He had to help this team keep their composure, beat the New York Giants. Now he's got to go play the Chicago Bears before the Green Bay Packers. That in itself is going to require some serious, serious concentration. Trying to make sure your team is not looking forward to games after the game that's in front of them. That's a tough task. That's a very tough task. So now Brian has got to keep them focused on the Bears. Got to keep them focused on the Bears. That doggone Caleb Williams is struggling right now. You got to be careful. Cowboys could be a get-right game for him. We don't want it to be a get-right game. We actually want it to be continue on the same trajectory that you on. We want it to continue to be bad. Daniel Lim, my right-hand man, is up in here. Daniel Lim, what's going on with you? Good to see you tonight. Big Rambowski said, nothing makes an NFL vet mad when they play a whole season hurt, doing the best they can, only to feel the organization didn't have their back. Rambowski. Man played with a bunion on his feet. This man played with a bunion on his foot. And then they go trade, man, shoot. I bet he mad too. Daniel M said, gee, we got Clowney and I'm pumped up for him. The dude looks like a true player. Man, Daniel M. I'm excited, man. Jerry smart. Get him the game before the Green Bay game. Get him the game before the Green Bay game. He'll be ready to go. He'll be ready to go. Yeah, I'm excited for him. Yeah. Tell it like it is. He said, Javonte, a top 10 running back. We don't have a running back problem. Tell it like it is. I know that there are people who are saying the Cowboys need to trade for a running back one. No, I don't think they need to trade for a running back one. Now, Javonte Williams has earned. He has earned that spot. And this is only week 2. What will he look like in week 3? Week 4? Javonte Williams was 130 yards of offense this week. Shoot. Nah, we good on him. We good on him. Javonte Williams is doing his thing. Now we just need to get him that pop. Now we need to let's see what Jaden Blue is. Miles Sanders is not the pop. I don't understand the infatuation with Miles Sanders. He is not the pop the team is looking for. They need a home run hitter. Home run hitters change up the way offenses. Home run hitters change up the way defenses look at you. They need Jaden Blue to come in and have a flat-out home run. It changes the game. It changes the game when you got a home run hitter. We already got the bruising running back. He's going to really start helping us as time goes on. But you also need that lightning. You need that one guy that says, and by the way, we got a missile too. Yeah, we got a cannon, but we got a missile too. And you keep playing around, he get loose, it's over with. Yeah, Azteca, we got Brock Hoffman, he's a beast, and TJ Bass. Man, you couldn't ask for 2 better backups. You could not pay. I'm telling you, you could not ask for 2 better backups than Brock Hoffman and TJ Bass. I love it. Church said Brock attitude is awesome, man. He's a demon, bro. Yeah, he's a demon. Daniel Lynn, Blue needs to stay focused and stop jacking around in practice. I think he had a better practice last week. And after what they saw this week, I believe from Miles Sanders, I think they're going to let him get his shot. Ron Hanna said, now, Shotty, we know better. No pass rush in sight. He's starting the Bears game. Straight up, Ron Hanna. You can tell us anything you want to. Yeah, he playing. He playing. Coyote up in this thing. What up, Coyote? Yeah, like you said, Cowboys improved. Yeah, them boys is doing their thing, man. Wow. Ferguson top 10 receiving for tight ends this year. Okay. Lost in Translation says Kenny Clark is 100% business days. Bro, he dangerous, man. Lost in Translation, he dangerous. He quiet, bro. He dangerous. Whew. I'm ready. I am ready. Okay. Ferg top 10. I'm going to check that out. Well, if he top 10, he could be top 5 if he really turned it on. Robert Simmons said that Green Bay and Cowboys game going to be a shootout like it was yesterday against the Giants. You know what, though, Robert Simmons? We may be surprised. That Green Bay game may actually be a defensive battle. Problem is, though, with the Cowboys, man, you can't hold the Cowboys. They're going to be hard to hold. Now, the Green Bay Packers aren't as talented offensively as the Cowboys are, but I think what equalizes it, Matt LaFleur is a master play caller, Robert Simmons. So it wouldn't surprise me if it is a shootout. But I'm hoping the Cowboys defense tighten way up before then so we don't have to worry about no doggone 40-37 game. Solomon Jernigan said, yeah, defense gets better and better, but it takes time. Players playing together gets better. Yeah, I think this is what we're looking at with the Cowboys, not to mention they have just played two of the toughest doggone defensive lines you could ever just imagine. Man, tell it like it is. Boy, you right. You right. Mid-season Dak gonna be crazy because he look like mid-season Dak now. Okay, tell it like it is. You was talking about Ferg. Man, Ferg still, he just, I don't know. I just need to see a little bit more from Ferg. I thought he'd be eating a little bit more than he is. But again, it's good. It's good to go because he's still a weapon for us. He's still a weapon for us because the offense is just so good. All right, let's listen to some more, Brian.
Star Telegram, just kind of piggyback on that. Would you say that communication piece is the main diagnostic point y'all saw when y'all were looking at film on how exactly those deep balls did happen in yesterday's game? And if so, how does that get corrected over the course of this week?
Well, I think, again, there was a lot of things, Nick. I mean, there really was. It was not just the communication. It was, guy being out of position here, guy being out of position there. There's things we can do from a scheme standpoint. I mean, we gave up a 3rd and 24, and the linebackers were a little bit too tight, and that's something that we control as coaches. I mean, this is not just the players. This is us as well, where we need to be better as coaches, and I need to be better. And so, again, it gets corrected. It's been walked through, and then you coach it next week. It doesn't stop. Like Wednesday, we'll hit those same things. But what does save you is when you communicate at an elite level, that saves you from some of those, because sometimes a little reminder from one player to another player makes him think, and then they adjust, and that limits those. But, just clearly too many guys running wide open down the field, and that's unacceptable.
Yeah, what's it looking like for Turpin at this point?
Yeah, sounds like most of the tests have come back pretty clear. So hopefully we'll have a chance to have him this week.
Tommy Arstow.
Ron Hatter, he said, what color nails will Caleb Williams wear this week? He said by the end of the game, they're going to be silver and blue.
Cowboys.com. When you think back to your time in Seattle with Jadeveon, he was talking earlier today about, still a lot of younger guys at this position. What did you learn about him, maybe as a teacher then, and what do you hope that he can? Obviously, he's going to try to do what he can on the field for himself, but what do you hope he can do for some of the younger guys in that room too?
I think he's going to invest. I think he's been the young guy. He's been the first overall pick. He's been the guy that, the house was going to be built on. Now, look, Jadeveon's just another good member of our football team. Like, let's not go overboard. Like, we're thrilled that we're adding a really good football player, but he's not here to replace anybody. He's here to play great defense and to help us. But I think at the same time, I think he's going to impact Donovan Ezeraka, who just played his best game as a Cowboy. He's going to impact those guys just like Kenny Clark did, coming in here and making an impact, not just with his play, but with the way he teaches and the way he leads and the way he practices. And I think that's what you can see from a guy, like Jadeveon that's played so much. And what I'm the most excited about is there's a fire and a hunger that you see when you talk to him about how much he's missed it. And that's not with all players that take the off season off and training camp off. You bring him in and sometimes they're like, I've missed it a little bit. Like he was like, no, I've missed it. Like I'm ready. And that was the thing that gets you excited.
And does his son?
I'm telling you, Jadeveon Clowney, contrary to what some people think, Jadeveon Clowney is not as much about Michael Parsons as it is about Dante Fowler. I believe the Cowboys were banking on Dante Fowler. He got 10 sacks last year. I know it's only game 2. But Dante Fowler, for all intents and purposes, has not looked good through 2 games. He just hasn't looked good. Dante Fowler is supposed to be the veteran dude in the room. The Cowboys are paying him a pretty good penny. He's not the dude in the... So now Jadeveon Clowney has got to be that dude. Michael Tyree, I see something that you said here. Robert Davis Jr., what up with you? Up late night, family. What's going on? Look at this right here. Oh, let me read. My man Robert Davis, he said, early good morning, Dallas Cowboys family. Dallas Cowboys, their own best chance to win. And own worst enemy. Yes, sir, we got this. Michael Tyree, breaking news. Jalen Johnson, Bears all-pro cornerback, is out indefinitely. Ooh. That is a blow. That is a blow, especially when you're getting ready to play Dak Prescott. That's a blow. Look at this. Pro Bowl Bears cornerback Jalen Johnson, growing injury, out indefinitely. Wow. Wow. Exited the second quarter of the Bears' 52-21 loss to the... Good googly muggly, as the old men used to say. 52-21. He made a diving pass breakup and lay on his stomach while receiving medical attention from the trainers before walking to the Chicago sideline. After a brief visit to the injury tent, Johnson went back to the Bears locker room. Whoa. He initially sustained a groin injury while training during the offseason and later told the Pivot podcast that he tore an adductor off a pelvic bone. He was placed on non-football injury list in late July and missed all of training camp, the preseason and Chicago season opener against the Minnesota Vikings. Bears coach Ben Johnson said Sunday that he believed Jalen Johnson and linebacker T.J. Edwards, who also exited the loss early with a hamstring, had re-aggravated the injuries that sidelined both players from week 1. Whoa. Wow. Wow. You know what? I'm praying for a speedy recovery for both of those players. But boy, I tell you what, not having them playing the Cowboys is gonna be a problem for them, boy. Gonna be a problem for them. Woo, Chase, you just said something. Chase said if it wasn't for drop passes, Dak Prescott would be number 1. Straight facts. C Base, he said he think we should do a 3-4 scheme. Probably have to get a couple more linebackers, you think, though? Bam Bam says, seems like we're always playing the teams with the most to prove on. Bam Bam, you better stop playing. Boy, let me tell you something. He said it seemed like week to week. We playing the teams with the most to prove, and they need to prove it. He said, tough schedule so far. Bam Bam. Boy, you ain't never lied, boy. You ain't never lied. And you know, man, this league is really a battle of attrition. The Chicago Bears, they lose their cornerback, might be missing their linebacker, T.J. Edwards, when they play us. But we're going to be missing we're going to be missing Cooper Beebe, and we could possibly be missing Cavonte Turpin. Thankfully, the Cowboys are so loaded depth-wise that the Cowboys, I think, will be fine, because if Cavonte Turpin can't go this week, Jaden Blue will be on the 53-man roster this week, even if it's him just returning kicks. Jaden Blue, you would have to use him, because I don't think Tolbert, I don't think the Cowboys should probably be thinking about using him in the punt return game. I'd put Jaden Blue back there. I would put Jaden Blue back there. Let him return punts. Let him do the kickoff. I would use him this week. Even if I got to acclimate him like that, I would use him. See if he can make some big plays like that. Put him in the slot. Let me tell you something. Jaden Blue can play wide receiver. He works out as a wide receiver. The dude has great hands. He was killer out of the backfield at Texas in his last year. Jaden Blue will definitely be good for the Cowboys, even if they don't use him in the run game. But I would love to see him out there. Turgay said, I know Javonte doing great for 2 weeks, but I watched Javonte last year. He lacked consistency. Sometimes it felt like top 10 running back. Sometimes, well, he was just bad. Turgay, well, let's let him keep doing it until he don't. But I think he's got a chip on his shoulder. And the reason why I think he not only does have a chip on his shoulder, I also think that he don't want to let Brian Schottenheimer down. Man, after listening to Brian Schottenheimer, Javonte Williams was a Brian Schottenheimer pick. He's a Brian Schottenheimer pick. The Skywalker, what up with you? He said, yeah, the offense is crazy. We put 40 and ain't even break a sweat. They did not feel like a 40-point game at all. It really felt like a 28-point game. I had to go back and count the points. Yes, sir. Chase, you know what? I think they're going to have to start playing again Maurice Leafau. I also think they need to start playing. I think it's time to start working in Shamar James, too. Ron Hanna said, I'm worried the Bears have better skill position players than the Giants, in my opinion, so we need to play disciplined football. Well, as far as the defense go for the Bears, Ron Hanna, they about to have problems, bro. They all about to have problems. I'm not worried about Brock Hoffman. He can handle his own at the center position. Brock Hoffman gonna handle business. You watch what I tell you. Brock Hoffman gonna handle position, gonna handle business. But I'm telling you, I think the Cowboys offense, not only for the Bears, I just think they're a problem for everybody. Them boys gonna be a problem for sure. I'm good, man. I'm telling you. I just see it like this. If the Cowboys just get it together, they're gonna be hard to stop. Hard to stop. And it's going to be scary when they get it together. And I think they're going to get it together by mid-season. They're going to be scary. But I also think, too, that we're going to play really well. I think we're going to play really well against Chicago Bears. Turgay, I talked about this today. Man, people better stop acting like we just doo-doo up in here. This dude, Neighbors, is serious. Shoot, Neighbors will do that to a whole lot of people. Shoot. Sometimes, man, we be looking like, yeah, man, we this and we that. Nah, bro, them dudes, Neighbors, the Giants got some pieces. This is one of the reasons for me, Dayball, I'm not, if I'm them, I'm not sticking with Dayball. Daniel Jones is looking like a doggone, looking like he in the run for the MVP. The Indianapolis Colts is the first team in NFL history to score on their first 10 drives. The Colts with Daniel Jones set an NFL record for scoring they scored points on their first 10 drives. Insanity. They got some pieces. They really do. They got some pieces. Ain't no doubt about it. C. Bays, he said, I agree, they're making it too complicated. I think that's maybe what it is too with all this doggone multiple stuff. Why be multiple? Because even though they're running zone, they're running different, they're running cover 2, cover 3, cover 4. And you, on one play, you want the safety to, you want him to be down here to help with the slot receiver. And then you want him over here to help with the other slot receiver. Then you want him to be extra deep. And it's like, I just think they're doing too much. I think they're doing too much. I just think they're doing too much for the talent that they have. They're doing too much. I think they need to simplify it a little bit more. Yeah, Stephen Miller, that's exactly. I think they got him doing too much. I have never viewed Donovan Wilson as a cover safety. I've never viewed Donovan Wilson as that. I think they got him out of his comfort zone. And I don't even know if it's a comfort zone. I think they have him out of his ability zone. This is just not him. They're going to have to do something different. They're trying to run a system, it seems to me. They're trying to run a system that don't fit their players. I just don't think it fits their players. I think even when you're talking about their linebacking crew, I think what Flus is trying to do requires super athletic linebackers. Well, why not play Maurice Leafau? Why not even start trying to think about working in Shamar James? I just think I think they're overcomplicated and they're not playing to their strengths. Daniel M said the edge room, linebackers, and secondaries. Oh, Daniel M, you said the edge room, the linebackers, and the secondary are the main issues. That's the whole defense almost. Daniel M, that's the whole defense. Boy, but I know what you're saying though. Because really the strength of the team, the strength of the defense right now is Oso Digizua and so basically we got two players anchoring the whole 11 man defense. We got two men anchoring the whole 11-man defense. Kenny Clark is done with what they brought him in for. He's stopping the run. He's helping them stop the run. He even got him a sack this year. Man, I'm not going to be surprised. Kenny Clark, we're going to wake up and Kenny Clark by the end of the season going to have 10 sacks. I'm not going to be shocked. Also, Digizua probably have 8 sacks. He might even have 10. He'll probably have somewhere about 8 to 10 sacks. You're going to get 20 sacks, I guarantee you, by the end of the season between your defensive tackles. The issue is who can get the other 25 to 30. I think Jadeveon Clowney is really going to help him. Jadeveon Clowney will probably get 5 or 6 of those, if not more. Again, people are sleeping on Donovan Ezeraku. Donovan Ezeraku is improving every single game. But I also think the Cowboys are going to have to manufacture some of those sacks between safety blitzes, linebacker blitzes, and cornerback blitzes. They tried to do it with doggo Trayvon Diggs in the first game, and he wasn't able to do it. But the Cowboys are going to have to start manufacturing some things too. Michael Pena, he said Diggs was getting burned all game. They was just running past him. They took inside position on those wide receivers, and there was nothing they could do. And you just don't do that to a wide receiver like Malik Neighbors. And then expecting Donovan Wilson and Malik Hooker to be back there and cover. Yeah, it's called safety for a reason, but again, let me give Russell Wilson credit. It's not just about the fact that Donovan Wilson played like boo-boo and was out of position. Russell Wilson, man, some of those throws were perfect. I just think the perfect pass is hard to defend. I've always said that. The perfect pass is hard to defend. You got Malik Neighbors on the run. Then you got Donovan Wilson, who is not, it's kind of like the passes Dak is throwing. Well, doggone it, you don't even think, there's no way Russell, he's throwing it. Man, football is such a, you either own it or you're not. And half a second of thinking is too long. Half a second of thinking is too long. You don't have time to think out there on the field sometimes. You just got to be in the right position at the right time so you can make the play. Russell Wilson was throwing some bombs, man. I just got to give it to him. He was throwing some bombs. And if you're not going to be in the right position, he going to get you. Lonnie said, y'all are crazy if y'all think the people didn't rewatch that Giants game film and are not making adjustments. Lonnie, that's what I just said. I'm sure Ben Johnson is watching that film. And Cabal, I mentioned today, but the Giants did something I think people don't understand. I think the Giants looked at the Philadelphia film. And the Giants looked at the Philadelphia film and said, wait a minute. We were able to beat Kyer Elam on the inside. We talked about the big play the Eagles had on Elam. We talked about it, and I said he beat him on the inside. He got inside, and he ran kind of like a post route. He beat him. Well, I'm sure they looked at the film and said, the Cowboys are susceptible in the seams. And what did they do? Malik Neighbors and the other wide receiver, they took inside position, ran up the seams, ran right past the cornerbacks. And I'm sure they looked at the film and said, we can throw this over Donovan Wilson. And that's exactly what they did. It's exactly what they did. I mean, like I said, man, sometimes you got to call a spade a spade. Donovan Wilson, we got to look at both sides of this. Yes, the Giants exposed us. There's some opportunities on this defense, but also understand this: it took perfect throws from Russell Wilson. It took perfect throws to do that kind of exposure. Man, you don't go deep that many times. Them boys went crazy on us. I'm just telling you, them boys went crazy on us. All right, let's hear some more Shotty.
Know your name now.
Gosh, I hope. I mean, I got my first win. I mean, I would think, I'm sure Jadeveon said Coach Shotty and the Cowboys got their first win. And, if not, I'm going to have to send them some gear. That's probably a good idea. Tad, make that note. We're going to send Jadeveon's kids some gear. That might be a salary cap. Don't do that infraction. Let's not do that. Take that out.
Sam.
Coach Sam again, Fox 4 in Dallas. Through 2 games now, what stood out most to you about Dak Prescott's play? He hit a pretty big milestone, most pass completions now in franchise history.
I think the confidence he's playing with. I think he's just, he is seeing the field really, really well. He's spreading the ball around. I think he's trusting what he sees from a coverage aspect. Like I thought the Giants did a really good job yesterday of trying to mix their coverages up. They tried to take CD away. I actually showed it in the team meeting, Sam. I said, third down, it was a big third down. I said on third down or in big situations, we try to think of players, not plays. If that makes sense, you're going to throw it to your best players or you're going to do those because it's not the play that makes it magical, it's the player. And we were running a little crossing route with CD, and he was doubled by the inside backer, Okereke, and then the corner was chasing, and CD was actually viced, and Dak threw it in the perfect spot, and CD went up 3rd and 5, I think, and caught it running towards our sidelines. And, it just –
I showed that play today.
That's developed over time, and that's Dak having confidence in CD. And, again, I say this all the time. When you watch a quarterback, and Babe, you could speak to this, watch their back foot. When their back foot is firm and loaded, or when they're taking tight hitches to the target, they're seeing things well and they're confident. When they're loose on their back foot, or they're kind of skidding through their drop and they're feeling things, or they're not sure, they're confused a little bit. And I would say his footwork grade over the past 2 weeks has been over 85%, which is really high. So I think it goes to his footwork and the fact he's just really confident right now. He's playing with confidence and he's playing firm on his back foot.
Louis Scruggs, Channel 5. Shotty, can you speak to being in this league, an 0-2 Bears team that's going to get you guys at home, and they kind of have embarrassment over the weekend, and they're down 0-2 in their own division, about what you expect they're going to bring you guys?
I think they're going to play their asses off. I think it's a National Football League. I think Ben will have them ready to play. Dennis Allen, we're just getting into the film, right now.
Hold on. It's not just that it's the National Football League. We better understand this. We are America's team. We are the Dallas bleeping Cowboys. And every time a team plays us, they feel like they're playing on prime time. Do y'all know that every team that plays us goes, everybody's watching? Everybody's watching. I bet you the Dallas Cowboys may be the only team in America that everybody knows a Dallas Cowboy fan in their family. And everybody knows a Dallas Cowboy hater in their family. The Dallas Cowboys are just different. Teams get up to play the Dallas Cowboys. I'm expecting the Chicago Bears to try to get up to play the Cowboys. I'm expecting this to be a very tough game in the first half. I think where the Bears are going to fall off is the second half. Caleb Williams, if I'm not mistaken right now, is the worst second half quarterback in the league. He's the worst second half quarterback in the league. If the Cowboys can get up on top of him in the first half, I can guarantee you the game will be over. The only way this game is even close or winnable by the Bears, as we get into talking about the Bears, the only way this game is going to be winnable for the Bears, they got to keep it very, very close. They got to get some turnovers, and they're going to have to find a way to stop the Cowboys from scoring. But if the Cowboys get up on them, 10, 13 points, first half, they can forget it. Second half will be over. Because Brian Schottenheimer, I guarantee you, he is going to unleash Javonte Williams. I promise you, he's going to unleash that run game if we get up by 10 to 13 points on the Chicago Bears. He'll get up, he'll unleash that run, and just when they try to stop the run, then he's going to pop them again with the pass. This should be a game that the Cowboys, I believe, can win. I just don't think the Bears, overall, I don't think they're as good as that New York Giants. I'm telling you, they got players. They showed it. They have players. The Eagles, we know they have players. Cowboys better deal with both of them. So, Daniel Leon, I have a feeling that Jaden Blue will be on the 53-man roster this week. Yep. Even if it's in for the kickoff return duties. And then I think they'll work him into the run game too. Lulu said Miles Sanders blew a tire, never changed. Never changed it. Just left the car on the side of the road. Called it Uber. I see you. Oh, man. Oh, man. Boy, hold on. Boy, let me tell you, boy, this is Cowboys After Dark tonight, boy. Y'all got some great comments coming up in this thing. Boy, y'all got some great comments coming up in this thing. Ron Hunter said, what I'm most excited about, that game was a good test for our mental toughness, and sometimes you need dogfight games to toughen you up. Yeah, we do. Yep. Let me read you what this man Andrew Vishananda said. I'm pretty sure I pronounced that wrong. But Andrew said, Pastor G, please help me understand. He said, we're happy with a moral victory, but mad with a real victory? Andrew, make it make sense. People talked better about the loss to the Eagles than the win against the Giants. I'll never understand it. I don't understand it. Daniel M said, gee, the run defense has been exceptional. It has. The last 2 games. I'm so pumped up about that, and yet I want to see more. My dad was saying that Solomon Thomas has been crazy. That dude has been playing his butt off. He's been playing his butt off. C-Base, hey, I ain't gonna lie to you, C-Base. He surprised me too. I'm just being honest with you. I wasn't really familiar with him, but I knew he was coming off of an injury. He surprised me. I'm with you. He surprised me. Straight up. Straight up. He said, we got Maffa who runs hard as we've seen in the preseason. Also, our heaviest back. Then Blue, our fastest. Oh, God. He said, add in Malik. Man, Javonte been running, man. I got to give it to him. I want to see the combination in some kind of way of how do we get Blue acclimated? And then I want to see Phil Maffa start getting a little bit of time once he gets back. But, man, hey, C-Base, I say right now, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's let Javonte Williams continue on the trajectory he's on until he shows us otherwise. Keep feeding him. Keep rewarding him. I'd love to see a game where we got up by 10, 14 points, and then the Cowboys just pound him into the line, bro. I'd love to see us get a lead and just let this dude just power, and then hit him with a little bit of a Jaden Blue with that pop. Get that speed on the outside and just run a defense ragged. I'd love to see it. Daniel Lim says, shout out to his father as well. His birthday is this Sunday, and the boys play the Bears this week. Yeah, let's give him an early birthday present, Daniel Lim. Cowboys got to win. Shout out to Daniel Lim's pops. Lead time. He said Ferg, top 10 in catches, 2 yards after the catch. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That part is missing. That run after the catch. And I'm telling you, what other tight ends doing this year? Because I've seen Ferg. Man, Ferg is Maybe I'm just still having flashbacks to the game in Green Bay. Maybe I'm still having flashbacks because, boy, he dropped a crazy pass in the end zone. Yeah, he dropped a crazy pass in the end zone. Yeah, Dak had very good pass distribution last week. And, man, I'm glad they got Pickens involved. I want them to get him involved even more. All right, let's check it out.
Now, obviously, and just, kind of put this game to bed. And
yeah,
it's
over.
Was in effect.
Church, we moving past this game after the night.
Or 10:30, I guess, for me. But, Dennis Allen's an incredible coach. Ben Johnson, what he's done from an offensive standpoint in his career, one of those fast risers. They're going to play hard. Just like the Giants play whoever, they're 0-2. It's a damn good football team we beat yesterday with maybe one of the best front sevens in all of football.
Yeah.
And just because they're 0-2, just because we're 1-0, just because somebody's 2-0, Philadelphia's 2-0, you don't change. And we'll have our hands full going up to Chicago.
As a play caller, how did things change from BB to Hoffman for you at all?
Not much. Again, I think both guys have been here a long time. Both guys have great command. Dak's comfortable with both guys. So I wouldn't think too many, things would change. And, we rotate those guys so much, Dewey. It's like, Dak's usually.
Robert Davis, boy, you heard me say it. You took the words out of my mouth. You said, do we think Blue can return kicks? I think this is where they should have him this week. If Kevontae Turpin is not able to play, I'm telling you, Jaden Blue is going to be on the 53-man roster. And what he is going to be doing is returning kicks. And I would love to see him do it, see if he can get a big play in. See if he can get a big play in. As Tucker said, Shotty going to be showing Flus that tape from Sunday, slapping him on the back of the head like, do you see? Do you see? Yeah, I think they're going to have to simplify this thing up for this defense. I think they're going to have to simplify it. We them boys. I'm with you. The chemistry will only get better. Only get better. Ooh, lead time. He said Fergie went from skinny Jay Novacek to old slow Witten. He needs to lose some weight. Yeah, man. Oof, boy. Yeah, I see what you're saying about him lead time. Ferg, to me, could be better. Ferg could be better. And I think one of the things that kind of happened with Ferg, and I think this kind of perturbed some people, I don't think the Cowboys let the other tight ends compete against him enough. I don't think they let him compete. I just don't think there was no competition for Ferg. Ferg was a made man. Even after coming off of an injured, kind of lackluster season, Ferg, it's obvious he was a made man. Because he got a deal. And even his training camp wasn't just knock you out, type of training camp. So Ferg kind of a made man. And he kind of seems to, I don't know. I just need to see more from Ferg. I like Jake Ferguson. Ferg, to me, not a dog, though. Ferg, not a dog to me. Ferg is a good tight end. He not a dog. And I'll give Jason Witten that credit. Shoot. Witten might have been... I ain't gonna even lie to you. Witten was slow, but he was a dog. Now, Witten was an absolute dog. Catch the ball, take tough hits, could block, leader on the field, on the sidelines. Witten was a dog. I don't see Ferg as a dog. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. I don't see him as a dog. I don't see Ferg as a dog. Y'all tell me what you think. I don't see him as a dog. I don't.
To those guys, and actually we had a fumble QB center exchange with Brock and Dak said, yeah, that was all him. So Dak felt like it was on him, that was the one that came out in overtime.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Brian, you talk about ramping up Trayvon Diggs. He had, just under 30 snaps week 1, almost 60 in week 2. So how did that come to be, and would you say that's indicative of the team feeling he's about 100%?
That was a mistake. I said it last week. I just think that's a mistake. Maybe it was out of necessity. But if I'm not mistaken, did he just say that Trayvon Diggs 60 snaps? Insanity. I just don't think Trayvon Diggs is ready for that. I don't. me see something here. That is crazy work.
Well, I think more than that, I think it's Trayvon feeling that way, and I think it shows the competitiveness of Trayvon and the fact of how much he's enjoying playing football. That was not the plan, but he was feeling good. The game, of course, was 70 minutes long, and so there's a lot of plays. But, yeah, I think it speaks to Trayvon and how much he loves playing football. And, again, you're talking about a guy that's lost that ability a lot over the last couple of years. So I think it's a testament to him. And I would say that now the restrictions are probably off.
Go.
Joe White, Dallas Morning News. You talked a little bit about Dak's confidence. I know not all stats are perfect, but PFF has a stat of big-time throws, and basically it's excellent throws in tight windows, and Dak leads the league in that. In terms of those kind of throws, how much confidence does it take? What goes into it? What is the fine line between, hey, we want to rip that, but also, maybe, that's a tight window?
Yeah. Number one is going to come down to trust. There's a great play. You guys have seen it in overtime. We run a couple crossing routes. George and CD are running crossing routes against man-to-man. And, again, 58, Bobby Okereke is free because Miles got caught up chipping. I think it was Dexter Lawrence coming around the edge. And so Bobby was just scot-free of him and Dak. And he just stood in there and knew where George was going to be and threw it to the perfect spot. I mean, it's pinpoint accuracy. And I just think that comes from practice. Like I told our guys, I said, if you truly believe that practice separates us from the rest of the league, then we have to practice better than we did in the early part of practice this past week. If you don't believe that, then come see me. We need to talk, because this is not, shoot-arounds at basketball, and it's not batting practice in baseball. Nothing against those sports. They play a lot more games than we do. Practices matter, and Dak's timing and confidence is high right now with a guy that's only been here for 7 months, 6 months, whatever it is. I don't even know how long GP's been here. It feels like he's been here forever in a good way. We grade every throw. We grade every decision. So, yeah, there was a couple. There's one in the red zone that he didn't like. Kind of the corner fell off and the safety was there. He'd like to have that one back. But I would say his decision and accuracy grade, and like I spoke to earlier, his footwork grade, he's playing at a high level, and that's why he's confident.
We talked about Matty.
Hey, Big Rombowski. Let me tell you something, though. For the Chicago Bears to only be 1.5 point under, for the Dallas Cowboys to only be 1.5 point underdogs, I'm not a gambler. You won't see gambling on this channel. Y'all know how I believe. I just say if I was a gambler as a figure of speech. But if I was a gambling man, somebody gonna make some money on the Cowboys this week. Somebody gonna make some money on the Cowboys this week. Vegas knows something. You typically get a point just for being at home. So you get the point for being at home. They're saying that this, they believe, is going to be a close game. I am not going to be shocked if the Cowboys blow the doors off the Chicago Bears, in particular in the second half. The Chicago Bears have been a strictly first half team. Caleb Williams has been garbage water in the second half of these games. All the Cowboys, it's not all they have to do. But if the Cowboys do what they're supposed to do, and especially, I don't think Shotty needs to do this again. Don't defer. Come out and punch the Chicago Bears in the mouth if you win the toss. Or if the Chicago Bears win the toss and they defer, the Cowboys need to come straight out and score 7 points. Put the Chicago Bears behind the 8 ball immediately. If they can put them behind the 8 ball immediately, I believe they win this game going away. You got to kill teams like this early. Everybody thinks they're going to make their season on the Cowboys. Everybody got something to prove when they play the Cowboys. Best thing the Cowboys can do, get an early lead on teams and then put the pedal to the metal. But I'm telling you, that cornerback, that cornerback being out for the Chicago Bears this week, that's major. That's major right there. And if that doggone linebacker's out too, that's major. Let me show y'all this real quick. Over here on footballguys.com, this is maddening to me. First of all, when you look at the defense, let me show you where I believe the Cowboys are making huge mistakes. So this is the snap count for weeks 1 and 2. Let me show you where I think they're making the mistake. I think the Cowboys are making the mistake. I think their defensive tackle rotation, I think it's really, really good. I have no problem with their defensive tackle. I mean, like Daniel M said, if we could get to secondary and the linebackers, I'm like, that's the whole team. But I digress. I feel you on that, Daniel M. I think the problem for the Cowboys right now is I don't think they have the right defensive end combination. Sam Williams got 41 snaps. I'm not necessarily opposed to that at defensive end. Marshawn Nealon got 27, not necessarily opposed to that. It is literal insanity that Dante Fowler, who is getting paid the most on that defensive line and who was supposed to be the anchor of the edge room, this goes to show you Dante Fowler only got 28 snaps. 28 snaps second game, 27 snaps the first game. Bro, you Dante Fowler. You're Dante Fowler. There is no way this is supposed to be happening. Maybe this is one of their problems. Dante Fowler only has 28, but I'm going to show you where the real problem is. Donovan Ezeraku, 22, 26, they're kind of ramping him up. They do need to keep ramping him up, but I'm going to show you the real problem. James Houston. How in the world does James Houston only have 15 snaps a game? If you ask me, James Houston is their best edge rusher right now. How does James Houston only have 15 snaps? That's crazy work to me. Sam Williams getting 41 snaps. Sam Williams should have had a sack. Sam Williams should be having sacks. 39 and 41. Sam Williams should be killing it out there. I'm not saying that he's not, but if he's getting that many snaps, we need to be seeing a little bit more. I'm going to show you the other problem. Let's look at the linebacker position. Kenneth Murray, 63 and 67. Jack Sanborn, 56 snaps last week. Damone Clark, 20. Maurice Leofau, 9 sacks. Nine snaps. That's crazy. That's crazy right there. That's a problem. Maurice Leofau needs to be playing, and he needs to be the spy on this defense for the quarterback. They need to be taking advantage of this dude's quickness. Maurice Leofau, 6 snaps in game 1, 9 snaps in game 2. Absolute tragedy. Crazy. And yep, what he said, I heard right. Kyer Elam, 67 snaps in week 2. You took Trayvon Diggs from 27 snaps to 61. Crazy work. Crazy work. There's no way I would have had him to go from 27 to 61. You're talking about 100% increase in work. That's crazy to me. That is absolute crazy to me. The Cowboys absolutely missed DaRon Bland. For all the people who were talking about DaRon Bland ain't this and that. Yeah, DaRon Bland, I don't think that game would have been the way it was if DaRon Bland had been playing. Reddy Stewart comes right from the practice squad. 47 snaps. Crazy work to me. Triquez Bridges, 6 snaps. Robert Rochelle, CJ Goodwin, they both had 0. Safety position, I think this is another problem. Wilson and Malik Hooker, 67 snaps and 66 snaps respectively. And then you got Wanye Thomas, Zion Childress, Marquise Bell, 0 snaps. I think this is a part of the problem with the Cowboys defense. The players that they're giving the least amount of snaps to may be players that are better than the players they're giving the most snaps to. And I do think the Cowboys, I don't know what this thing they're talking about with all this competition stuff, but it's only been 2 games, and I know these 2 fronts have been absolutely incredible, but I really think the Cowboys need to start testing the waters on how do you not have Wanye Thomas playing? Wanye Thomas seems to be, every time he gets in, Wanye Thomas seems to do well. Why not try out Wanye Thomas? Marquise Bell. I would consider them to be better cover safeties than Donovan Wilson and Malik Hooker. I would love to see them get a lot more involved. And again, I really think the Cowboys need to start maybe working in Triquez Bridges. I think we really need to be very careful with Trayvon Diggs. I think they need to just ramp him back down, and just get him out there for quality snaps. I just think 61 is too many for Trayvon Diggs. That was a huge load. And then again, Maurice Leofau, obviously, Shamar James has not even made the 53 in the regular games. And I got to be honest with you, I don't even know who Buddy Johnson is. Buddy Johnson. And then, of course, Damone Clark. Man, I got a strange feeling. Man, Damone Clark got 20 snaps. There's no way the Cowboys are keeping Damone Clark. He should be doing better than that, too. I think the Cowboys really need to look at their defense and how they're giving this snap distribution. And I'm sorry, James Houston with 15 snaps, it's a travesty.
Reflects ability to adjust and his kind of even keel nature. When you're seeing opportunities to correct some things, that are fixable, kind of like you pointed out with the zone coverage. How has he approached the last 24 hours, I guess, from behind the scenes in terms of adjusting and approaching?
Yeah, well, we had great meetings when we watched it as a defensive staff this morning. We had great meetings. We had great dialogue. I think one of the best things that I can provide for them is how I would attack them and what I see. And, okay, if I see this, here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I would go to. And, Flus is great. We cannot let Malik Neighbors do what he did to us. That's not right. He's one of their best players. And
how do you stop him?
Flus knows that. So what do? You look at the film, you say, yep. No one was surprised they were going to get the ball to Malik Neighbors. Malik Neighbors was pissed last week, and he wanted the ball. And guess what? I've been that guy. DK.
He rightfully so needed the ball because he's a very skilled player, and Malik Neighbors can beat all. Man, I guarantee you Malik Neighbors could have ate the Commander's lunch. Easy. Neighbors is, shoot. Man, hey, sometimes, again, I understand it is unacceptable to allow the safeties and the cornerbacks to get torched like that. But, man, sometimes we also got to give guys credit. Shoot, Malik Neighbors one of them. I'm sorry, man. Shoot, Malik Neighbors one of them.
DK Metcalf has been pissed at me before, and guess who got the ball early in the game? DK Metcalf. So it's not like we were surprised. We just didn't make enough of those plays, and Flus was great about that. And so I am so proud of the defense. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen 5 possessions in overtime. They got 2 big-time stops for us in overtime,
But isn't it strange? It took the last drive in the fourth quarter and overtime for Eberflus to make adjustments. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Why did it take all of that for him to make adjustments? Make it make sense. Flus needs to get aggressive earlier. Eberflus needs to come out of the gates blitzing. Stop showing these teams, hey, man, we're going to rush 4 until y'all show us that we shouldn't be doing it. Well, they're showing you for 3 quarters, man. They're showing you for 2 quarters. Now it's been 3 quarters. Bro, come out the gate unpredictable. Hey, by the way, first passing situation we're getting you in, we're blitzing. We want to let you know what kind of game it's going to be today. Unpredictable. Yeah, I know you watch film on us, and I know you've been watching us drop 7 and rush 4 for about 2 to 3 quarters. No, not today. We coming out the box on you. First passing down. Caleb Williams, you're going to be on your horse today. You're going to be on your horse. And the way I would do it, I would blitz them from the opposite side of where Jadeveon Clowney lines up. I would blitz them from the opposite side of where James Houston lined up. Yeah, bro, you're going to be on your horse today. You won't be back there counting 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4. Bro, you get the 2 potatoes, you on your horse today. They got to come out early. Understand, bro, you got to manufacture. You know you don't have Parsons anymore. Manufacture a pass rush. Don't sit back and be stubborn trying to prove to the world that we can rush the passer without Micah Parsons. Bro, if you can't rush the passer right now without Micah Parsons, then rush the passer another way. It don't make sense sometimes to be stubborn as people are. It don't make sense. We are not concerned about anybody trying to prove to us what we can do without Parsons. The only thing we want you to do is win. I'm telling you, people are stubborn sometimes. Show them something different. Show them something different. All right. Let's get some more old Brian Schotty. Appreciate Brian, though.
We got the ball, had to punt, and then they got to stop, and then we got the ball back, had to punt again, and then Dono's turnover is kind of what truly gave us enough time to go down and do what we wanted to do. You can talk about how we struggled. Coached. We stepped up when it mattered the most.
Patrick.
There's a reason why Fangio one of them.
Cowboys.com. 2 questions, one on either side of the ball.
Yes,
going back
I
to
agree.
Clowney, obviously you guys' relationship played a key part in him being here in Dallas. Another thing he pointed out was once the trade was done with Micah Parsons going to Green Bay, you guys acquiring Kenny Clark, it kind of perked his interest that much more. Can you just talk about the level of excitement and how important it is to hear him say things like that about your defensive tackles room joining this defensive line?
Douglas Harrison. Man, I'm sorry for interrupting Shotty guys, but you guys are making such good comments tonight. Boy, Douglas Harrison, I don't understand it. Mukwamu? That was a head scratcher. That was a head scratcher, bro. Head scratcher. Yeah, again, C-Base, you hitting it on the head. Let me tell you, the Cowboys got something that a lot of teams don't have, and it's going to pay dividends. Y'all will call me a prophet before this season is over, and you're definitely going to call me a prophet next year because I'm guaranteeing the Cowboys are going to be in the Super Bowl. When you got elite defensive tackle play, Kenny Clark has given the Cowboys, already having Osa Odigizua, we have elite defensive tackle play, and we don't even understand it. I don't even think people are appreciating it yet. We have elite defensive tackle play. And when you have elite defensive tackle play, you don't have to have elite edge rusher play. You just need good edge rusher play. And Dante Fowler was supposed to be our good defensive tackle play. He was supposed to be the anchor, the elder statesman, the guy who solidifies the edge rushing room for these young guys. James Houston is still young. Easy is young. Even Sam is young. Dante is supposed to be the guy leading the charge. And now we see he getting less snaps than Sam Williams. What's that tell you? What does that tell us? I mean, something's not right about that picture. I think it's telling us that Dante ain't doing what he's supposed to doggone do. And I think this is the reason, and that's why I was telling Ed Water. No, they're not getting Javonte, they're not getting Jadeveon Clowney to replace Micah Parsons. They're getting Jadeveon Clowney because doggone Dante Fowler is not doing what he's supposed to do. I'm telling us, I guarantee you, the Cowboys conversation was, they thought, oh, we'll be great. We got Dante Fowler. Shoot, man, Dante ain't done half, I believe, of what the Cowboys expected. Bam Bam, I said the same thing. Why extend Marquise Bell just to keep him on special teams? Don't make sense to me. I think that Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson is an Eberflus thing. I think that's an Eberflus thing. I really do. Yeah. Lee Time said, guess what, though? Pass on me all day. I need to stop that run. I'm telling you, Lee Time, it's going to pay dividends for us down the road. Down the road, it's going to pay dividends for us. We're going to be great. Mike McCain, what you doing up this late, Mike McCain? What up? Mike McCain said, I have a feeling that Brian Schottenheimer is hoping he can get these first 3 games of the year before Green Bay, and he's going to unleash every beast he's got in his arsenal. I believe it too. Mike McCain, I'm with you. I'm with you. I think so too. I think they're going to unleash on Green Bay because, I'm sorry, read the comment. If there's a game that Jerry Jones has went to Brian Schottenheimer and asked him for, it's the Green Bay game. I guarantee you, Jerry Jones has told Brian Schottenheimer, and he probably won't get it. He probably ain't getting at him now. But that week, this is going to be the equivalent. I remember being in high school and playing the rival high school across town. And that rivalry was so bad. Man, you better not even wear your school t-shirt to the grocery store. You might break out in a fight if you see somebody from that opposing school. The Green Bay rivalry has already been tough. They beat us in 2014, 2016, ruined what Jerry Jones thought was a Super Bowl run in 2023. He trades Michael Parsons to him, gets the drama even more up. I'm telling us, I believe the Cowboys are beating the Green Bay Packers. Book it. Book it. I believe they're beating the Green Bay Packers. The Cowboys will be 2-1. The Green Bay Packers will be 3-0. Unless the Cleveland Browns shock them, which I don't think is going to happen. Book it. The Cowboys are beating the Green Bay Packers. They're beating the Green Bay Packers. You watch what I tell you. They're going to beat the Green Bay Packers. Mike McCain, I'm with you. I guarantee you they're going to beat them. I'm with you. I think Brian Schottenheimer is going to throw everything but the kitchen sink. Everything but the kitchen sink at Green Bay. This man, I said this before the season was even started. The Cowboys. Brian Schottenheimer has some monumental statement games on this schedule. Statement game number 1, Philadelphia Eagles. The Cowboys made a statement that we can play with the world champions. The New York Giants was not a statement game. It wasn't a statement game to the world per se. The New York Giants game was a statement game to the team. That we can persevere adversity because of the culture and the brotherhood we've built. And even when we don't play as good as we should, we can still win. That was for them. The next big statement game for the Cowboys, Green Bay Packers. It was going to be a statement game even if we had Michael Parsons. It's a statement game. We got Green Bay in Dallas. We're beating them. I'm telling you, we're beating them. I'm with you, Mike McCain. Robert Davis, he said, Wilson's the type of strong safety that attacks the line. He's not built to cover zone. Wilson, gotcha, not Russell Wilson, Donovan. Wilson's the type of strong safety. Yep. Robert Davis, Poobie D, he called it an in-the-box safety. I said the same thing. He is more of a run support safety. When I think about a safety helping in pass coverage, Donovan Wilson is the last person I think about. I don't think about Donovan Wilson. I think about Wanye Thomas. Marquise Bell is to me seems like he's more versatile. I'm just wondering when are the Cowboys going to start giving those guys some chance. Yeah, the Skywalker, he got a very good deep ball, and I think that's really the best thing he has. But I'm also gonna say this, Ron Hanna, you're 100% right. Man, ain't no way he gonna have that game again. Ain't no way. And you know what's so crazy about the Russell Wilson game? The Russell Wilson game. Oh, hold on a second. Matter of fact, man, this Cowboys After Dark, we having fun, man. We about 2 hours in. Yeah, it don't even seem like we 2 hours in, so we gonna be going for a while here. We them boys got me laughing. We the ball said Sierra told Wilson, you better ball out or I'm going back with Future. Boy, we the boys, let me tell you something. Boy, I bet you that man Future was celebrating, boy, after he threw that interception. I bet you that boy Future, boy. Shoot, I'm gonna have to get that sound bite from Future. Future said it's an evil world we live in. Boy, shoot. It's an evil world we live in, boy. Woo, boy. But again, let's finish up on Shotty, man. We ain't gonna even get to our third video tonight at this rate, boy. We having fun though. Appreciate y'all rocking with me on Cowboys After Dark. I kind of got a little setup in front of me. We're gonna see how it works. I'm gonna test it out with my cousin this next couple of days. And I'm trying to get this wired set up for us to kind of run some call-ins. And I definitely want to do some call-in stuff on Cowboys After Dark. I think that'll be real fun to hear from y'all also. So we're going to try to get that going in the next couple of days. So we're going to be testing it out here and try to have it up and running.
Well, I think he's smart, and he understands where sacks are generated from. It's very rare that you see a defensive end just run around a corner and get free, especially with as much attention is paid to the elite defensive ends. Generally, you guys all know this. I'm not saying that you don't, but it's because of the push inside in the A and the B gap by those defensive tackles named Kenny Clark, Osa. Solomon Thomas played incredible yesterday. I mean, seriously, like, go pull up Solomon Thomas's highlights after the sudden change when we threw the interception. I think there was 4 straight plays where Solomon Thomas was dominant and was just playing with great energy. But I think, Jadeveon's smart. It's that veteran experience where he's like, okay, man, if they're pushing the pocket, I can kind of run a little bit deeper around the edge.
Shotty understands the formula. Have I not been saying it? Teams who are winning Super Bowls, elite defensive tackle play. Go check the 92-93 Cowboys. Tony Casillas and them boys were monsters. Charles Haley benefited from the defensive tackle play. Go check Lawrence Taylor with the Giants. Benefited from defensive tackle play. Go look at Reggie White. Benefited from elite defensive tackle play. The defensive tackle is not the sexy position because the sack is the equivalent to the touchdown on the offense. Oh, the stadium loves the sack. They don't appreciate elite defensive tackle play, stuffing the run, pushing the pocket back into the lap of the quarterback to run outside so that those edge rushers who are not elite on these Super Bowl teams, but they're good. Brian is exactly right. This is why Jadeveon said, when they signed Kenny Clark, I said I can help that team. Why? Because he understands they have Oso Digizua, they have now Kenny Clark, they have elite defensive tackle play. Jadeveon Clowney's going to have opportunities, and he knows it. He absolutely knows it because he's a powerful defensive end. He knows it. Not only is he powerful, but he's 6'5". People don't understand that when you're talking about the height of 6'5" versus a Michael Parsons that's what, 6'1", 6'2"-ish, and you're dealing with a guy who is an actual 6'5". You're talking about not just a 3-inch difference in height. You're talking about a longer wingspan. A longer to make tackles that a person that is 6'1", 6'2"-ish would not be able to make sacks. We've already seen with Jadeveon Clowney, because his length, he can dive and make tackles that other people won't be able to tackle. I'm telling you, Jadeveon Clowney is excited to play for the Cowboys because he understands too. When you have elite defensive tackle play, you don't have to be an elite edge rusher. You just need to be a good one. And Jadeveon Clowney is a good one. He's a good one, and he's got some intangibles that you can't teach. You can't teach speed, power, and length. He got it. I'm sure, like Brian is saying, he's excited.
Have a chance to get home. So it speaks to Jadeveon's wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
On the offensive side of the ball, Jake Ferguson had his struggles in New York. But when you look at how the offense, when it was struggling against the Giants, Jake Ferguson was there being that stabilizing force. What can you say about him as far as being able to kind of flip that switch from week 1 to week 2 and try to build on that?
Well, number one, I was thrilled for Jake. I thought Jake played really, really well. We were asking him to do things he does really well. He made some big-time plays. Dak trusts him incredibly. I thought Dak used his cadence really well this past game. We knew he would at home. But it felt like Fergie from 2023, the way we were using him, the plays he was making. He was instrumental in a couple of the 2-minute drives. I really think right now we're playing 2-minute at a really high level. I think that's what Dak is operating really at a high level. We put ourselves in positions to go down and tie games and do things like that. But, Fergie gets that he's going to get opportunities. He knows the two pieces we have on the outside with CD and George. And then, of course, with Terp and Jalen Tolbert and guys like that, Fergie knows he's going to get his one-on-ones. And I'm just happy for him. I'm proud for him because, again, last year was a tough year for him, and he felt that. And we paid him what we paid him because we believe that what he did the other day is who he is.
John. Speaking of paying people, whether you found out Friday or Saturday, whenever, about Tyler Smith, just what was your initial reaction and how important is it to have that guy locked up?
I'd say it was one of jubilation for me. Everything that's right about football, everything that's right about a teammate. Truly the best guard, I think, in all of football. And what I loved about him is when I called him and congratulated him, which I do with all the guys that get new contracts. He said, Larry goes, Coach, I just want to beat the Giants. Thanks, but I just want to beat the Giants. I'm like, okay, well, congrats. But it's just the way he is, man. He just loves football, and he loves this team, and he loves being a Cowboy. And if there's anybody that understands the goal of the Dallas Cowboys and wanting to win a World's Championship, it's him.
I'm sorry, but you just got to love Tyler Smith. If there's a player that deserved to get paid, it's Tyler Smith. I mean, of course, Dak Prescott did too. I don't mean it like that. But I'm just saying, man, Tyler Smith is a football player, and this dude is laser focused on the Super Bowl. It's amazing to me. This dude got this big contract. You'd never know it. You would never know Ty Smith got a monster contract. The dude is just focused on the game. These are the kinds of players the Cowboys want now. They don't want players focused on anything else but the game. This is going to pay dividends for us down the stretch. Yeah, I love Ty Smith. I love his attitude. Absolute monster. Once again, he allowed in game 1 0 pressures, if I'm not mistaken, in game 1. The least amount of pressures of all of the Cowboys offensive linemen. This week, he only allowed 1 pressure. And I'm telling you, people do not understand and appreciate Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott was under tremendous pressure this week. Tyler Guyton gave up 4 pressures. Terrence Steele gave up 4 pressures. Tyler Booker, I think, gave up 4 pressures. I'm thinking that Cooper Beebe might have gave up 4 pressures, maybe less. But the one that stuck out to me was Ty Smith. 1 pressure. Ty Smith is a football player.
With Aubrey, do you have a number in your mind where you would say And we can't do it from 75.
Pay this man.
Is there anything
I don't think I would do it from 75. I mean, I'm kind of a gambler, but 75. I mean, that's a bomb. I messed up the thing before the half. I didn't communicate that very well to Dak. We've got calls and stuff that I didn't communicate well to him. So I was thinking about it if we got that thing out of bounds or if we throw it away. I was thinking about kicking that one.
So 70.
Yeah. Ish.
Not 75.
Ish.
And then,
Well, thankfully, Dak ran
we
that
ask
play.
coaches
He
a
had
lot
to
when
do
the
it.
player goes back against the team that he came from and things like that. Obviously, Flus is going back, and you've probably done that in your career, coached against teams that you were with. What's the coach's mindset when you go back to those sort of when you play a former team?
Do you have a bug in our defensive staff room? No, the reason I laugh about that is I literally said that to the defensive staff today. I said, I've been there. Guys, I've gone back to Seattle and gotten my ass kicked because I tried too hard and I overthought it. I've gone against the Jets after I went to St. Louis and played them and tried too hard and got my ass kicked. It's not worth it. It's part of your career, but, it's what we do. And so approach it the same as it always is. We will win this game if we win this game as a team, and not because of Matt Eberflus going back to Chicago or Andre Curtis going back to Chicago or Jack Sanborn going back to Chicago. If we play better than Chicago and we win the turnover battle and we do the things we're capable of doing, then we should win. But under no circumstances as a coach should you ever put too much weight on wanting to go back and beating the opponent
Yeah,
that
you start
came
doing
from,
stupid stuff.
because we're used to getting fired.
Back in Aubrey's rookie.
Yeah, Big Ron Bowska, I think you make a great point. I don't think you need to sack Caleb Williams to get into his head, but only pressure and force him to scramble. I agree. That's why Ben Johnson is pissed with him. Caleb doesn't see the field and looks to run. And Ben Johnson, very structured coach. Ben wants a timing quarterback. That's why Jared Goff was so good for him. Jared Goff's not an athletic quarterback. But if you install a system, a lot of timing throws, Jared Goff can get those. That's Jared Goff's game. Timing play. I mean, he throws some very good timing patterns, very disciplined routes. Jared Goff can hit those. Jared Goff, wherever you're supposed to be, that's what Jared Goff wants to throw the ball. Jared Goff don't want to do all the improvising. That's just not Jared Goff's game. Caleb Williams, on the other hand. Caleb Williams refuses, Big Rombowski, and I'm sure you've been watching him. This dude refuses to abandon the way he played in college. He doesn't want to abandon it. It went to his head that somebody told him, yeah, man, you next Patrick Mahomes. He is not the next Patrick Mahomes. He is not the next Patrick Mahomes. He needs to focus on being Caleb Williams. He wants to run the ball. He looks to run the ball. As soon as the play ain't where he wants it, he wants to run the ball. It's driving Ben Johnson crazy. And I think if Ben Johnson could get his way, Ben Johnson would bench him. But I just don't think that the Chicago Bears, at least we'll see. I don't think the ownership is going to go for benching the number one, the first round draft quarterback. Because a lot of people are saying that the backup quarterback is more of what Ben Johnson actually wants. So again, the Cowboys, man, this is going to be a great game for the Cowboys. The Cowboys in this game could literally blow the doors. If the Detroit Lions got them 52-21, I could see the Cowboys easily scoring another upper 30-plus point game on these guys, especially with their top flight cornerback missing, possibly that linebacker. We'll see. I think, did somebody say he got cleared? But we'll see. The Cowboys should do really well against the Chicago Bears. And I think I'm with you, Big Rombowski. All they have to do is fluster Caleb Williams a little bit. He get a couple of, maybe 3 incomplete passes that'll drive him crazy.
Season, he had hit a couple of bombs, and we'd ask him about, being compared to some of the best in the league. He said, I just want to be the best version of Aubrey every day and try to get better. Yesterday after the game, he said, I believe I'm the best kicker in the league. What better way to prove it than kick that 64-yarder. I'm just curious from your perspective how you've seen him really embrace the spotlight as these last couple of years have gone into him. Because the mentality piece, it's obviously big for kickers as well.
Yeah, it's funny you asked that. I mean, I've never seen him change. Like, it's great to hear him say that, and I agree. I think he's the best in the league.
No doubt.
I mean, what he did yesterday was just amazing. I mean, 64 yards to win it and then walking it off. And, I mean, just he's incredible. But, again, I think the confidence – I'm big on confidence, guys. You know that. I mean, I don't know how you play this game without confidence. And I think how do you gain confidence is through practice and through repetition. And, a big part of what we did in the offseason by bringing back, Trent, Sieg, and Banger was to keep the three guys together. I mean, and I think you look at our operation and the confidence that Brandon has in those guys. Like, Brandon doesn't make those kicks by himself. He gets the credit or the blame when it doesn't work, like a play caller or a coach or a quarterback. But, I mean, the protection unit and the snap and the hold and the time and all that stuff. But I think he's just so ingrained with those two other guys that there's a confidence that he goes out there and he thinks he's going to make, and he probably will make every kick.
With his personality, from the surface, he just looks so stone cold at times. What's his personality on the sideline, and what's his personality off the field as you got to know him?
Same guy, man. He's really fun. You guys get a kick out of this. The boys, I showed the walk-off, and there was a fun embrace between Trent and Brandon, and so I kind of it just literally happened. I promise you. I paused it, and like they were embraced. It was like the biggest man hug you've ever seen, and the guys were giving him a hard time about that. But it was very playful. But he's the same guy every day, man. He really is, and he just he loves his football team. He loves what he does, and again, when we throw him out there, I asked the guys. I said, in all honesty, there's no one else in here but the people that we can trust who. Did anybody ever doubt he was not going to make that 64-yarder? And to a man, they all said, we knew he was making it. And when you have that on a team, it's pretty cool.
Back to Eagles for a second. I don't know.
I'll tell you this, though. Brian is right in the fact that everybody contributes to those field goals. And that winning field goal from 46 yards, Dak Prescott, I know Brandon Aubrey will, I don't know if he said it or not, but even though he makes long field goals, man, you can't help but be thankful. When Dak Prescott made that scramble, that was a game breaker. Dak Prescott broke the back of the Giants. The same way Jalen Hurts broke our back the week before. Dak Prescott broke the back of the New York Giants. That run was a backbreaker. Dak pulled that out of the repertoire at the moment they least expected it. Dak's kind of been moving around in the pocket, taking hits, throwing it, taking hits, always looking down the field. Dak Prescott at the right moment. With all of those defensive backs with their back turned, Dak Prescott had nothing but open field. Turned it into a 46-yard field goal. Ball game. Ball game. Back-breaking play. Back-breaking play. Dak been balling. Back-breaking play. Absolutely back-breaking. The Skywalker. Yeah, man. I'm telling you, I got to give Javonte his credit. Javonte shocked me, man. Boy, been running that rock. Wait a minute, Jawan Hundred got me laughing. Jawan. He said you got to treat Blue like Nick Cannon on Drumline. Boy, you got to see Drumline to know what this man talking about. Boy, I agree with you. Maybe that's what they doing to him, man. They know he's talented, but they just trying to get his mind right. I think he plays this week. You got to get him ready for the Green Bay game. Because you gotta let everything loose on Green Bay. Season starts with Green Bay. Season starts with Green Bay. There's no more trying these different combinations. There's no more trying of experimentation. Green Bay, you got to treat it like an early playoff game, because there's a chance you're going to see Green Bay down the road again in the playoffs. This game between the Cowboys and the Green Bay Packers could literally determine their seeding at the end. Could literally determine their seeding. Because a lot of people, man, they in la-la land right now. Stop thinking the doggone Green Bay Packers going to go 14-3. Man, them boys about to hit a patch in that schedule. They're about to hit a patch in that schedule. Man, they are not going to come out of these next 4 games unscathed. They might lose 3 of the next 4. 2 of the next 4. If I'm not mistaken, the Cowboys are in there. We know the Cowboys are in there. The Cowboys are in there. The Baltimore Ravens are in there. Let me see. Let's look at this Green Bay schedule. This game coming up is going to be great. This is why I believe, you got to get Jaden Blue. Don't let his debut be against the Green Bay Packers. You got to let his debut be against the Chicago Bears. And then let him be hitting on some cylinders when he gets to the doggone Green Bay Packers. But they have got to let this man get some playing in. Well, you're looking at the Green Bay schedule. They're going to have another cakewalk this week. But let me tell you something. Stranger things have happened. Cleveland's problem isn't their defense. Cleveland's problem is their offense. But Green Bay is going to Cleveland. They benched Joe Flacco. We'll see who the quarterback be. They got a whole mess going down there. But I do think they're going to beat the Cleveland Browns. But then they're coming up against the Dallas Cowboys. Now, this game right here, the Cincinnati Bengal game, is one of those games that I was considering to be one of those hard games. Unfortunately now, I don't think it's going to be one of those games. I think the Arizona Cardinal game, is going to be a pretty good game for them. I think the Pittsburgh Steelers game is going to be a tough game for them. The Eagles game is going to be a tough game for them. And they're going to be in for a rude awakening when they see the Packers, see the Giants in November. That's going to be a tough game for them. And then when they see the Giants again, I promise you that'll be a tough game for them. People thinking this team is going 14-3, 13-4, but they got another thing coming. They're playing the Broncos. They're playing the Bears twice. It's a divisional game. We saw what happened between the Cowboys in this divisional game. These divisional games are a different story. I'm telling you, they got some tough games coming up. They got the Baltimore Ravens. I mean, people thinking this team is going 13-4 are losing their minds. This league has a way of bringing you back down to earth. It has a way of bringing you back down to earth, and people be running around quickly crowning teams as the Super Bowl. They did the same thing with the Saints last year. New Orleans Saints beat the Dallas Cowboys, man, and people were going crazy. Yeah, boy, they going to the Super Bowl. Must have thought Sean Payton and Drew Brees were still here.
You guys talked about it, but from afar, it looked like that he went through a lot in Chicago, because it seems that there's always something going on up there.
Yeah, we have. I'll let Matt share what he wants to share.
Yeah, Chicago is a mess.
There's always scars. There's always scars. You put your heart and soul into this like Matt Eberflus did. The guy's a damn good football coach. He's going to be a head coach again. He had a young quarterback. That comes into it, but it takes its toll. It really does. It takes its toll not on you, but when you sit in these chairs, you are really in charge of 90-something, 100-something families. When you think about the people that are under your watch, and think about the staff that you have to call and say, hey, they're letting me go.
Yes, sir, Daniel.
That is. But I think the best thing in the world would be for us to play well, win this game, and give Matt Eberflus a game ball after we play well and beat Chicago.
Woo! Woo! Uh-oh.
Alrighty. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Uh-oh. 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 Ooh, this gonna be good this week. Uh-oh. Brian's calling it. They want to give Matt Eberflus a game ball. Uh-oh. Boy. Matt Eberflus coming out the... Matt Eberflus gonna try to pull some stuff out. Hey, let me tell you, I hope Matt Eberflus, I hope he goes to Chicago. I hope they put together the best personnel they can, and they go up in this thing and they make a statement to this league and beat the brakes off the Chicago Bears. The Cowboys, it would be great to get one of those games right before you play the Green Bay Packers. It would be great to get one of those games. So we're going to see what happens with that. But, yeah, that sounds like to me, they want this game for Matt Eberflus. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I'm liking how that sounds. They want this game for Matt Eberflus. They do. They want it for him. So I'm excited. Man, I'm telling you, this is just going to be a great football season. Man, we've had 2 great weeks of football. Thankfully, we're not playing on a Thursday night again. We had to wait a whole 9 days between games. Man, we are back up on the docket.
And your North Tech.
We are back up on the docket on Sunday. Man, I am absolutely excited. Appreciate y'all rocking with me on Cowboys After Dark. Cowboys, again, like I said, Cowboys are back up in this thing on Sunday. Man, I'm telling you, I am absolutely excited. Absolutely excited. Let's see what time. Because this past week, man, I was like in between service when the game. I like the 3:00 game so I can go ahead and get home and watch the games. The game this week. Game this week is what? What time is that game? Let's see. Okay, so we got a 3:00 game. So I should be able to get home, watch the whole game, have our post game. We're going to have a post game show after the game. Probably spend about an hour and a half to 2 hours on that. Then we're going to come back and do Cowboys After Dark on Sunday night. Of course, we'll be doing Cowboys After Dark on Thursday night this week. That's kind of our schedule. I'm actually going to put together a whole schedule and kind of post it. So we'll all be ready for that. Make sure you put your notification bell on. But boy, hey, man, ooh. And then the next Sunday against the Green Bay Packers, the Cowboys got a Sunday night game. Woo, man, I'm excited. Guys, I don't want to get too far ahead as we go to our next topic. But man, let me tell you something. I don't want to get too excited, but I am excited. If the Cowboys beat the New York Giants, if the Cowboys beat the New York Giants, Cowboys fans, are we looking at the possibilities? The Cowboys beat the Giants. I believe they're beating the Packers. We'll be 3-1. We'll have the Jets. The Jets can't beat the Cowboys. I'm not saying they can't any given Sunday, but we should beat the Jets. We should beat the Panthers. We're going to beat the Commanders at home. Do we not realize that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? The Cowboys could be easily, what is that? The Cowboys could be 6-1 before we even see the Denver Broncos? Man, do we not realize how exciting this is? The Cowboys. And if you look, the Cowboys, it'll be the Packers. Broncos gonna be a tough out. I'm telling you, the Broncos gonna be a tough out. I believe we can beat the Cardinals at home. We can beat the Raiders on the road. By the time we see the Eagles again and they come into Dallas, we're beating the Eagles. There's no way they're sweeping us. We could literally be. We got a bye week between the Cardinals and the Raiders. by the time we get to the toughest part of our schedule, do y'all realize we could be 7-2? 7-2 with 8 games to go. 7-2 with 8 games to go. If we're 7-2, even 6-3, with 8 games to go, I like our chances. We're going to the playoffs. I do believe we're going to the playoffs. We got an opportunity to either be 7-2, 8-1. That would be insane. 7-2, 8-1, 6-3. If we can get to that point by the bye week, boy, I'm excited. I know it's 1 week at a time, boy, but I'm excited. After what I saw tonight, I don't think the Raiders can beat the Cowboys. I don't think the Raiders could beat the Cowboys if they were playing in the Rose Bowl. Cowboys should be able to take care of the Raiders. Beat the Eagles. We split that series. I don't think the Chiefs are the same team. The Lions are going to be a tough out at home. I think they'll be back on all 4 cylinders by that time. Going to be a tough out. Vikings, I just don't think they're good enough to beat the Cowboys. Chargers are going to be a tough out, but that's going to be in Dallas. I feel real good about that. Cowboys at Commanders, you could split that thing. Cowboys at the New York Giants, I think by that time, Brian Daboll should be fired unless they're going to keep him the whole season. We got a great chance to go 11-5, 12-4. 11-5, 11-6, 12-5. Oh, man, 13-4 would be crazy. But the Cowboys, man, if they get this thing going the way that they're supposed to and just get on a crazy run, Cowboys are going to be, But I'm getting ahead of myself. Y'all forgive me. But I think we're going to beat the Bears. And if we get that Packer game, which I think we're going to get, man, we beat the Jets, the Panthers, and the Commanders, I think. Boy, Cowboys going to be 6-1 by the time they see the Broncos. That'll be crazy. That'll be crazy, and I think it's going to happen. Woo, man, I'm speaking it into existence like God told Abraham. I'm telling you, man, I'm feeling good about this team. We just got to keep working these kinks out. We got to work out some more kinks when we play the Chicago Bears. But, oh, man, I'm getting excited about this Chicago Bears game now because, boy, Brian Schottenheimer said something there at the end. They want this game for Matt Eberflus. He let the cat out of the bag for me. They want this game. Brian said, oh, yeah, we don't want to get up. We don't want to get too excited about this game. We don't want to try too hard. Yeah, we don't want to try too hard, but I guarantee you, inside, they're telling this team, we want this game for Matt Eberflus. And when we get to the Arizona Cardinals, you know what they're going to say? We want this game for Clayton Adams. When we get to the Jets, you know what they're going to say? We want this game for White Cotton. Every time they play one of these teams where one of their coaches used to be the coach, they're going to want those games. See, these are the kinds of things that when you play teams, you're always looking for something that gives your team that extra incentive. Because, you're thinking about it, man. You're talking about grown men. I know we want self-motivation. But if you can find something that's an extra incentive for someone, boy, you'll be surprised at how they'll rise to another level. It's just like, you go out and tell your sales team, hey, guys, the goal today is to sell, let's say, 50 of these. Tell you what we're going to do. If y'all sell 60 of these, everybody gets a $1,000 bonus, a weekend off, and a company party. Shoo. Boy, you'd be surprised how people perform. Boy, you'd be surprised how people perform when there's an incentive. Or hey, we want this win for so-and-so. They got something going on in their life. We want to win this for them. Shoot, boy, you'd be surprised what people would do with extra incentives. All right, let's keep rolling here. Cowboys After Dark. I appreciate y'all rocking with me. It's about 3 o'clock in the morning where I am. Y'all tell me what time it is where y'all are. For some of y'all, it might be a little bit early, but for those of us here in the Central Time Zone, it is 3 o'clock in the morning. So we're going to go a little bit longer. Might as well. It's Cowboys After Dark. We're going to go a little bit longer. We're going to listen to some Stephen Jones, see if we can fit a couple more things in here before we get out of here tonight.
Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is time to talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys.
Well, it was a heck of a heart-stopping win there yesterday, and Brandon Aubrey.
Hold on, Stephen. I got a question here.
No.
I'm
Crazy
really excited
Daniel
about
Lamb,
this.
I love it.
How
Kenny
much
Clark.
pie does Brandon Aubrey deserve?
I love it. I love it. He obviously did a great job yesterday. I mean, he's just continues to do a great job. Is a better way to say it. But he's just a guy that you can count on. But the bigger thing than that, we've had guys through like that. Is just the distance, and you get to the 50-yard line and you feel like you're in his range. So. Anyway, he's certainly a weapon and certainly a huge part of why we won the game yesterday.
Would you have ever thought, just going back years and years ago, you would ever see a weapon like that where you got to midfield and you could definitely kick a field goal from there?
No, I mean, you just it's evolved. And, I'm on the competition committee, but, in general, these kickers, have really gotten to where, one, they're really accurate, but two, they do it from long distance. And, it used to be a 50-yard field goal was, getting to where it was pretty iffy. And, these
Thanks,
guys
Mason
around
Bartley.
the league are pretty accurate.
James Houston.
With those type of kicks, not to the extent our guy is, it doesn't feel like, but, it's just,
Ron Hanna.
It's evolved, and these guys are really, these, soccer-style kickers get a lot of power, and they're really good at it, and hats off to them. They got a great skill.
Now, you just mentioned being on the competition committee. I admit this is a biased question as someone who grew up a Cowboys fan and still am a Cowboys fan. Can
Yes,
you
sir,
get it
Daniel
on the
Lamb.
competition committee so that one penalty does not cancel out 3 penalties on the exact same play?
That was interesting. I mean, there
Boy,
was a
that was
lot
crazy.
of
We should have had that ball on the one when they passed interference down there on CeeDee Lamb. It's crazy.
those officials had a lot of activity, and they were very busy yesterday. But for the most part, I must say, the fouls that were called looked pretty legitimate and hard to argue with. It was just one of those games. It was physical. It was a typical NFC East battle, and they were certainly wanting to set a tone, and we were wanting to do the same. And we evolved into, after a real slow start, we came around and, played good football in a lot of areas. Obviously, there's a lot of areas we have to improve on if we were going to be the team we want to be this year.
Dak Prescott's record in division is sterling, and his record against the Giants is pretty spectacular as well. How do you explain his dominance within the division and the Cowboys' dominance over the Giants over this time?
Longest streak still going in football, I think, right now, 14 games?
It's hard to explain. I mean, you get on runs, and, they have cold spells. And, I was on the phone with John Mara last week. We serve on the competition committee, and we were actually talking about that. And he said, it's getting to where you're not very pleasant to talk to. I said, well, I understand.
Brandy, I don't understand the safeties.
We've had a good run here, but, you just never know when those things are going to go the other way on you as well. But, let's go back to Dak. He's obviously, we think, one of the top quarterbacks in the NFL, and, he does a great job of preparation. He does know our division very well, and, he's been very successful within it. And it all starts, if you want to have success in this league, it all starts with winning your division.
Plenty of good news always comes out of a win, but this is also the NFL. You talked about how physical it was. We saw the injury.
You're making a point, Derek G, about Marinelli being similar to Flus. Flus is from the Marinelli coaching tree, if I'm not mistaken. He's from the Marinelli coaching tree. But if I was Brian Schottenheimer, I would break this seems like unwritten law of, okay, the defense coordinator is over the defense and the head coach just goes along with it. Heck no. No. If I'm Brian Schottenheimer, I'm straight up telling Matt Eberflus, I don't care if he's older than me, Matt, we need a change. Matt, we need to start blitzing earlier. Matt, maybe we need to do some things different with the safeties, the linebackers. Maybe we got them doing too much. Can you simplify the game for them? I think we're maybe doing too much with the talent that we have. I really do. I just think we're doing too much. Yeah, and J100, Fowler motor not the same. Yeah, bro, I'm telling you. And I think the snap count for him is showing it, because the money the Cowboys are paying Dante Fowler should have been the man leading the charge. But I think this is why they brought in Jadeveon Clowney. But again, C-Base, he said Fowler becomes better as a result of Clowney. Could be true. Could be true. For sure. For sure. I think Clowney's going to help them all. But that boy Clowney said, when the Cowboys got Kenny Clark, he said, send me in. I had to point this out to Ed Water over here trying to cap again. Shoot. Nah, this dude is smart, man. When you get elite defensive tackle play, you don't need elite edge rushers. You just need good to great ones will be good enough. Damn, if you can get an elite edge rusher with elite defensive tackle play, oh man. But shoot, let me tell you something. Mike McCain, he said, I'm in Arizona on the West Coast, G. I can roll with you all night. Yes, sir. Let's go. Let's go. All right, let's listen to some more Steven, man. He just kind of hitting us up with some of the personnel stuff. Let's go.
To Cooper Beebe, and the word is this morning he'll be out 6 to 8 weeks. I wanted to see if you could confirm that, and then the assumption that he'll go on the IR.
If it's Cowboys, it's 6 weeks.
Well, it's we hope it's on the shorter end of that. I've always bet on these guys like Cooper Beebe who are resilient, they're tough, they play through things, and just feel like hopefully it will be on the shorter end of that, but there probably is a pretty good chance that he'll end up on the IR, DTR. And, the good news is we've got a couple of young centers. I thought Hoffman stepped up yesterday and did a really nice job. And, it's got to be next man up. I mean, this is the game we're in. You look around the league, there's, injuries are part of it. And that's why you have 53 players, and you have 16 practice. You have a European player, 16 practice squad players. You got, designations like IR, DTR that allow you to bring guys back now, which I think is good for the league. I think everyone's embraced that. It's kind of unanimous around the league that it's certainly a good position to take where if guys are going to be out a while, they can get that time out and then come back. So, it's just a physical game. And, the guys continue to get bigger, stronger, faster. And with that, with those type of things come, injuries are going to happen.
Part of the game.
Part of our game.
Absolutely nice to have a win like that, Stephen, coming away from yesterday. Our listening audience has been very expressive about the secondary yesterday, though, and we've been kind of discussing it. Is the personnel there still trying to figure out how to work best within Eberflus's defense, or did you feel like there was some lack of communication yesterday? What was the feeling there on the secondary?
I just feel like we're evolving. We've played pretty good against the pass against the Eagles. We gave up the one big play.
Did I not say this earlier? I said this on the first show, I believe. This is the same stinking defense. It's the same stinking defense that held the Philadelphia Eagles to 24 points. They gave up 37 to the Giants. And I think a part of it is film work. They realized that Jalen Hurts, and the Cowboys know that Jalen Hurts, they ran 100% zone because Jalen Hurts trying to read those zones confuse him. Jalen Hurts, dude threw for $150. I think he might have threw for less than that this week, and they still beat the Chiefs. But nevertheless, they couldn't play the Giants the same way because the Giants got Malik Neighbors and they got Russell Wilson, who is a better deep ball thrower, of course, than Jalen Hurts, and doesn't mind, obviously, throwing into coverage. What Jalen Hurts looks at down the field and say, ooh, the safety is down there and the cornerback. Russell Wilson says, I have nothing to lose. I'm going to go bombs away, and I'm going to try to win this thing with Malik Neighbors. I don't think Caleb Williams is going to be able to do the same thing. But nevertheless, I agree with what Stephen Jones saying. I've been saying this. I think the Cowboys are trying to figure out the right combination of players that work. I do think this is the week, though. This is the week you have got to test out Maurice Leofau with more snaps. You've got to let Jaden Blue get in the game, even if it's returning kicks. You got to let these players who you want to be an impact this season, you got to let them get a taste so that when you play the Green Bay Packers, you can unleash everything you have. You got to let them have. You got to give them everything that you can give them. Superstar Status said, John Machado said on the Cowboys Collective episode, he said, if you expect to be taken seriously, tell me who your defensive tackles are. It's a fact. That's why I made the point, man. When you go back and look at these Super Bowl teams, tell me the premier edge rushers they have other than Nick Bosa. Cincinnati had Trey Hendrickson. But when you look at these teams, Aaron Donald, the Rams. Chris Jones, the Kansas City Chiefs. Jalen Carter, Philadelphia Eagles. You see elite defensive tackle play. The push up the middle. The stopping of the run. It makes the team that you're facing less dynamic. Now, somebody's asking about Trey Hendrickson. I don't, I saw where AOC did a very good video on that Trey Hendrickson thing. I guess my question is I don't see where the Bengals are even saying that Trey Hendrickson is available. I mean, they just paid him. They didn't pay him big time money. I don't see where he's available yet. Or I don't even see where he's available. And we'll have to look at I'll have to look at the contract and all of that, but I'm not sure that the Cowboys are going to be willing to spend. I'm not sure they're going to be willing to spend that kind of money on Trey Hendrickson. Especially if Jadeveon Clowney come in here and Jadeveon Clowney balls the way the Cowboys think that he can ball. I don't think it's going to happen, but we'll see.
Obviously yesterday was not the same story. And, it never helps to be missing one of your top corners in Bland. And obviously Diggs is coming off a significant injury. So, this is going to evolve. The good news is Bland is going to be coming back. I think Diggs is just going to get better. I think we're getting, a guy like Rebel back and Carson. And, I think there's going to be help on the way. In the meantime, we got to continue, to work to get better each week. And, Coach Eberflus has had great defenses throughout his careers in the NFL. He had top 10 defenses in Indy, did a great job in Chicago as the head coach / play caller. And we just have a lot of confidence that we'll certainly get this right. I think that the pieces are there. We just got to get everybody rowing in the same direction and make sure we understand philosophically what we're trying to get accomplished. And I really have a lot of confidence that we'll get better.
Man, I got to be honest with you guys. Call me crazy. But Stephen Jones has just been talking really good football this year. It's weird to me. Not in a bad way. But I'm just saying, this dude has really been talking very good football. And I do believe the Cowboys are trying to weather the storm because they feel like that by the time they get to this bye week of November the 3rd, that's the Cardinals game, and then we won't see the Cowboys for 14 days. That'll be November the 17th. This is when the Cowboys believe Demarion Overshown will be back for the Raiders game. I think that's the target date. I don't think it's Thanksgiving. I think it's the 17th. I think they're hoping to get Josh Butler back by that time. Cooper Beebe should be back by that time. The Cowboys are hoping to be healthy right at the right time, hit the ground running November the 17th, go into Las Vegas, beat up on them, come back home, beat up on the Eagles at home. 4 days later, beat up on the Chiefs at home. Then December the 4th, 9 days later, 10 days later, go to Detroit, beat up on Detroit. At least that's the plan. Go back home, and I know they're going to beat up on the doggone Vikings. Beat up on the Chargers at home. That's 2 games in a row at home. They finished the last 2 games on the road, the Commanders and the Giants, which they're better. I think they'll be better than both of those teams. We almost swept the Giants last year. Man, I'm telling you, boy, the Cowboys, woo. The season starts with the Green Bay Packers. The Cowboys are trying to weather the storm because Stephen Jones and I think the whole front office believes that by the time they hit that bye week, when they come back November the 17th, they're going to be full cylinders. Shoot, Ryan handled this generation different. Yeah, this generation different. But again, I'm going to tell you something, boy. I ain't playing with y'all. Dang it, Lil, we already done talked about it. Shoot. Dak Prescott said he kissed Brandon Aubrey on the forehead. Well, if he kissed Brandon Aubrey on the forehead, I'm all right. Hey, man, I think we might be able to handle Christian Wilkins. Man, as long as that dude come in here tackling folk, as long as he ain't doing crazy stuff with the team, sure, if he can help us win, bring him on in.
Any ETA on those potential reinforcements, whether it's the longer term ones of Revel and Carson or hopefully shorter term with Bland?
Well, the guys who are on the IR have to be there for 4 weeks.
Bland will be back against Green Bay, I believe.
Right. So Revel and Carson will be there for 4 weeks. And, since Revel hadn't had any type of practicing with us because of his injury, he's certainly been in the classroom and takes the mental reps out on the field. But, we expect that
Revel will be October.
Need the full 3 weeks to, get into football type shape, practicing, that type of thing. Carson should be a lot more ready to step up and go. And then certainly we hope Bland, probably looking at, depending on how his week goes, probably a long putt for him to make the game against the Bears. But certainly we hope he'll have, a chance if he doesn't make it this week, hopefully the next week.
The effort and the type of game you got from Javonte Williams yesterday, when you signed this player, was that kind of like, this is what we're going to get from this guy?
We certainly, that was in the plan. I mean, we had him, and as everybody knows, who follow the Cowboys and the moves we make, we had, really top grades on him coming out. We really liked what he did his rookie year. He then had, the unfortunate major knee injury, and it usually does take a couple years to come off that. He split some time last year. We like what we saw and what he did, and really thought his arrow was up when we signed him, and he's done nothing but exceed expectations since he's walked in the door with us. And
Williams has been great, man.
We're running the ball really well. Shotty's committed to it. I think we're doing a good job doing that, and feel good about what that future holds. But also look forward to getting, as we move forward, hopefully getting an opportunity to get Bland up and see what he can do. Blue.
Oh yes.
You talked about some of the moves the teams have been making. There was a couple over the weekend with Jadeveon Clowney, and then going back to Tyler Smith.
Bland up and see what he can do. Doing that and feel good about what that future holds. But also look forward to getting, as we move forward, hopefully getting an opportunity to get Bland up and see what he can do. Blue.
Oh, yeah.
Did y'all catch that? Stephen Jones is ready to see Jaden Blue too. Stephen Jones just said, hopefully we can get Blue brought up too to see what he can do. I got a feeling we're going to see Jaden Blue this week. And I think the Cowboys need to see Jaden Blue. The Cowboys need speed on the field. And I am waiting on the day to where we can get Jaden Blue and Kevontae Turpin on the field at the same time. Yeah, Stephen Jones just said it. They want to get Jaden Blue. And I'm hoping this is a message that they are talking about behind closed doors. Hey, man, when are we getting this dude brought up? Okay, hey, like somebody mentioned earlier. Okay, now, I know we're doing the drum line on him. I think it was Jawan 100 said it. We treating him dude like on drum line. Okay, when we going to let this dude in the drum line? Enough is enough. The dude is talented, man. You got to let that speed get out there.
Yes.
You talked about some of the moves the teams have been making. There was a couple over the weekend with Jadeveon Clowney, and then going back to Tyler Smith, 4 years, $96 million. Why was this the right time and this the right player to get that deal done?
Well, for Jadeveon, it was just, obviously when you lose one on the edge, and we traded that out for, what we feel like is a really great player who's already making a big difference in our run defense, and Kenny Clark. But we just felt like to have a reinforcement, like a Jadeveon Clowney. We certainly know he's, been in the league a while. He's over 30, but we think he can really come in here and give us, 20 plays a game to really disrupt and rush the passer, which certainly can help us. As far as Tyler Smith's concerned, I mean, that's the nature of, these big negotiations. They take time. I think everybody's been aware that we've been working to get this done. And, it just sometimes every negotiation's different, and sometimes they take time. The good news is we have that done, so we'll have him, obviously, for the next 6 years. The two that we already had him for, and then obviously 4 new ones.
How much easier does that make handling the salary cap hit when you're able to sign somebody who is still under the rookie deal for another 2 seasons?
Yeah, I think it just certainly evens that out and makes it, very manageable. You're talking about two of our top young players in the game, in our
Later,
organization.
Ron Hannah.
And for that matter, in the game. I know a lot of people feel like Tyler's, if not the best, one of the top guards in the NFL, and certainly Bland has, really played extraordinarily for us when he's been healthy. And I just feel like that was a good move for us, and certainly, not spending, as we talked about, spending all your money, a lot of money on one particular guy. You can spread that out over guys like a Bland, a Tyler Smith, a Lupke, a Jadeveon Clowney, and have draft picks to boot in the future.
Obviously, you wouldn't have had the extra draft picks, but as our salary cap guru, is it not fair to say that these deals still could have gotten done even if you kept and extended Micah?
Yeah, it would have been a stretch. I don't know that we're able to do everything. It's a lot more shorter term, and, especially a guy like Clowney. I mean, that probably wouldn't even have been a thought, in terms of looking at something like that. But certainly, they were in the mix, but it allows you to be a little more aggressive and get the deal done.
Stephen, we got to see all the range of emotions of your family up in the suite yesterday as the game was coming to an end throughout the entire time. You got Jerry, his hands are all clasped and ready to go and hoping for this, and then the celebration. How would you describe Brian Schottenheimer's emotions after his first victory?
Yeah, I mean, he's, again, it's just so real in terms of authentic in terms of what he's about. He just never changes, in terms of the emotion and energy and the way this team responds to him. You could tell, every player in that locker room was thrilled to get Coach Schottenheimer that first win. And Jerry and I felt the same way. As I told Coach Schottenheimer, getting that first win in any given season is always the tough one, is getting that first one. And certainly good to get the first win, for the whole team, the staff, the organization. To get that first win was big. It was, as you said, certainly a roller coaster, but you don't ever apologize with how you win in the NFL. A win is a win. And, as I said last week, I don't think anyone in the organization felt there were any moral victories in the loss to Philadelphia. So, people say, well, you could be 0-2. And I said, well, you could be 2-0, but at the end of the day, you are what you are. You're 0-1, and then we win the game, we're 1-1. And we got a chance to improve every day going forward and get this team to where we want it to be, to compete, to be a really good football team this year, and then see what happens.
One of the big stories.
Man, it is crazy when you look at this Jadeveon Clowney contract. This Jadeveon Clowney contract for the Cowboys is so insane. This looks to be, from what they're reporting on Sport Track, this is a $3.5 million contract. If Jadeveon Clowney comes in here and goes off the chain for the Cowboys for $3.5 million, man, that is bananas. That's bananas. Great deal for the Cowboys. Great deal for the Cowboys, if you ask me. What more could you ask for? $3.5 million? I love it. Love it. Great team-friendly deal for the Cowboys. I absolutely love it. I love it. I hope he turns out to be everything and more. I'm going to just tell you my dream scenario for the Cowboys. That Jadeveon Clowney. I'm hoping that Jadeveon Clowney, Kenny Clark, I want those guys. I would love to see those guys get extended with the Cowboys. If you look at the 92, 93 Cowboys, and you look at the age ranges, I was looking at the age ranges of the players. A lot of people don't realize the Cowboys were young, but they were old too. They had a veteran presence. A veteran presence in major parts of their team. And I think that veteran presence, along with those youthful skill position players, was the perfect cocktail for them to win those championship games. I just think it brought a certain amount of stability. I would love to see these guys, because I'm telling you, man, Jadeveon Clowney, man, if this dude can be what he's supposed to be, he'll be a great asset for the Cowboys. Great asset for the Cowboys. So I really hope this turns out.
Just across the country last week was the murder of Charlie Kirk, and we had heard that NFL teams were given the option about what to do with that. Can you walk us at all through the team's process? Obviously, y'all did the moment of silence and honored him, and I know a lot of people really appreciated that.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot to add. I mean, we just felt like it was the right thing to do. And, we're against any type of violence, gun violence, any type of violence, in society. And, certainly, that's, just really a difficult situation when you see anything like that, regardless of who the person is, an innocent person. Basically being assassinated, and we felt like it was the right thing to do organization.
Well,
yeah. Charlie Kirk thing is our country's in a very strange place to me, especially when it comes to race, morality, and things like that. I don't know. The Charlie Kirk thing, I'm kind of like Stephen Jones. I don't see the major issue, and it doesn't seem like anybody's making a major deal out of it. I'm somebody that I've listened to Charlie Kirk before in the past. I think that Charlie Kirk was one of these people that I think people would take things that he would say, isolate them, and make it sound like he was saying one thing when he was actually saying the context of conversations are always important. I think you have to get very careful taking little snippets, which is what we do in today's society. We're the TikTok generation. We want to take that little snippet and just let it say everything that was said in a 1 hour or 2 hour conversation, which in reality is hard to do. You could take from certain conversations and you could make it sound like that somebody was saying one thing when they were actually giving an analogy of something and saying something totally different. But I'm saying all of that to say that, you know what? I don't have to agree with everything somebody says. But I can tell you this, I will fight for people to have the freedom to say what they want to say. Because if they do it to them, they'll do it to you. If we kill freedom of speech, even when we don't agree with it, then that means every speech we don't care about gets canceled. So even when we don't like certain things, sometimes we still have to understand freedom of speech. Now, freedom of speech don't mean freedom of consequences. It's a tough thing, man. It's a tough thing. But again, the Charlie Kirk thing, I don't really see necessarily a problem with it. It just all depends on how, the players saw it and whatever the case may be. So it is what it is. It's a sad situation. And there is no bone in my body that would celebrate even my enemy getting killed, because even God says that he has no pleasure in the wicked being killed, but that they should also come to repentance and have the opportunity to be saved. And we should, as the human, we all should look at everybody as potential, children of God, people who can give their life to God and be and be reformed or whatever the case may be. It's a tough situation, but the Charlie Kirk thing, not a whole major issue. This is why I really like sports. I think sports, and a lot of people got mad at Dak Prescott a few years ago saying this, but I do think we have to be very careful. I don't think we should be inserting politics or any of that controversial stuff. I don't care what it is. I just don't think we need to insert any of that into professional sports, especially a game like football that is a catalyst for actually bringing people from different backgrounds together. I don't think we should, we should try to stay away, keep that stuff out as much as we can, because people actually come to sports to get away from politics. If athletes want to have their own platforms outside of the game and speak on things, and especially, still be careful what you're saying, understand you're still representing the brand. I just think we need to keep that stuff, just keep everybody. People come to football for a getaway. Just straight up, they do. They just come to it for a getaway. When I watch football, I look at it to get away. I look at it to get away. That's what I do. And so I just think we just need to be real careful. Real careful about things that we say and understand. Freedom of speech, I'm telling you, I'll fight for it every single time. I'll fight for it every single time. And there are other things I'll fight for too, but we're not going to get into that. I'm just saying, we just have to be careful about inserting politics into this. And I think this is one of the reasons why the NFL, they were in a tough situation. I'm pretty sure there were a lot of people in the NFL felt a certain type of way about the Charlie Kirk thing. But I think it's a smart play by the NFL. I think it's a smart play by a lot of people. Just let people have their opinions about things. I do think people could do themselves some favors, though, and not let people tell you who a person is and what a person say, and don't believe people by short little snippets. You go and listen to a person and you find out for yourself who somebody is, and don't let nobody tell you. And at the same time, man, don't ever let anybody influence you to celebrate the death of even your enemies. Even the Bible told us that we ought to pray for our enemies, love our enemies. We don't want to see the demise of our enemies. We want to see the reform of our enemies. And our goal is to have love, peace, and respect with one another. All right, let's see here. Let's see if we can get one more topic in. Let's see if we can get see how long the Jerry post game the Jerry Jones post game thing is. All right, Jerry Jones is about 11 minutes. Let's see if we can get some of Jerry Jones in. And then if we have to, we'll get let me see here. We've already talked about Jadeveon Clowney. Okay, let's see if we can get in Jerry Jones and then fit in Brandon Aubrey, and then we'll get Dak Prescott in later on today.
And we're able to come out of there with a win. There were 2 or 3 times when we could have gotten out of there with a win. There were 2 or 3 times where we could have lost it. That's a lot better than playing well against Philadelphia and not coming out with the win. I like, frankly, what both games have done for us. And I think both games has helped us grow the team. And I can say the very same thing about Brian and the kind of job he did out there coaching. This was quite a challenge for us today. He knew Russell well. He had coached him directly when they were at Seattle. So he knew him well. He knew his skill with the deep ball. He wore us out with that deep ball out there today. But we figured out a way at the end to get a win, although it's several times we thought that we'd missed our chance. But overall, I don't recommend it, but I like having had that experience and get out here with a win in the win column. That'll help us grow.
Is something that you think can carry over?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I certainly do. I think you learn when you have those kinds of near-death experiences, if I may exaggerate, when you have that kind of experience and then it comes your way.
Boy, Jerry be saying some stuff sometimes, boy, be having you rolling. Jerry said near-death experience. I don't know if it was a near-death experience, Jerry. I don't know if it's a near-death experience, Jerry, but I get exactly what you're saying. I get exactly what you're saying. But the win for the Cowboys again, guys, it was a brotherhood win. It was a brotherhood win, man. They really kept it together, and I think it was a very good display of the culture and the brotherhood that Brian Schottenheimer has built. Man, these men didn't give up. They kept having each other's back, and they kept on playing. Boy, Prime, you are not lying, boy. Prime, boy, you not lying, boy. The jokes write themselves with Jerry. Prime, this man Jerry said a near-death experience. Boy, that's why, boy, I'm telling you, it's hard for me to dislike Jerry Jones. I'm serious, it's hard for me to dislike Jerry Jones. Boy, Jerry Jones is this dude here, boy, is something else.
Then you know it can happen, and that gives you 42.
Well, Aubrey, does that just give you a lot of comfort knowing he can do something like that, right there from midfield?
He's a terrific weapon, and of course he's obviously got great nerves in terms of just his being in the moment, and his skill level is none better. And so he's a great weapon for us, and he makes us obviously a better team. We won one today because of having him, and some other big effort out there, but really give him his proper due here. He won that game.
What were your feelings when Neighbors scored that touchdown with 25 seconds left?
Oh, I thought I just couldn't believe that they'd gotten it in. We all knew that they were very capable of doing that, and just felt like that it just wasn't going to go our way. But of course, I'm glad that Dak didn't feel that way. I'm glad that the guys out there playing didn't feel that way. And that's my whole point. We grew out there today.
Yeah,
we're better
I agree.
now than we were when we started that game.
I agree.
To see one of the
pass interference call was made on George Pickens. I don't know if you had a chance to see the replay.
Bogus.
Some people thought it was a little bit ticky-tacky in terms of the call by the ref. That
Bogus.
pass interference call.
I'm sorry, but there were a lot of penalties out there today, and I wouldn't dare come in behind them at this juncture and say, boy, that was tight, that was close, what have you. I think if you look at the yardage, I was shocked we got up to where we were about 60-70% of what they had. So a lot of penalties called out there today.
I see you, Daniel.
An interception after the DBs had such a struggle. I mean, that had to be a good feeling to see one of those guys make a play.
It really was, and especially him, because it looked like that he had a miss there on the touchdown, and then for him to come back and get the interception, I thought was really judicious, right. And it was right for us, I know that.
What's your concern level with Cooper Beebe? We saw him limping into the locker room.
Yeah, I don't have any idea the extent of his, he's a tough guy, and I didn't hear anything during the game that was of a degree that I would be worried about it. But I want to emphasize, I don't know the assessment of the injury.
In Turpin's neck, is that something?
Turpin just couldn't go back out. We couldn't get enough information. X-ray's pretty good, but just couldn't under the rule of holding him out.
Jerry, you're one of the elite owners, obviously, in the NFL. A pregame commemoration was done to Charlie Kirk. I wanted to know if you had any words about his memory and his passing.
Well, we just all abhor violence, and it's impacting us all. And certainly we all stand together on any front relative to the threat of violence. And we just all hope that we'll go through a time. I was involved, a young guy, but we're in the 60s when we had.
See, I don't know. These kinds of situations, and like I said, I'm just not going to speak a lot on it, but I do think these kind of situations are very sticky. They're very sticky. They just are. But I say just the simple part. We have to respect human beings more than anything. We have to respect humankind more than anything, mankind more than anything. And we have to be very careful with things that we have to be very careful with the things that we believe in. And we have to be very careful that when we, certain things that we believe in, and have to accept the fact that everybody don't have to believe in everything we believe in. Everybody don't have to get behind every cause that we believe in. No, people don't have to do that. But what we do have to do, and this is what's wrong with this society, we don't respect human life. We don't respect human life. That very fundamental thing has to come first. We have to respect human life. And all of this stuff, man, I don't even get into all this stuff. All this race stuff, it don't even make sense to me. We all come from one man, Adam and Eve. We come from two human beings, Adam and Eve. Every race was born from a man and a woman, Adam and Eve. We don't know what race they were or anything. But at the end of the day, I just think God is telling us something so simple. We are all a part of one another. And so we just have to be careful in our beliefs, that we don't take our beliefs to a violent place. We don't take it to a violent place. And so it's a sticky situation. And I think Jerry and Steven, they're answering, I believe, in a certain type of way. You don't have to tell people everything you believe. You don't have to tell people everything you believe. I just think at a very fundamental level, we just have to have a respect for human life. We have to have a respect for one another. And don't let what we believe spill over into violence, even though people do it. But again, we don't have to be the people that do it. And so again, I think it's a very sticky situation. And so you just want to keep this stuff as much as you can out of sports or whatever it is, because people don't come to this. They don't come to this. And this is why I'm not, I don't do a lot of politicking and stuff. I don't get involved in that, because this isn't the forum that people come to this for. It's called Let's Talk Cowboys. And so while I will say some things about what I believe as far as God goes, I'm not pushing on people that they have to believe in God. I'm not doing that, because that's not what this forum is for. I have another place where I do that at. And so just like there, I don't talk about the Cowboys, because people aren't coming to that platform to hear me talk about the Cowboys. They're coming to that platform to be edified by the word of God. So I just think we have to be careful as we, when we talk about sports or whatever people do. You have to be careful imputing this stuff in, because, man, people get sensitive about this stuff. They get sensitive about this stuff. And so, and some people come to places like this. They come to places like this. They go to games. They watch football. They watch it for getaways. They got enough of dealing with all this other stuff out there. They come to this. They come to the NFL. They come to the NBA. And this is why you got to be careful. The NBA, I think they hurt their brand trying to be so political. I'm telling you, just check them, man. The NBA, they are so down since some of the things they did a few years ago. You just got to be careful, when you're doing this stuff. And so again, I think Jerry and Steven, they're playing it. They're playing it right. You don't have to tell people what you believe. You just tell people, this is what it is. Just a respect for human life.
Huge violence, lost President Kennedy and his brother, and many others, Martin Luther King.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's something that we really all need to just be aware of, support our law enforcement, and do everything we can to keep the violence in check.
And that goes for everybody. This isn't about a race. It's about the human race. We all should keep that in mind as it applies to the human race. We don't want to let our differences spill over into violence. We just got to accept the fact that people are different. They're different, and freedom of speech is important in this country, because you have to be.
Schottenheimer has some easier wins.
All right, back to football.
Oh, I do. But he'll never have a chance to show if he can handle pressure or cracks under pressure any better than he did out there today. I thought he held up pretty good.
Do you feel an urgency to get more pass rush?
Well, we just signed, while we were here today, we just signed another pass rusher. But we're playing it pretty straight. We're rushing forward. And so we'll have.
My man Ronan. Yes, sir. Daggy Lib, he said, facts, G, respect on human life. That's the key. And Ronan said, God created us all equal. Then he watched us play football on the day of rest. Boy. And this is why I love sports, man. Sports is one of those things. And I'm telling you, people killed Dak Prescott for this a few years ago. And I think this is one of the things that really got people a little bit upset at Dak Prescott, because Dak Prescott said that people come to football to watch football. They do. Lee Time, he said they wrong. They should have not brought Charlie Drama to the stadium. It's a tough one. And Lee Time, it's a tough one. Now, me, I don't know. It's a tough one, because you just have to be careful with this type of stuff, because people are so sensitive about it. they're so sensitive about it. So, again, they're not coming to your platform for that type of stuff. So you just have to be careful with it. But again, hey, people can believe what they want to believe. I'm not tripping on the Cowboys for this. It's not like they made let's take this for example. Some people get upset because on some of these national televised games, they're singing the Black national anthem. Well, some people get bent out of shape about that. That's a political move too. But they do it. It's one of those things. There are just things that sometimes somebody owns something and they're going to do what they want to do with that product. There are just sometimes I just say, I don't even worry about that. That's because that's not what I'm here for. And just like the stuff with Charlie Kirk, that is a whole different part of football and what we're doing, even though it affects some of the people that play. And they're, some of them are expressing what they express on the platform. But at the end of the day, it's just one of those things. I just move past it. I just move past it and I just keep going. I just move past it. So again, Jerry and Steven, I think they're playing it well. Just, okay, you had a moment of silence. And again, the NFL, they came to all the teams and they gave them the option of what they wanted to do. And they all chose a certain option. It is what it is. It's, the thing about this society that's amazing to me is that we have all of these different types of tragedies that go on in our society. But we are such a fast food society. It's big on Monday on a social media, or it's big on a Tuesday, and we're done with it by Friday. I mean, we're just done with it by Friday because we just got other things going on. This is the life we live now because of the social media, the TikTok, all this stuff. We hear tragedy, it hits us, we express our opinions, and then we're on to the next thing the next week like nothing ever happened. So this is a very delicate situation, and this is why I'm not really trying to give my opinion on it on either on no kind of level, because this is not what people come here for. But this is what they're asking him. I understand it. This is what they're asking them. So they just got to be as careful as they can with this and just don't try to drive it into the ground. It is what it is.
An announcement on that. We signed him right during the game or before the game. And yeah. So, but the point is that we were playing it pretty heads up. We were rushing for.
I like how Jerry is playing this too. So Jerry picked the right time. Jadeveon Clowney talked about this because they didn't sign the deal until Monday. Jerry Jones has asked the questions over here. I didn't realize this. I didn't listen to this interview. It's the first time I'm hearing it. So they asked Jerry Jones after watching that game or something to that effect, did you feel like you need a pass rush? And he says, as a matter of fact, we signed Jadeveon Clowney. Boy, this man, Jerry, you can't make this stuff up, boy. Jerry be taking them opportune times to get in some of this stuff on football, man.
Most of the time, and you're playing a quarterback that can really drop that ball in there. So
yeah,
we thought the best way to handle this thing was to try to cover them. We weren't correct.
Ooh.
And so who's ever got him to play, and if we play him again, how we were trying to a pass defense was suspect.
So
as you know.
You completed the Clowney deal?
It's been
Boy, Jerry Jones just basically said we was wrong, man. Jerry Jones said we was wrong on Russell Wilson. And then, he said the next time we seen it, guys, let me tell you something. I could be totally crazy. I don't think we're going to see Russell Wilson again. I don't think we're going to see Russell Wilson again. I think by the time we see the New York Giants, Jackson Dart will be the quarterback. I just don't think Russell Wilson is fighting the inevitable. And I'm sure Russell Wilson, if he didn't realize it because I think the Giants got him before the draft, if I'm not mistaken. If he didn't know it before the draft, Russell Wilson has been a young quarterback in this league before. And he know it is inevitable. He went from Seattle to the Broncos to the Steelers, now to the Giants. He's in mercenary mode. It is inevitable. When they brought in Jackson Dart, you already knew you were merely a bridge quarterback. And unless this season took off, bro, you knew you were done by mid-season. There is no way Russell Wilson can keep this pace up. This game against the Cowboys bought him maybe one more game. And the reason why I say it bought him one more game is because he didn't finish it. If Russell Wilson finishes this game, I believe it buys him additional game. I do. But because he's the reason why they stayed in the game and then they got beat in the game, there's no way he makes it until they play the Cowboys last game of the season. When you have a 450-yard game, boy, anything other than that is a disappointment. You get beat the next game and you only throw 250, 275, you done. You get beat you get beat 2 more games after this, I still say by mid-season. Mid-season, done. No later than mid-season, done. And I'll be shocked if they go 0-8, which I think there's a possibility. The Giants are about to go 0-8. I don't even see Brian Daboll lasting the whole season. But again, yeah, man, we're not going to see Russell Wilson. He can't keep this. There is no way, man. He's not going to keep this pace. I appreciate you, Daniel Lim. Got tons of respect for you too, my man. I appreciate you. All right, let's see. Jerry is tripping me out. This dude that threw Jadeveon Clowney in there. As a matter of fact, we signed Jadeveon Clowney.
Completed, yes.
How can Clowney help you guys?
Well, he'll add some other. He's has been an outstanding player, and he'll add some real depth and some. He's very credible, and he'll help us. It's the kind of thing that we will continue to do. It's a lot of the reason we handle our roster the way we handle it, so we can do these kinds of things.
You know, Daniel Lim, it's kind of funny you mentioned this thing about Jerry Jones. When you see him on these television shows, it's very obvious they have him all made up. Because when you see him raw and uncut, yeah.
Get him out there for overtime.
Jerry's showing his age.
If it had been.
But hey, Jerry is still, man, for stuff that Jerry's went through, shoot, Jerry, he looked pretty good.
And if he'd been dressed out, I would have dressed out myself if I thought it would have helped in that game, boy. I didn't know how many more of those we were going. Now, my understanding is that the overtime's over.
Pam Gaines said, every time I think of Russell Dayball, I think of the R. Kelly, I'm fighting for my life. Bam. Boy, I've been trying to search that that sound effect out, man. And obviously nobody has it on sound effects, so I may have to just create it myself. But boy, I've been wanting that sound effect so bad, boy. You killing me up in here. Boy, you ain't lying. That's a great analogy right there. Daniel Lim said, gee, Russ went out and put up almost 500 yards on my Cowboys and just told me, F your list. Let me show you what I got in store for you. Hey, but you know what's crazy though? Here's the bad part. He lost the game. He lost the game. Russell Wilson beats the Cowboys. It buys him at least 4 games. I think it buys him at least 4 games. Man, this dude is the reason why they lost. Rather than buying him 4 games, I think he's back down to 2. I think he's down to 2. And 1 if he just comes out and messes up the bed in the next game. He done. I think it's that crucial. I think he'll be done. Boy, that's a tough, boy, Boy. Pure Gaming, what's going on? Yes, sir. Always on the grind, my brother. Always on the grind. Cheers, Cowboys Daily. He said Gilly is next. We need another safety too. Justin Simmons. We're going to see, man. From what my understanding is, Gilmore is willing to come to the Cowboys, but the Cowboys are not interested in Gilmore yet. For whatever that means, they are not ready for him yet. I mean, they are not looking or checking for him yet. I think it's exactly what Stephen Jones is saying. I just think the Cowboys are saying we're going to try to weather the storm. We're going to try to weather the storm. We're going to try to weather the storm until our reinforcements come in. And I'm telling you, man, the Cowboys, without even getting reinforcements, could easily be 6-1, 5-2 in the next 7 games. Boy, that'd be a monumental feat.
We're at the half, isn't it? And their limit on the overtime?
Yeah. The 10 minutes.
I thought it was
10
over.
minutes, yeah.
Yeah, so that's what
I thought
say
you were
that.
playing for a tie.
Well, that's an excited locker room in there, and that's an excited head coach. Brian Schottenheimer, seen a lot of victories in his lifetime, his father's lifetime. That was his first one out there, and what a way to get it. Now, if Brian can get one like that, then he's got the belief. He knows he can win them at any time, any place. Pride for everybody in there is a big win. Giants played really lights out, and it was just a game that our guys just kept it.
That boy Jerry emotional, boy. That man Jerry emotional.
In there, kept hanging in there, and proud of him.
What'd you say to the team?
Basically, I wanted Dak. Gave Dak the ball to give to Shotty, and he's the man to do it. And we all are proud for Shotty to have his first win in his career in the NFL.
Boy, y'all can hate Jerry all y'all want to, man. I can admit Jerry has made a lot of mistakes over the last 30 years. But boy, I just got to give Jerry credit, man. Jerry is trying his best to redeem himself. Jerry's trying his best to redeem himself. And I love that comment he just made. He gave the ball to Dak Prescott to give it to Brian Schottenheimer because Dak Prescott is the man to do it. That boy Jerry, boy, he is emotional. Emotional, man. I love it. Yeah, Pure Gaming. I think we need a different scheme. And I think the problem is the scheme don't fit the personnel. I just really think it's that it's that simple at this point in time. Pure Gaming, whatever we did against the Eagles. The thing is, Pure Gaming, is that the Giants actually went and looked at what we did against the Eagles, and they realized that Jalen Hurts is not a deep ball thrower, and so that zone really confuses Jalen Hurts. But if you go back with Russell Wilson, he's a deep ball thrower. That scheme was not going to work against Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson is not afraid to take those chances. I mean, he was really playing with house money. He already knows that Jackson Dart is going to replace him. Shoot, Russell went bombs away, and they had a great game plan to throw it up the seams. They realized that the safety help was not as good as maybe as good as we thought it was. That's why this game is a game of adjustments. What worked on one team don't work on another one. Christian Legal, he said, gee, any quarterback that throws for 450 yards should always win the game. Facts. Cheers, Cowboys Daily. He's here to agreed. Man, that's facts, bro. Mike McCain said Dak Prescott has not lost to the New York Giants since his rookie year. Think about that. One of the craziest streaks going. One of the crazy things, man, I'm telling you. Pure Gaming said I was worried when Jerry was in that locker room screaming. Pure Gaming, I was more worried about Jerry when the game was going on. Boy. Oh, man. Chris Legal, you can see Jerry's hungry for another Super Bowl. I believe it. Yeah, one game at a time. Yeah, I believe it. Pure Gaming, you know what? I just think it would be so good for the team. I think it would not only be good for the team, I think it would be good for the fan base. It would be great if Jerry paid Brandon Aubrey this week. I truly believe Jerry should pay Brandon Aubrey this week. I just think it would be incredible for the players. I believe it would really lift the players to see that man get paid. I think it lifted their spirits to see Ty Smith get paid. I think it would lift their spirits even more to see Brandon Aubrey get paid. This man has earned every penny of it. The Cowboys are only paying him $1 million this year. And I'm sorry, you should not be paying the best kicker in the league $1 million, especially you're already knowing that this guy is going to win you major games. I believe he's going to win you more games this season. I think he's going to help you win in the playoffs. Man, I would pay this guy right now. Yeah, Daniel Lim, I'm with you. That smirk tells you everything you need to know, boy. Shoo. Man. Hey, pure gaming, I can see it. 0-17. Oldest channel, I'm sorry. It's Dallas over here. You never know what's going on. See if you can refresh your browser. This is Dallas over here. They be having some stuff going on with the internet. All right, let's go.
Say about Brandon Aubrey and the way you can rely on him in big moments.
Well, it really, we talk about a psychic. We talk about knowing it's out there. You get the feeling that we all know it's out there, and it was there for us. And so
I see you,
felt
Lee
like that no matter where we lined him up on that last one, and that's what happened. He just decided rather than get a few more yards, go for it. So he's a tremendous individual as well as, of course, an outstanding weapon for the Cowboys.
This wasn't the prettiest of games.
Pay that man.
What does it say about the group to be able to find a way to win even when they didn't play their best?
Well, you could easily say that this team, with our first year coach,
Christian.
We needed that. We got hit, knocked down a few times out there, and he did too. And a lot of things didn't work for us. Enough did for us to get that win. When you can win.
Boy, Jerry emotional, man. That locker room celebration, pure gaming. That locker room celebration got Jerry, boy.
Like that in coaching, then you've got a chance to win a lot of games. And so it says a lot. It only, though, says what this game says, which is a lot. But he's put so much of himself in it that he's got these players, he's got their back, they have his back.
I know you were very impressed with Dak Prescott's performance last week in Philadelphia.
Yeah. Well, I thought we had all the respect in the world for their defensive front. And we knew it was going to be a tough day for Dak. And our offensive line had a lot to work on out there today, too, because of the quality of players they've got in the front. But seriously, I can't say enough about our guys hanging in there, keep hanging in there. You know, it's one thing to lose heart when you're sitting up there watching it and blinking and shaking your head. It's another thing when you're out there on that field. And I'm so proud of them. They didn't lose heart. Dak led the way. Made key plays for us there at the end. That run that put us in that field goal range.
That run was incredible.
Vintage Dak Prescott, and that's what we hope we get a chance to do several times this year.
What was your take on the defense, especially the secondary?
Well, I thought they challenge us, and Russell is just maybe the best that's ever played as far as a deep ball is concerned. Now, I can't tell you how many times we told each other that all week long. That was no surprise to us that he can throw that deep ball like that. But all teams, not to take anything away from New York, but listen, all teams present different challenges.
Yep.
This one today was his ability to throw the long ball. They took it, they were very effective against us out there with that. But I'm so proud of our guys for staying in there. Obviously, they could have slacked off at any point there over the last 30 minutes. Didn't do it, won the game. Can't tell you how proud of them.
George Pickens had a touchdown, his first touchdown in his first debut. What do you think about George Pickens' performance?
Well, I like George Pickens in terms of what he does with the defense knowing he's out there. And we're going to be able to utilize the threat of George Pickens as well as George Pickens. Some of those, at least one of those holding penalties were because that's the type athlete he is, and they really decided to hold him rather than to take a chance on him catching the ball. But it's all up, it's up, arrows up for George. Guys, thank you. Okay, good to see you.
Boy, I'm telling you, this team is both. I'm excited. This team got the look, man. They got the eye of the tiger in their eye of the tiger in their eyes, man. I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. Rody the Voice said, Auburn Dairy proves his worth. Pay that man. Yeah. Stephen Miller, he said, I believe Butter is a restricted free agent, so they might wait, but hopefully they don't. I'm thinking he's unrestricted. They got to get that deal done this year. But I hope they pay him. They need to pay him this week. I'm sorry, they need to pay him this week. I think it would just be good for the team. It'd be good for the team. Cheers, Cowboys Daily said, pay Aubrey now. You're going to really pay him later. Yeah, pay this man. Pay him. Pure Gaming said that yelling almost took him out. Daniel said he needs his beauty sleep. Christian Legal said there isn't another kicker in the league like Brandon Aubrey. Man, they need to check Brandon Aubrey's DNA. This dude is an alien. Check his DNA. He's not human. This dude is different, man. He is different. Gee, I still think Stewart is capable of playing at nickel, but he is not a football player. Yeah, I really think, again, Reddy Stewart. Hey, if you're talking about Reddy Stewart, like he played pretty good. If I'm not mistaken, it looked like he played pretty good. So we'll see how that goes. All right, let's see here. Since we're talking about, as somebody called him, Auburn Dairy. And then, of course, it sounds like to me they got a nickname for him. They call him Butter. Let me see here. Anytime the kicker gets a post-game press conference, hey, man, we got to check that out.
Yeah, at this point, I don't really communicate it because when I go out in pregame, I don't have the same energy, the same pop off my foot. So just is within reason. When they get me there, hopefully I've got what they need, and they trust me. And you can see the ball probably was good for 6 or 7 more yards. So probably got a little bit more in there.
When you hear them chanting more, does that give you more energy in the game?
Yeah, absolutely. The crowd really brings me alive, so it's great to hear that.
Have you ever had it? What do you have to do to make sure that you're winning?
Yeah, it's just talking to myself. It's going through breathing exercises and just reminding myself that I made for this moment, that I believe I'm the best kicker in the league. So there's no better spot to be. It's an opportunity, so go have fun. And then.
How do you call it bragging when you're telling the truth? How do you call it bragging when you're stating the fact? This man said, I'm the best kicker in the league. I believe I'm the best kicker in the league. So I noticed he's talking about these breathing exercises. I noticed that Dak Prescott said he's been practicing breathing exercises to keep himself calm and in the moment. Boy, this team doing some different stuff, man. I'm loving it. This team is doing some different stuff.
Go ahead. I'm good.
I know you've hit some big kicks in your career. Have you ever had a hero's welcome like you had coming up in the tunnel a little bit ago with all of them chanting your name? What was that like?
That was unreal. Just happy to have the support and have the fans show their appreciation. So it was a really cool moment.
Rylan, where were you rank this game in terms of your career, in the involvement you were in and the ups and downs?
Yeah, it's got to be number one. I think that's the first walk-off.
Boy, April Showers got me in this thing rolling. Wait a minute. Pure Game said defense was so bad, especially the one play with 40 seconds left and the Giants need a touchdown and we don't play 3 high safeties. Well, Brian Schottenheimer admitted it though, didn't he? Brian Schottenheimer said this isn't just the players, it's the coaches. Matt Eberflus has been making his defensive adjustments at the wrong time. Why is he only making them? It's like he makes them at the crucial moments. Bro, you need to come out blitzing all throughout the game. Don't just let it get down to the crucial moment. This is what got me laughing. Hey, Brashaw said, I'm glad we got past Eagle-Eyed Mar. Boy. Yeah, Lee Ty Peyton Turner, he's on injured reserve. Yeah, like Daniel Lim said. Kitty boy, what's going on? He said, Aubrey got a little bit of Gusta Donkey DNA in him. Shoot, man. This dude, you ain't lying. This dude is not human, man. This dude is not human. They need to check his DNA for sure. Yeah. Yep, and the robot kicker talking, man, Daniel Lim, this dude, man, they need to check this dude DNA. This dude different, man.
Field goal I have, so did it twice today, which was pretty cool as time expires. Once to obviously send it to overtime and then once in overtime. So,
you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. Brandon Aubrey is talking like a dude that's saying, pay me. Are y'all not noticing this? This dude in a very politically correct way. This dude is saying, pay me. Are we listening to what this dude? I'm the best kicker in the league. Now he's basically, I had 7 more yards I could have made on that one. And he's explaining as a matter of factly, like, oh yeah, I've done this. I did this in the game. I did this in the game. What? Pay him. Jerry, pay him. It would be fantastic if Jerry paid him this week. I'd pay him this week. I wouldn't wait another week.
Pretty cool moment for me.
What can you say about Dak and the offense just to continually at the end of the game at least give you a chance to do what you did?
Yeah, so like I have a job to get the ball through the uprights. They have a line that they want to get to, and they've got to find any way possible to get there, and they did it over and over again. Yep.
I see you, Brandon Aubrey. I see you, Brandon Aubrey. I see you, Brandon Aubrey.
Put some respect on my name. You understand me? When y'all say my name, put some respect on it. Put some respect on my name. You understand me? When y'all say my name, put some respect on it.
I see you, Brandon Aubrey. Shoot. I see exactly what Brandon Aubrey said, boy.
Put some respect on my name. You understand me? When y'all say my name, put some respect on it.
Shoot. Brandon Aubrey said, I ain't new to this. I'm true to this. I'm true to this. Shoot. I feel you, bro. How can you call it bragging when you're telling the truth? Dagliam said to say you the best kicker in the NFL is a message that you're a legit player. They better not let Aubrey believe he's going to Tennessee and he'll be with his buddy John Fossil. He ain't going nowhere. Cowboys paying this man. April Showers said low-key swag with that cap bag was, April Showers, this man saying I'm him. Shoot, he said I'm him lead time. This dude here ain't playing, man. Shoot. This dude ain't playing. Shoot, I ain't mad at him. I ain't mad at him. I am not mad at him. Shoot, Michael Smooth said in a very sort of way, Brandon said, he said, baby man, I'm worth it. Man, shoot. Man, I'm telling you. My man Prime, he said, no. He said, wait till the season over to pay Aubrey. He said, you know how they get when they get Boy, this man Prime done went crazy up in here. Prime said he's going to miss. He said, you pay this man, he going to miss 430 yards in a row. Like he did a couple of seasons ago. Man, no, man. Hey, Prime, I'm going to go and pay this man if it's me. I don't want to make him wait too long because that price could go up, man. If I can, I'm going to go get this man right now, boy. Pure Gaming said, kickers missing field goals blows my mind. All you do is kick the ball. But see, Brandon ain't just kicking the ball. This dude kicking the ball from 60 and can make it from 70. Christian Legal said, Aubrey is a Steph Curry in the NFL. He can hit from anywhere. Boy, Christian, I'm believing you. I'm believing you. Daniel said, I'm calling it. Aubrey kicking a 75-yard field goal. Man, I'm not going to be shocked. I'm not going to be shocked. Hey, Aubrey said from 70, somebody said, check that leg. He said, I am him. Shoot. Boy, I'm telling you. Boy, this man ain't playing around, man. This man ain't playing around, boy. He done got his time to speak. He said, I don't get this often, so I'm finna state my case for getting paid. Hey, I'm the best kicker in the league. I ain't mad at him. Like Rasputia on Norbert. I ain't mad at him. Hey, that's what Rasputia said. All right, let's check out this other interview. There was another interview
It's never too late.
From Jadeveon Clowney that we didn't check out. Let's look at this real quick. I saw it pop up today after I saw the other one pop up. Let's check this out.
Late to add some new additions to the roster, especially when they can come in and immediately make an impact. And that's certainly what the Dallas Cowboys did this week, today, actually, with adding Jadeveon Clowney. And Jadeveon, I mean, I've got to ask, how does it feel to be a Dallas Cowboy?
It's exciting, man. You don't know this. This is going crazy because growing up, all I heard about is the Cowboys all my life. All my family and rivalries and stuff. So to be here.
Signed on the dotted line.
Playing for the Cowboys, it's exciting. I'm looking forward to the opportunity.
Have they already gotten a chance to get some Cowboys gear?
Oh, yeah, they got it already. They already had it before I got here, all them fans. But, yeah, it's exciting, man. I'm excited for the opportunity to be back playing and just having fun.
And you're joining a staff or a team where, you know, a familiar face with Brian Schottenheimer. He spent some time with the Seattle Seahawks when you played there.
Yeah, I see
Just
you talking about Mike
you know,
Leslie.
relationships and how, you know, much you guys kept that going,
Man,
and
Mike
how
Leslie
that played
be
a role in
tripping
coming here to Dallas.
Oh, yeah, he was a great coach in Seattle. The guys loved him, energy guy. And when he got here and gave me the call about coming, I was like, oh, yeah, you know, I love to play for your energy well. You know how to take care of the team. And, you know, I believed in that, and that was half of my reason I wanted to come too, because I played with him before. And I knew what he already was doing. It was a good system, so for me to come down here and be a part of it, I was looking forward to it.
You actually took a visit here last week, and what kind of struck you from this Brian Schottenheimer team when you first got here?
I mean, look at Brown. I've been this is my 7th team, and I ain't seen nothing like this yet, you know, with the organization as far as the way they.
You know what? Y'all don't find it a little strange? Am I the only one that finds this to be strange? I can remember MP saying that there's nothing like Lambeau Field. Y'all remember when he was saying that on Thursday night? And you could tell that he was basically taking a shot at the front office. And he was saying this stuff about, yeah, man, you know, just the facility, and, you know, he loves. I'm just saying, remember when MP was saying this? Y'all don't find it to be strange that Jadeveon Clowney has made a point in both of these interviews to talk about the Cowboys facility? This don't seem like coincidence to me. I could be totally wrong. This could be coincidence. Sound a little strange to me. April Showers, you hit it on the head. No state income tax. Clowney said, I won't be greedy. Yeah. Yeah. He said, Mike Leslie about Brandon Aubrey, you better keep his hands off the legend, the dirty hands off the legend. He said, I'm watching these reporters getting close to our players. Man, this dude, I'm telling you, man, this dude, Mike Leslie, he can definitely set a player off. I think he the one that Trayvon Diggs got into it with, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Maybe it might have been John Machota, but I thought it might have been Mike Leslie. But let me see. Hey, Stephen Miller, MP said Green Bay was better to get love was better. Got to love the petty clowny. Stephen Miller, are you feeling what I'm saying too? It is strange to me that this dude, not only does he make a point to talk about the facility, he also said it makes it easy to come here and work. Boy, you won't talk about petty. This is crazy. This is crazy this dude is saying this. Man, this is crazy. Douglas said, don't worry, GMP gonna turn to a block of ice on the way to quarterback in December. Boy, let me tell you something. Shoo, you just wait. You just wait. He gonna find out it's different when you're playing Chicago in the cold. It's different playing in December in shoo, boy. Man, I'm sorry. You couldn't have got me to go there and play. I'd have stayed with the Cowboys. I do think the Cowboys are putting together a championship caliber team. Yeah, Christian Legal, Clowney knows he can get a championship in Dallas. And I think he also believes he can be a major part of that. But boy, this thing he keeps saying with the facility is wild to me.
Taking care of their players and everything. So, when I walked in the...
Y'all don't find this to be wild? Yeah, man, they take care of their players and things. This what is... I'm just saying. This dude is saying some stuff like he's like taking... I could be totally off. It's just so coincidental to me.
I was like, boy, these guys are spoiled here. So I'm looking forward to that. And just playing great ball for the Dallas Cowboys, man. That's really what I'm looking forward to.
And we are too, but something that stood out to me was Stephen Jones saying that you look like you could still be a first overall pick at 32 years old. What have you done to kind of stay in shape and be football ready?
Man, I just got to give a shout out to my guy Ben Fairchild for the last 6 or 7 years. Him and Toko been just taking care of me, keeping me in shape out there in Houston, and it's been paying off. And I've just been ready to go lately.
What's something that you already like about this Matt Eberflus defense? You've gotten a chance to kind of watch them. They play the Eagles, also play the Giants. What stood out to you the most?
I go forward. Last year I did a lot of dropping. And that's not my strong suit, covering, of course not, when you big to go forward and made to go forward. So when I came here, he said, you probably won't drop none. I was like, oh, my God, I'm looking forward to that. But, I get to go forward a lot more than I did last year. So I'm looking forward to just rushing the passer and having a good time.
And it's being surrounded by some guys in
I see Clowney is... I see Clowney is petty. Hey, Bashawers. Clowney is petty. Clowney is real petty. He taking shots at Carolina. Yeah, they had me dropping back in pass coverage. I'm a pass rusher. They got me dropping back in pass coverage. This dude is petty. I love it.
Kenny Clark, so Diggy Zua, Solomon Thomas, there's a few names in there. Just how much does that make it easier for you as a pass rusher?
Oh, yeah. As soon as Kenny Clark signed here, I told my agent, I was like, I think that'll be a good move for them. They got a good secondary. They got good D tackles. They just need a good end for me, and I need to be there. So,
This dude is petty. This dude is petty. Yeah, when they signed Kenny Clark, I called my agent and said I need to be there. I love it. I love it. This dude is saying, yeah, I wanted to be here. Petty. Yeah, lead time, me and you different. You said he looking kind of slouchy. Now, lead time, me and you, I'm sure me and you different. Because I'm just telling you right now, I ain't saying that I would be wearing Gucci and Prada if I was, a millionaire and signing with the Cowboys. But I can tell you this, boy. Hey, I wear suits, of course, But I tell you this, anybody tell you that know me, shoot, boy. Hey, man, I love a good tracksuit. I'm old school. Boy, I love a good tracksuit. I bet you this, I would be in a tracksuit and some Jordans. I might not be in a suit. Lead time, but I'm going to be in a tracksuit and some Jordans. That's dressing down for me. Tracksuit and some Jordans, boy. I would be clean up in there. I'd be clean up in there, lead time, because I know they're going to have cameras all in my face. So I ain't got to necessarily be dressed to the nines. But I tell you this, if I'm coming casual like he coming, shoot, like I said, man, tracksuit and Jordans up in that thing. Woo, woo. Michael Smooth said he telling the truth. He not being petty. I love it either way, bro. I can tell you this. He definitely seemed like he been listening to what's going on out there, because some of the stuff he's saying, shoot, it's almost like he's saying you crazy for not wanting to play here. Shoot. This dude, like he said, man, anybody don't want to play here crazy. I want to be here. I want to be here. I love that conversation. Danglim said, I have news to share. Okay, he said, if I'm lucky enough, I'm going to the new Dick's Sporting Goods at Dallas Parkway in Dallas to see Dak Prescott. Yes, sir. He said, I'm going to see if I can get some inside info. Yes, sir, Danglim, I see you. He's going to be at the Dick's Sporting Goods. Is that because of his affiliation? I know he's got an affiliation with a gym. Is it Crunch he's got an affiliation with? I know from time to time he shows up at Crunch. My son was talking about that. So he must have an affiliation with Dick's Sporting Goods. He's showing up there too. Okay. Tell him to make sure you shout me out to him. Shout me out to him. Christian Legal, he said, we're going to see Prime Clowney. Ooh. I believe it. April Showers, I'm with you. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Man, this dude, Cloudy boy, it's like he been listening.
I was like, hey, so you make the call and can we make something happen and get me in Dallas? And
yeah. Yeah, and I think there's a part of him, too, saw a great opportunity. Michael Parsons is no longer there. He felt like I could really contribute to that team. I could be a part of the answer that they need. So I absolutely like everything about Jadeveon Clowney and, kind of what he's saying as far as coming to Cowboys. Yeah, April Showers, I used to show up to my son's football games, boy. They be tripping, boy. I be dripping in them tracksuits, man. Shoot. But me, I'm a big Jordan fan, so I like them Nike or Jordan tracksuits if I can get them. Yeah, man, I like them tracksuits. But yeah, Lee Time said he look a little slouchy, but I don't know. Like I say, man, sometimes these guys with money, they look different. But I just tell you about me, Lee Time. Maybe I thought you was the same, but I just tell you about me. Shoot, if I'm coming somewhere and I know I'm finna be interviewed, I wouldn't be wearing no suit, but shoot, I'd definitely be wearing a dope tracksuit. Danglib said, remember, Clowney tried to recruit Gilly back to Carolina. This can't be a coincidence. Yeah. Hey, man, Clowney, boy, I'm telling you. Now all we got to see is him put it to work. Chiz, Cowboys Daily, he said, me too. Chiz, you talking about that tracksuit? That tracksuit and them Jordans? Man, I'm telling you, if I can, I'm telling you, I love a nice tracksuit. I'm old school like that, though. Yeah, I love them tracksuits. All right. Cheers, Cowboys Daily. He said, Tar Heel fan, Cowboys fan. Yes, sir. Cheers. Man, come on, man. Tell me what's going on. Tell me what's going on with Bill Belichick, man. Boy, Bill Belichick is going out. Cheers, Bill Belichick is going out bad, bro. Bill is going out bad, bro. Bill Belichick is too old to be simping, man. Bill is too old to be simping, Chiz. He out there messing up in Carolina. Hey, you know what, Chiz? I don't collect them like I used to, man. When my wife started having children, man, used to have a closet full of them Jordans. I couldn't afford them no more. But now that they done got older, I've bought a couple of pair. I bought a couple of pair now. But yeah, man, yeah, them Jordans. Hey, Chiz, did you get them black the black tongue fives? Them black tongue fives, nice, man. Did you get those? They sitting now. I've been thinking about picking up a pair of them. Once my money ain't funny, I'm thinking about it. They sit long enough, maybe I can catch them on sale. The 5s, the 12s, the shattered backboards, they all still sitting. Man, I need to get me a pair. I just need Nike to hit us up with one of them 20% off so I can get a couple of pairs of them. But I want them 12s so I can match them up with some Dallas Cowboys stuff. Okay, Chiz, I see you. You from the DMV. Okay. I see you. Oh, I collect the rings. Okay. All right, here, let's see. I think that was our last topic for tonight. Okay, you said Paige Bucher's scheduled to be there on Saturday, but I won't be there for that. Yeah, I think Dak so he has an affiliation. Is it with Dick's Sporting Goods too? Okay, you living in San Diego. How you like it out there? All right. Hey, man, it's late already. We about to get off here in a minute. Let's see if we can check out just one more thing here. I mean, we up this late. Might as well continue just a little bit more, right? Let's see. Let's check this out. Because I want to get as much as this stuff out of the way as possible because we moving on to the Chicago Bears. I'm moving on to the Chicago Bears today at 4:30. I want to start looking at that game. There's no more point in talking about the New York Giants on a Tuesday. Excuse me, there's no more point talking about the Giants no more on a Tuesday when now we got the Cowboys on a Sunday. Yeah, we're gonna go to 105.3 The Fan here in a moment. Cheers, man. What's going on with this man? What's going on with him, man? Douglas, what's going on with Belichick, man? Man, I saw that game that Belichick, man, coaching out there against TCU. Boy, this man is going out bad since Tom Brady, bro. This man going out bad, bro. And this man is too old to be letting a woman simp him out like that. It's just bad. Okay, so he did beat Richmond on the 13th. Okay, so he did beat Charlotte. But then he got absolutely clowned against okay, so clowned against TCU. They beat Charlotte. Okay, now they got UCF. Now surely they're going to beat UCF. The problem is going to be when he comes up against Clemson. If I'm not mistaken, he gonna get towed up against Clemson. April Shower said, I'm off work in 45 minutes. He said, I sure thank y'all. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hashtag, boy, y'all got these overnight. Wait a minute. Y'all on different time zones. You said I just got out of work and G still live. Yeah, we still grinding, man. A-Dot said he's a sneaker. You a sneakerhead, huh? You say you like them OG 5s and them cave stones, man. I didn't like the color on them cave stones, man. I can't deal with them things. They look like clay to me. I couldn't deal it. I couldn't deal with it. Did you get them OG 5s, eh? Dang said, yeah, I might only like at least 2 minute tops to ask a question to Dak. Boy, you ain't lying. He said, I might ask him what his favorite foods is when he's at Mississippi State in his college days. I feel you. I feel you on that. Okay, let's run over here to 105.3 The Fan, man. We might as well. We don't went this long. It's our, it's 4:41. Let's see here. I would like to hear Brian. Brian Broad. This is only an 11-minute clip.
By the way.
Yeah, okay, you got them 5s, man. I'm thinking about picking me up a pair. I'm gonna see if they're gonna sit down just a little bit longer, And then if they can sit just a little bit longer, I'm gonna try to get me a pair. Man, I'm hoping that Nike has some kind of sale on them things. I want the shadow backboards. I want the blue and white 12s that they got that are still sitting. I want a pair of those to match up with all the Dallas Cowboy gear. And of course, now I've never had a pair of 5s, even back in the day. Didn't have a pair of 5s, so I've been really wanting to get a pair of those too. Might try to sneak me a pair of them. Cheers said, I like coach at UNC. Hubert can't get it right for the basketball program, so he has to cook for the football. Well, I tell you what, boy, Bill Belichick, he going out bad. Woo. TCU spanked him. I think they're going to get spanked. Y'all might get spanked again against Clemson, but we'll see. All right, let's see here. Let's listen to Brian Broaddus break down some of this Cowboy stuff. Because, again, yeah, we on to the Chicago Bears today at 4:30.
What's that?
What's a more successful play in NFL today? Brandon Aubrey kicking field goals or the tush push?
Well, Aubrey
One's
is
legal,
not
one's
cheating.
not.
Yeah. We're seeing quickly here the tush push is becoming a total
Noxious.
mockery of the
Yeah.
sport.
I can't believe all the owners that voted to keep it. After watching this weekend, how many put?
Well, one of the reasons why the tush push probably needs to be banned is that there is multiple film now showing that they're lining up in the neutral zone. They're lining up in the neutral zone, and those should be penalties. If they're going to line up, they need to line up the right way if they're going to do the tush push. I don't think they'll make it past this year. I don't think they'll make it past this year. I think when this thing comes around the next time, I do believe the league is going to, if they don't ban it, I think they're going to modify it. I think they're going to penalize it out of its mind to where it's going to go away naturally. But I do think they're going to do something about it after this season, because if they don't do something about it, man, the Philadelphia Eagles are going to continue to just dominate. Cheers said, I got me a pair of Emmett shoes to them fresh 22s. Okay. Lee Time, he said, why no other teams are doing the tush push? They've tried. It don't work the same. It ain't working for other teams. The Baltimore Ravens, they do it with their tight end. If I'm not mistaken, I thought somebody tried to do it tonight. I can't remember, but I thought somebody tried. I think the San Diego Chargers tried to do it to San Diego. The Los Angeles Chargers tried it tonight, as a matter of fact, Blue Time. It just didn't work the same.
Pushes did they have 12? They have 12 pushes?
Especially the Chiefs.
I think they ran it 7 times, and it was just obvious basically on every single one of them.
Offsides.
They're offsides, and the interior linemen are moving before the ball snapped.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's a joke.
So there's a false start and an offsides. And the Chiefs were one of the teams that voted for it to stay. So shame on them.
I like what Seattle's doing. Seattle's putting their tight end, like their third tight end in there. He's their push guy.
Yeah.
So he's the quarterback on that play.
See, other people are doing it, Lead Time. Seattle's doing it too.
We need to talk about that here for the Cowboys. I don't know if they got any tight ends that are physical enough, but maybe that's a good job for
Maybe
Skinny.
Spanford. That's a big boy.
Spanford.
Hey, we should ask Ferguson on Thursday. Hey, would you be interested in some tush push action?
Tush push. It's funny that, like,
we don't need it.
They look off sides every play.
Every play. The center is a half a yard beyond the ball, it seems.
Yeah. And the officials have no clue how to call that.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Yeah, they have no clue.
And then
they'll call it 9 other times, but they won't call it on this one particular play of being in the neutral zone.
We talked about LP, Lattice LaDucer.
Yeah.
And Washington
that
one time called out, okay, he does something with the ball where he moves it right before the snap. And so they ended up, the officials caught it and said, okay, they threw a flag and ended up costing the Cowboys the game. Like, can coaches not go pregame and be like, hey, can you watch the way they're lining up here?
Yeah.
They're offsides. And the officials then go ahead and boom, here's a flag. Because nobody's calling it, and it is bizarre. I don't understand it.
Just amazing how accurate that kicker is, though.
He's the man.
They're going to run a play. They're going to run a 3-yard play, basically, so just to get him in field goal range.
But if you're asking which play would I rather have in my toolkit as a coach, I'd have to say the tush push right now.
Because the way you score touchdowns with it.
At third and 2, it's automatic. We're going to do this thing twice and have a first down. 4th and 1, we're taking them all. 4th and 2, we're taking a lot of those. Yeah, it's going to keep so many drives alive. They're playing a different game with that thing. They really are.
Yeah. I think that, to me, if you gave me a choice between the two, I think I would take the tush push too. It just seems like to me, it's,
if you're allowed to cheat, then why not?
well, the owners again voted for it. Had a chance to knock that thing out. They didn't knock it out.
No,
Makes
for sure.
no
But
sense.
then when you're a referee and you see what's taking place on the field,
Sure.
it's your job to throw the flag.
Yeah. Zach, if you want to help me on some of this stuff, chime in about some of this, what you guys saw. And everybody chime in with what they saw. Chime in. Offensive line. We'll start
I
with
see
them.
you, Cheers.
No, seriously, where shall we start? Offense or defense on this team? Where would you like me to start?
Defense.
I guess start with the bad and finish with the good.
Kind of feel like I've talked a lot about the bad with the corners and stuff like that. And I don't think it's the corners' fault. I do think the lack of pass rush is pretty evident though here.
It is.
Yeah.
And I mean,
And I don't think it's all Mike. I don't think it's all has to do with Micah Parsons. If I tell you, if you have Micah Parsons, you could probably get away with rushing 4.
I'll tell you what I thought.
Yes.
Solomon Thomas is a good. Ose is a good. Kenny Clark's a good.
I really believe this is the biggest problem with the Cowboys defense. Matt Eberflus is trying to run a defense that he doesn't have the personnel for. Now, Jadeveon Clowney may make this a moot point. Because if Jadeveon Clowney can come in and give the Cowboys not only containment on the outside, but also a push up the field and command some double teams here and there, it's going to make the defense look different. Because if he can disrupt quarterbacks and get them off their mark, it looks different. It looks absolutely different. So, Eberflus to me is trying to play a defense that he don't have the personnel for, and he's being real stubborn with it. And so I do think they're going to have to do something about that. Daniel Lim said the Eagles are getting lucky with these wins. The tush push is starting to be annoying. And you know what, though? The owners play a part in it. They let them keep doing it. Okay, Sam Williams. We got a result of the pressure. Sam Williams caused an interception by Russ. Okay. Cheers, man. Let me tell you something. Them Air Jordan, okay, you said the Air Jordan 9.5. I love the Air Jordan 9s, especially the Bugs Bunny ones. I was looking at those today, but shoot, I ain't paying that kind of money. I don't pay resale prices for shoes.
Kenneth Murray Jr. as good as he looked on TV would be a question I'd have for you about this defense.
Yes. I think
definitely a better game.
Yes.
Okay, so Kenneth Murray, I spoke wrong today. So Kenneth Murray did look good this game. Okay.
Better game with Murray. I'll tell you the problem that they had in him and Jack Sanborn. You talk about coverage and the cover 2 coverage. You remember with Monty Kiffin and Lane and Monty Kiffin and also
Marinelli?
Rod Marinelli. Remember how the Buccaneers used to play that what they call that Tampa 2, where they run the Mike linebacker deep and try and take
Derek Brooks.
Derek Brooks. That's Derek Brooks is in the Hall of Fame for being able to cover the middle of the
Turn
field
and
that
go.
way. Turn and go.
Get back
turn
to
and
a
run.
safety shot
Sean Lee
almost.
could do it for Rod.
Yeah.
He was capable, but Sanborn doesn't have that
They
ability.
tried to run this thing twice, both times with big plays involved.
Sanborn being the guy dropping.
Sanborn dropping one time and Murray being the other guy. And Murray got caught up with tight end Johnson and couldn't, he got locked up on him and couldn't get deep. And now the ball's down the middle of the field.
Eagles may
That's
suffer a
problem.
loss, Daniel Lim.
It just goes back. It just goes back to asking your guys
Rams
to
gonna
do
be a tough
things
out.
you can't absolutely do.
Tough out.
I think it's a real struggle right now for Donovan Ezraku.
And Flu should know that about Sanborn from last year. He's been with him for 3 seasons.
You know what? If you feel like that those guys, I guess you have to see it.
Yes, sir. Early time.
And see it not work. But he ran it twice, and both times it got chunk plays.
If you wanted a box score, you could say yes, but they've stopped the run in this so effectively in this game. Could they get better at what you're talking about and have as good a chance of stopping the run as they've had?
I think I said this earlier.
Yeah, I think that's
maybe
where I was
before the
talking,
season
Chiz, was the
started.
coverage.
Maybe it was on love of the star. I wouldn't run the ball against Dallas, if not the way they currently are configured. Not with the way that if you have a lack of pass. The thing that worried me were the corners in this thing. That my biggest concern was everybody's like saying, "Oh, the run defense." I'm like, you seen how they're playing this? You seen the pass defense a little bit?
Yeah, and Kenny Clark's been fantastic. I mean, he led the team in pressures yesterday. Solomon Thomas was really good.
The pass defense against the Eagles was just because of Jalen Hurts.
Uh-huh.
It was more on Jalen Hurts not pulling the trigger. That Russell Wilson was willing to throw the ball into whatever coverage you were in. See, to me, I was more worried that they were going to not fix the pass defense, and then you get Diggs back and stuff. And that wasn't all Diggs' fault, by the way. And
I did hear post game, like some players were talking, and there was a lot of communication errors on the back end.
Yeah.
And it's learning, the new defense. I mean, this one a little more complicated than what Zim was running, according to some players. And you're mixing and matching new personnel, so everyone was not on the same page.
How complicated is to play cover 2?
The cover 2 is not complicated, but I guess some of these.
I'm missing it on this thing about complicated, because everything I read about Matt Eberflus's defense is it's actually real simple. It's actually not like Zimmer's defense, because Zimmer's defense is actually complicated. Matt Eberflus's defense, from everything I've read, is supposed to be simple. He only gives you one assignment. I'm missing it on this part, and I'm like Brian Broaddus. Brian Broaddus is just saying something simple. It's cover 2.
Guys,
I mean, I'm not just trying to slam you on this thing.
No, I'm not saying it's complicated, but from a player's perspective in that room, they might feel that way.
But okay, then this is the thing that bothers me then the most is why Dan Quinn came in here with a cover 3 guy, single high step. Dan Quinn, Dan Quinn then figured out, it's like, wow, I've got a pass rush. I've got guys that can play man coverage. I don't need to play cover. I just lock up and let's go. Mike Zimmer. Well, I've got some guys that can. Coaches adjust. They adjust to what they're doing, and I think you don't. This is the thing that bothers me the absolute most is not knowing your personnel.
Yep.
Not knowing. How could you not know? And just I don't know how you don't study games and watch and see Donovan Wilson is not that type of guy.
So we're not the only one that's saying that Donovan Wilson is not a cover safety. Donovan Wilson is not a cover safety. I said this earlier. Eberflus is being very dogmatic about rushing 4 and dropping 7. He don't have the personnel. He needs to adjust to what his personnel does best. And why not say on passing downs, Marquise Bell and Wanye Thomas? I don't know. I'm a little bit confused on this, but we'll see how it turns out. Daniel M., he said Bland is limited all week. Oh, Deron Bland. Yeah, Deron Bland. He won't play until we see Green Bay, I believe. Bland is limited all week in practice along with Turpin. I don't think we'll see both of them until Green Bay. I think Blue is going to fill in for Turpin. Now, they both could play. You said that both of those guys will play and Blue will play too. Yeah, but I think Blue may get some – I think he might get some good snaps this week. I'm hoping he does. Prime said he led the first game out of the season in tackles, yet the whole chat was calling him trash. I don't get it. Okay, let me go back. Who are we talking about here? Oh, Murray. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like they're struggling in coverage. And again, I think a part of this is the scheme. I just don't think they can run the scheme. April Showers, he said Wilson isn't a cover safety. I agree. Playing zone defense on every down is not a good thing. No. He did it 100% against the Eagles, 97% against the Giants this past week. Yeah, have you seen the cornerbacks playing off the wide opposing wide receivers? Why can't we press coverage? Man, if you don't get a hand on a receiver like Neighbors, he blew past the cornerbacks, and then you want the safeties to hurry up and get back there. while a wide receiver is running full speed, it ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen. Yeah, but he's better in the box. I agree. Lee said Matt defense is pretty much base with a few adjustments. So, yes, players skill dependent. That's what I was saying before. Man, you got to have horses to run this dude. His defense is predicated upon studs. It is. Michael Tyree said, G, great show tonight. I'll catch you this afternoon. Yeah, I'm about to get out of here. It's about 4:57. We're going to listen to the rest of this, then we're going to get out.
And I know I'm beating a dead horse about this, but this is the thing that bothers me about coaches at times. You know, we set up our team, we put our team together. We have an idea of like, oh, this guy, we need this guy, we need this guy, we need this guy. And then all of a sudden you do stuff with those guys that they can't do.
That's it.
Yeah, you got to play to your strengths, especially from a team that says they want to be multiple and versatile. They're not showing that.
They're not showing that at all.
No. They're not capable.
I'll say this though. You talked about the defensive lineman though. I think Donovan Ezeraku.
I feel that dangling. Your dad was upset them playing
the worst
zone.
thing that could have happened to him was that Micah Parsons left here.
Mm-hmm.
Because now all of a sudden Fowler, Ezeraku, Sam Williams, all those guys have to step up. And the thing that bothers me about Donovan Ezeraku, I think now he's playing too tall.
Yeah, and he's on the ground way too much.
And his balance is a problem.
It is. Now, he also got some pressure in the fourth quarter, again, like last week.
Yeah.
So I think, Sam Williams made his play in overtime, but Sam Williams was bad. Fowler was not good. This is 2 straight games. Fowler wasn't good.
Right.
So
Fowler is suffering, man. I'm telling us, Jadeveon Clowney is not because of Michael Parsons. Dante Fowler, James Houston, they were supposed to be the Michael Parsons thing. And Ezeraku. I still see Ezeraku is progressing very well. The Cowboys are not turning him loose the way they turned loose Michael Parsons. And I don't think they're not turning him loose because they don't feel like he's talented. The Cowboys are trying to run this thing where they got these defensive linemen, alternating in and out, keeping guys fresh, and I can get with what they're doing. They're kind of copying that Eagles model. I can see what they're doing. I got it. They're copying that model. But in doing so, the letdown has been Dante Fowler. This dude just hasn't been good. He hasn't been good. He hasn't been good enough. He was supposed to set the whole thing off. Because I do believe the Cowboys believed that Dante Fowler was at least going to be able to demand some attention on the edge. Shoot, that joker ain't demanding nothing right now. And if you're going to let a quarterback stand back there all day long, I don't care how good the cornerback is. You can't hold people all day long. You can't hold people all day long. It's just a fact. You can't hold them all day long. So, shoo, boy. Man, these boys are spitting. These boys are spitting. And dang him, I just wonder if Ezeraku looks like a rookie because of the way they're playing him. I'm serious. I'm just wondering it. Nealon had a great game the last game, but he didn't have a great game this game. Nealon didn't have a good game this game, but the last game he had a great game. Douglas Harrison, he only played, I think it was 27, 28 snaps. Daniel M., I can't figure out why James Houston, I can't figure out why he's not getting more snaps. When you look at his limited snaps, and that may be something I do this week. I think I'm going to go into the all 22, and I think what we'll do is we'll look at all of James Houston snaps. I think James Houston ain't getting enough snaps, man. Yeah, this is what I think they're saying, Lee. I think they're saying he's playing up too high. He's playing up way, way too high. And that's why he's getting knocked on the ground. But then again, like they said, late in the game, he getting pressure. We're going to go back and look at this and see how this plays into the Chicago Bears game. Because, again, the Cowboys need to have everything in order by the time they play the Green Bay Packers, because it's going to be a tough game.
James Houston's their best pass rusher right now, and he had 12 snaps. And I was asking.
Make it make sense. James Houston is the best pass rusher. Something ain't right about this. I love when Brian Schottenheimer talks about all this competition stuff, but something ain't right about this. Dante Fowler, highest paid, not getting snaps. You're trying to get Donovan Ezeraku revved up. The guy who's getting the most snaps is Sam Williams. Sam Williams is getting most of the snaps. 41 snaps the last game. Sam Williams is leading the team and is leading the defense in snaps. But what are they basing this on? What are they basing this stuff on? Snap count again. Let's pull it up. Sam Williams, 39 snaps, first game. 41 snaps, second game. Marshawn Nealon, 30 snaps first game, 27 snaps second game. Dante Fowler, 27 snaps first game, 28 snaps second game. I'm telling you, he's been the disappointment. Donovan Ezeraku, 22-26. James Houston don't make sense. He got 5 more snaps, and he plays well every time he plays. Lead time, making all kinds of sense. James Houston, he said, might have more sacks with less snaps. James Houston has been balling. I'm telling us. Donovan Ezeraku, Jadeveon Clowney is all about Dante Fowler not doing what he's supposed to be doing. He's just not been balling. Sam Williams, and I'm telling us when the Cowboys are discussing, because people got to understand, they're already discussing the Micah Parsons possibility of a trade and what will be, okay, what do we, so there's a chance we're going to trade Micah Parsons. They're all having this conversation. They're looking at the edge room, and they're all saying pretty much this. Okay, Sam Williams is back. Sam Williams is looking crazy healthy. So if Sam Williams is back, then maybe Sam Williams will be what we want him to be, and Sam Williams takes a big step. Problem is, Sam Williams hasn't taken a big step. Now, let's keep in mind Sam Williams is coming back from injury. It may actually take Sam Williams about 2 more games, or at least another game, two more games, to get himself really back into it. It's one thing to be hungry, but it's another thing, and you haven't played this game. You haven't played this game in a while. Marshawn Nealon, coming off an injury from last year, still kind of getting his feet up under him. Dante Fowler is the key to all of this. Disappointment. Dante Fowler is a disappointment. It's the only way to explain it. Dante Fowler is a disappointment. I don't think they're concerned about Donovan Ezeraku, because even though they're saying what they're saying about Donovan Ezeraku, and I also saw someone else do some film on Donovan Ezeraku just the other day, and they're talking about that Donovan Ezeraku had a great game. They're saying Donovan Ezeraku is progressing well. The key to this, Dante Fowler, Sam Williams isn't making the step they thought he might make. Dante Fowler is not doing what they thought he might do. Now, I might be able to get with Sam, but I'm struggling with doggone Dante Fowler. He's the highest paid out of all of them. 10 sacks last year. Said he wanted to prove to everybody he was this, that, and the other. Well, so far, and again, some of this could be system, but at the same time, if you're rushing 4, man, you telling me you can't beat somebody one-on-one? Daniel M., I'm with you on this part. I don't even know what they're looking for at this point. I don't even know what they're looking for. Jakira says, Dante Fowler better not play when we play Washington. He may sell. Oh, man. Man. Jakira, I tell you who not going to sell us. You wait until we play the Green Bay Packers with Kenny Clark. Shoot, Kenny Clark going to ball out of his mind against Green Bay. You watch what I tell you. Going to ball out of his mind.
You pre-show, like, what is it about James Houston? Are they trying to preserve him because he played spring football? Maybe they're worried about him wearing down at the end of the year, but he's a guy that needs to be on the field.
Yeah.
He's their best pass rusher. He has been through 2 weeks.
I kind of felt like that this was the week that we were going to see something from Marshawn Nealon, and he was okay.
Yeah.
There was nothing there. See, that bothers me too. Here we are, talked about the Giants' offensive line and the tackles and how they have problems at certain spots.
Exactly.
And you don't take advantage of that. You don't
Frustrating.
You don't win one-on-one matchups against those guys. Now, give them credit, though. Dallas was able to get some stops in the overtime period. But that was...
Yeah, because they made changes.
It's really kind of it. Everything else, I mean, you should not give up the amount of chunk plays that they gave up in that football game.
Here's what I'm kind of worried about is you got guys that your team drafted and you want to put out there, but really you should get more Houston. You should get more Solomon Thomas. I think he only had 30 snaps. I'd play him a lot more. I'd play Houston a lot more. And I'm wondering if, hey, we drafted these guys and we got to develop them.
Sure.
There's a big gap between what's capable of veterans on the team and guys you drafted.
Last thing
That's the problem. I'm telling us, Dante Fowler is the problem. That's why they went and got Jadeveon Clowney. You know what? Again, I'm not a betting man. I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet Jadeveon Clowney in 2 weeks looks better than, not only will he look better than these guys, I believe Jadeveon Clowney is going to command extra attention, and that's going to open this up even more. The Cowboys don't need a great pass rusher. They don't need an elite generational pass rusher because they now have the defensive tackles to push that pocket backwards. And if you can get if you can get a defensive end like a Jadeveon Clowney, if Jadeveon Clowney still got it, he's got that long reach, pushing up the field. Not only will he push that quarterback, he can break. He can break away from the grasp. He can shed that block, and he can then pursue the quarterback. Man, I'm telling you, Clowney may be just what the doctor ordered. And then once you see that happening, pass coverage going to look a whole lot different. Daniel M., yeah, your dad said Solomon Thomas is a dog. Oh, he been balling. There was a drive, and I'm telling you, Brian talked about it. There was a drive that he single-handedly shut that thing down. Jakira, Clowney's going to shock us. He ain't going to shock me. I think he's good to go. Jakira, I think he's good to go. I do. I think Clowney is good to go, and I hope he has a very great showing, and I hope the doggone Cowboys extend this dude for another year. Extend him for another year. Go in the draft. See if you can get you another top-flight defensive end. Top-flight defensive end, maybe see what the running back thing looks like, get you a top-flight running back, maybe another top-flight corner, top-flight safety. The Cowboys going to have some opportunities, but, for right now, this dude may be exactly what the Cowboys are looking for. And I think they're hoping he is. I think they're going to give him every opportunity. Cheers. Man, Houston needs to play. Yes, sir. Bernard Fields, safety will be looked at maybe sooner than later. Well, the good thing is, Bernard, they already got the answer on the team. We don't have to go outside the team. We don't have to go outside the team. We extended Marquise Bell, and we got Wanye Thomas. It's just a matter of the Cowboys saying, let's try some things different. I even say the same thing with Morris Leofau. Man, it is time to get this dude some playing time. It really is. Yeah. Chiz said he co-signed Kenny Clark's shoe, man. You and me both.
I want to kind of talk about that. I'm finally glad they got George Pickens involved.
Finally.
Yeah, that was amazing.
See, George
Finally.
Pickens, this is what you could do with George Pickens. You could run him down the field. He's going to draw pass interference calls.
Yeah.
You know, run him on slants. He's going to make big catches. You know, he's running slants with guys on inside leverage on him and still getting inside and making the catch.
Yeah.
Give Dak some credit for throwing him the ball too, by the way. But that pass, it's one of the best passes I've ever seen Dak throw. There's that out on right at the pylon. The window on that pass was as small as you can imagine, and he fit that thing right.
Man, I'm telling y'all, Dak Prescott is in the mode of I don't give a doggone who's covering my wide receivers. If I want to get them the ball, I'm going to throw it to them, and if they'll catch it, it'll be there. Dak said, I don't care. Shoot, man, I'm telling y'all, man, this dude Dak is in a different mode right now. This dude is in a different mode right now. Everybody is saying some of the same things about Dak Prescott. The ball placement is crazy. Boy, Dak is sick this year. Boy, Dak is sick this year, man. Dak is sick with it this year. I love it.
And then George Pickens, strong hands, body to kind of keep the defender out of the way, and then to be able to stay in the end zone.
The crosser late was
Yes, sir,
nasty
Ronan.
as well. Down
Dang
on the
it,
right.
He is,
Let this
yeah,
guy,
that's what I'm
yeah,
saying.
he's looking better than that. I agree.
putting it.
Play him on the move. Let him get involved in these games. He is a nightmare for defensive backs to deal with. Maybe even more of a nightmare than what CeeDee Lamb does. George Pickens is a hell of a football player.
I agree with Brian Broaddus on this. I don't think Pickens is a better wide receiver than CeeDee Lamb. He's a different type of wide receiver. I believe his hands are stronger. And his catch radius is different. He's a slim dude. I think he's extremely strong. He presents major problems. He presents major problems for defenses. George Pickens is incredible. I'm telling you, they're re-signing George Pickens. There's no doubt in my mind. The Cowboys are going to break the bank for him. I think they're going to pay him somewhere between $25 and $28 million over a 3 or 4 year term. Yeah. Jerry's going for it. They have got to re-sign Pickens. And we'll see what Tolbert develops into. But this team is so good now, I think once they solidify Pickens, I think the next thing the Cowboys need to do, they need to really lock up a powerful third receiver. I'm not sure if Tolbert is that receiver. I'm not sure if Mingo is that receiver. I think they're going to give him an opportunity when he comes off of IR. Flournoy might not get that opportunity until the next season. But this team is on to something. They got to lock down this dude Pickens because I'm telling you, the more they get him involved, the scarier the offense is going to be. The scarier the offense is going to be, and the more powerful this team is going to be. It's going to be great. Yeah, that was vintage Dak Prescott, like Jerry Jones said, man. That run he had was crazy, and it really made the game. It really turned it into a walk-off field goal for Brandon Aubrey. It made it way less dramatic. It was great, man. Dak is playing within himself. It's crazy. Ronan said Dak has that Terminator vision right now. Can't stop, won't stop. Man, I'm telling you, he got a different look in his eyes, man. Woo. Boy. Daniel Lim said that front seven. Clowney, Osa Clark, Thomas, Toya, Fowler, and Sam Williams. Man, the Cowboys have locked in an incredible defensive tackle depth and rotation. Incredible. Now, again, Fowler and Williams got to step it up. But I'm so glad that we got Jadeveon Clowney. Maybe he'll help the whole edge room be better.
I'm glad to see they got him involved in this one. He was the reason why you were partially why you won this football game.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Yeah. Wild boy Trey, what's going on in here? Yeah, Turpin is wild. He's a wide receiver 3, but if he don't step it up, he ain't gonna be wide receiver 3 for too much longer. He made a very good catch, clutch catch there towards the end. But I think they've already given Turpin half of the snaps of the third wide receiver. I think when Jonathan Mingo gets healthy, Jonathan Mingo is going to bite into those. Jonathan Mingo is going to bite into that snap count too, because I think that the Cowboys want to see, because I'm telling you, if the Cowboys can get Jonathan Mingo on track, man, we got to understand something. Jonathan Mingo is a bigger, stronger wide receiver. Man, if they can get this dude going, Cowboys would be a nightmare. They'll be a nightmare for they're already a nightmare. That offense is a problem already. But boy, if they could get Jonathan Mingo, if this dude, if they could get him on track, they're gonna really be a problem. They are really going to be a problem. Yeah, wild boy Trey, exactly, man. Got to see Mingo with this thing, boy. If they get Mingo, shoot, they're gonna be ready to go. Bernard says Pickens is a matchup nightmare coverage-wise for 85% to 95% in the corners in the league. Body type. Facts. Absolute facts. Daniel said, if Tobert don't step it up, I want Jalen Waddle from the Dolphins. Boy, let me tell you something. Daniel M., I got to agree with this part. The Miami Dolphins are on the verge of collapse. The Miami Dolphins are on the verge of collapse. I truly believe they're about to blow it up. Their head coach, I don't think they have any faith left in him. Tyreek Hill, worst thing he ever did was leave Kansas City. I got a strange feeling Tyreek Hill is going to wind up leaving the Dolphins, and I would not be surprised if he wind back up with the Kansas City Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes hasn't been the same without him. It's not that he hasn't won a Super Bowl without him. He hasn't been the same without him. Man, when you got speed like Tyreek Hill, speed kills. And when you got a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes and you match those two things up, woo-wee. But I think Miami about to blow it up. I'm serious. I think Miami about to blow it up. The writing's on the wall. They're going to blow it up. They're going to blow up the coach. He got weird over the last 2 years. And the team's chemistry is not there. The camaraderie is not there. They're going to fire this man. They're going to blow it up. They're going to let this man go. I don't think he makes it past this year. They're going to blow that thing up. They're going to be trading players, cutting players, everything. They're going to start that thing all the way over. Shoot, Waddle would be a great pickup for anybody. Tyreek Hill, I think, would be a great pickup. But I think the problem with Tyreek Hill, boy, let me tell y'all something. Tyreek Hill's ex-wife is blowing this man's life up. She is blowing this man's life up. I don't know what he gonna do. She blowing his life up, y'all. I'm just telling you straight up. She is blowing this man's life up. And I think she's gonna blow it up even more. Man, we don't know what in the world she's gonna bring into this dude's life. So, man, I don't even know if anybody gonna even be willing to mess with him. But I believe the Miami Dolphins are definitely about to have a fire sale. It's about to be over. Providence and Patriots said need to score more to win with this defensive back group. Well, you know what? I think what's going to help them, though, if Jadeveon Clowney can come in here, get some more pressure up the field on the outside, it'll push that quarterback away from Clowney, and it's going to force him to run to the other side. And we'll see if this will help the edge on the right side of the field, because it looks like Jadeveon Clowney is probably going to rush from the left side of the field, which they may move him around. But I think Clowney is going to help this defense. By the time they play Green Bay, Clowney is going to be clowning. You watch what I tell you. Clowney going to be clowning. He'll be clowning. No, 555, what's going on this morning? Welcome to the congregation. No, what wound up happening is because Cooper BB is going on injured reserve, it left a spot open for Jadeveon Clowney. Ron Hanna, what up, my man? He said, I'm on my way to work. Here's some food for thought. He said, I would run a 5-down lineman, 1 linebacker, and 5 in the secondary and set the blitz the Bears after the whistle blows. Hey, Ron Hanna, they're going to have to blitz the Bears this week. Matt Eberflus needs to blitz them boys at least 20 times. And from what we know about Caleb Williams, this is the perfect week to start blitzing. It is the perfect week to start blitzing. It is. Jakira, Miami was banana bonkers to extend Tua. The man is 1 hit away from his career being over. Ain't no way. Wild Boy Trey, I believe you. Pickens is one of them receivers. He's open when he's not open. Chia said Tobin is not that guy. Man. Yeah, the Bills are going to destroy the Dolphins on Thursday Night Football. And once the Dolphins lose one step closer, Daniel M., I believe we got about 3 more games. 3 games tops. And the whole team going to fall apart. I think the coach has already lost the team. He's already lost the team. I don't even think it's a chance. He's already lost the team. It will be an estate sale before it's over. John Henry said, good morning, everybody. Let's go, Cowboys. Dominique Pippen said, dang, G, you still up? You got to love the G. Give G his props. He's putting in solid content for a salute. Yes, sir. Doing it for the culture. I appreciate y'all hanging in here with me, Daniel M. and everybody else. I appreciate you hanging in. Bernard Field said Phil Maffa might be of some use with Williams back there. No, Phil Maffa is going to be of some use. Yeah, I think they're gonna probably acclimate him in. They're going to acclimate him in too. Liam said the Chiefs are going to get Tyreek back. I think so too. I think he's going to wind back up with the Chiefs. Jakira said with all them kids. Jakira, that ex-wife is destroying him. She's already taken him to the bank. Now she's trying to... The Miami Dolphins are about to collapse. Bottom line. They are about to collapse. Dang, Liam, you know what I think one of the Chiefs' problem is? Dang, Liam said the Chiefs are trying to get the band back together and trying to go back to their winning ways. Let me tell you what's wrong with the Kansas City Chiefs, in my opinion. Keeping Travis Kelce was one of the worst things they did. There is no way they should have extended Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce, one, is not the same Travis Kelce. He got with Taylor Swift. He went Hollywood. His skills have diminished. And when he pushed Andy Reid on the sideline, I'm sorry, he's gone if it's me. Travis Kelce would have been gone if it's me. He's not the same. That was one of the biggest mistakes they made. They shouldn't have retained Kelce. Dudes like him, man, it just come a time when you just got to say, man, it's over with. Daniel M. said if the Dolphins trade Waddle, the Cowboys need to bounce on it before other teams. Oh, man, it's going to be, shoot. Boy, Waddle come free, boy, team's going to be throwing money. Waddle is a great player, man. There'll be teams throwing money. Yeah, I think what everybody's going to be saying for the Cowboys is to get that running back. I think that's what everybody's going to want the Cowboys to do is to get that running back. You know, because Waddle, he come to Dallas, all he going to do is not that he's going to create problems, but where do you play Waddle? At the third wide receiver spot? Man, it ain't enough balls to go around. It ain't enough balls to go around, man. I mean, it'd be a great problem to have if he's willing to come here and, you know, take whatever the Cowboys going to get him. But now, Waddle, I'm telling you, boy, when Waddle hit that thing, shoot, Waddle hit that open market, or they put him on that trade market, nah, that boy Waddle people going to be after Waddle. There is no doubt about it. They are going to be after Waddle. All right, guys. Cowboys After Dark. We have done 5 straight hours. Don't even seem like it. Don't even seem like it. We're going to be doing Cowboys After Dark again on Thursday. Y'all make sure y'all let your friends and family know if they like the Cowboys and if they like to stay up late with a cup of coffee. We're going to be doing Cowboys After Dark Monday nights, Thursday nights, Sunday nights. I don't know if we're going to be up to 5:30 in the morning, but we definitely going to be doing Cowboys After Dark this entire season. It's going to be great. We're going to have a lot of fun. Topics we covered tonight was great. Yeah, dang Lim, I don't know if the Bengals going to let Trey Hendrickson go. That's what I meant to check. Let me check while we getting out of here. Let me see. Let me see who this man's contract is. I just don't think the Cowboys go trying to pick that money up. Let me see. I don't think he fit. I don't think he fit into what the Cowboys trying to do money-wise. Let's see what this dude contract is. Let's see here. See, this is the reason why I don't think this is going to happen. See, when you look at his contract, I just don't think the Cowboys are going to do it. His contract is a $16 million base. They prorated $2 million of the signing bonus. He's got a cap hit of $25 million. Cowboys ain't doing this year. There is no way they're doing this year. They got to pay Brandon Aubrey. Got to pay George Pickens. I just think the Cowboys are going to be very careful how to do their money. It looks like he got a void year in the contract. So it looks like they may have already pushed $6.5 million down into this void year. I'm not sure the Cowboys are going to want to pick that up. Now, he will be an unrestricted free agent and he'll be an unrestricted free agent next year. So we'll see how it goes. But I'll tell you this. They had him out there on the trading block for a long time and nobody bid on it. Yeah, Dak Prescott's money, no big deal on Dak Prescott's money, Daniel Lim. They're gonna knock Dak Prescott's money down into the void years. I guarantee you, Dak will get another chunk of that money knocked into the void years next year. Yeah, he'll get another chunk knocked in there. Lamb, I think they'll knock some of his money down into the void year too, and they're gonna clear up even more space. So their contracts are good to go. Ty Smith's contract don't kick in for another 2 years. So the Cowboys are gonna be great from that standpoint. I just don't know, looking at this right here, they would bring him in this year, and then come next year, who knows what's gonna be available out there. Who knows what's going to be available? I'm not going to jump that far, but I'm very interested to see what does this dude, Jadeveon Clowney, what does he bring to the table coming up. I am so excited for this Sunday. I think Jadeveon Clowney is probably going to play somewhere about 30 to 40 snaps. Cowboys will put him in on passing downs. Ooh-wee. And then by the time we play Green Bay, he'll probably be up to about 40, 45 snaps, somewhere in there. Boy, gonna be balling, man. Shakira said, I love my team, but with Shotty as head coach makes me 100 times hyped up for the next game. Me too. McCarthy was too predictable and time management sucked. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we good to go offensively. We just got to get this defense fixed. 555, he said we need a free safety. Well, we got the safety. We're just not using them. You got Wanye Thomas and Marquise Bell. What did we extend Marquise Bell for? All right, guys. It's been good. It's 5:31. We about to get out of here. I'm going to get me a couple hours of sleep. Then we going to get back to it. Yes, sir. Good night and good morning. Cheers. Appreciate y'all rocking with me on Cowboys After Dark. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. Make sure you share. Hit that HYPE button if you get the opportunity. Appreciate y'all rocking. Daniel Lim, boy, you been here all night. You and some others. Man, I appreciate y'all rocking. Dominique, the rest of y'all, Man, I'm telling you, I appreciate y'all rocking with me all night. Prime, hope it got you through work. Cheers, all y'all, man. Appreciate y'all rocking. It's been a great night talking about the Cowboys. We'll be back at it again at 4:30, Lord willing. Somewhere around there. We'll be back today. But I appreciate y'all rocking with me. Again, hit that like button, subscribe, notification bell. Until the next time. God bless. DC4L. Let's talk Cowboys and we talk facts. Peace.
Yo, G, bless him, bless him, bless him, bless him.